with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Dare I say, it's a hump day edition.
Hump day!
Right here live on the tennis courts outside of the hotel rooms of the Dallas Cowboys. It's Training Camp 2022 on DFW Sports Station. We are live in Oxnard, California, brought to you by Metter Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Twin Peaks. On-time experts and Bobcat of North Texas. We made it here.
We made it. Already getting texts from back home. The great Tolo, Chris. We went to dinner with that one night.
Yeah.
Already asked if I'm already regretting radio out in California.
Why?
Because of the hour of 3:30.
Okay.
And the answer is no. No. Look, it's like if you have 10 beers or 12, what's the real difference? Mm-hmm. You're just as litty, right? If you're waking up at 2:30 or 4:30, it's early either way. It's ungodly either way. It's ungodly either way.
Horrible analogy. 2:30 is so much worse, but it's the first day, and we're good to go. That's why we come out here on a Wednesday. A few shows, few practices, recharge weekend, and then, look, we're out here talking and covering football, so we half joke about it, but I think what offsets 2:30 a.m. with the wake-up is the temperature. Troy Hughes, yesterday, we're coming out here to see everyone out at the facility, say what's up to our new engineer, Tim, all the media guys, credentials. It was freezing.
Yeah.
It was freezing cold. This morning, it's absolutely perfect. I was a little bit worried. It's 61 degrees, choppy, as everyone is cursing us back home, but we're dealing with lows here.
Yeah.
About 58, 57 degrees at night.
I had to take the hoodie off. Already I was sweating so much. It's balmy out. So hot out here.
This morning
I took it off.
Awesome. So it's 60-something degrees there. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Awesome. Oh, Ryan, is this the fan cam for me right here? Is this the one? Okay. Can you see this on the fan cam? Can you see that right there? I'm not sure what that is right there. I'm flipping to you.
Oh man.
God. I mean, you guys have been on for 2 minutes. You're already talking about how great this weather is.
It's fantastic.
I mean, it's out of every airport. Walking out of BWI in Baltimore, out of Boston, and then out of this one, it's just like, why are we living where we're living? Why are we doing this to ourselves?
People ask that like in Michigan. They asked that in like December. What are we here for?
Right.
Why are we here?
But then we get a sobering reality of California when we make our first quick stop at a gas station, and then this morning when our new engineer pointed out that your gallon of water that you just paid for this morning is more, Troy, than a gallon of gas. RJ and his – God, he is – I got to think of the words. But
douche?
That douche is putting it lightly. But the amount of California insults he's throwing out here to all these locals on the bus.
Yeah, lives.
I'm sitting out here – he lives. We're sitting out there at the bus stop. We're 5 minutes out of the airport, and I'm like, this is like amazing weather. And he's like quiet for a second. He doesn't respond. He's like, yeah, but
soft weather makes soft men.
Yeah. Soft weather makes soft men. And then I'm like, so he's trying to say 105 degrees makes us tougher in Texas.
Yeah. The harsher conditions, the harsher the men.
And then I look down at a suitcase, and I'm like, real tough here.
Yeah.
Real tough here. What is it?
I got
a skate or die thing?
No, I got a
skate or die.
So I bought a suitcase, Troy. Like the independent truck. It's a skateboard thing.
Yeah.
And they teamed up with Herschel to make a bag, and I was like, I've got to have this.
With Herschel Walker?
No, Herschel bags. It's got it's got.
Explain to the non-douchebags.
It's got skateboard wheels. Had to have it.
Yeah.
Had to have it. And I'm like, I know.
Where was your chain wallet here?
I'm rolling out here.
Way to go, Tony Hawk.
So he's sitting there talking about that. Then we stop at the gas station, get lit up for what was gas out here? Was it
was $5.99 for regular.
$5.99, and then that gallon of water this morning.
Yeah, I bought a gallon.
RJ almost started a crossfire shootout in the convenience store. I was about to do a solo. Tim here was about to be part-time engineer and co-host as RJ almost got taken out of the convenience store.
So they have like this little cart set up in front of the cashier. So I put my 2 cups of coffee. I got Sean myself a coffee, and I asked the dude. I said, "Hey, you got any gallons of water?" And he goes, "Yeah, $8.99." I said, "Huh?" He goes, $8.99 a gallon. I was like, "For real?" I was like, "Okay." I mean, we're gonna need it anyway because we need it for the Keurig, right? We need the water for the for our coffee.
Then we jacked from the hotel room
Which
the whole Keurig machine.
So as I'm going back to go pay, this dude walks in, followed by this other guy later, and this guy looks like he had not slept in days. Okay, he was clearly enjoying the night, and he's just like, I
think he was enjoying the needles.
He was enjoying the needles or something. He walks right up to my coffee, picks them both up, and starts to walk away. I was like, "No, brothers are mine." And then he goes, "Oh, sorry, man." So he sets it back down, and he says to the clerk, "You have cigars." And this clerk could not have. First of all, this guy was a total, what. He was rude to me about the $8.99. Yeah, I got water. It's $8.99. What are you gonna do about it? That's kind of the look he gave me. And
Did you skate here? Nah.
Yeah, I guess he assumes anybody at his store at 3 a.m. is a threat.
Right.
Which, okay, I would be like that too, I guess.
Yeah.
So these guys ask for cigars. He goes, "We don't have cigars. Across the street's got them." And he goes, "Across the street?" And he goes, "Yeah, get out." Go. He goes,
Good Lord.
He goes, "Now get out." And then he starts mumbling something under his breath, like, "F these dudes, always coming in here, blah, 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 blah. Get out." And the guy was like, "Yeah, bro, what'd you say?" And his friend was like, "He told us to get out, man." And he goes, "Whoa, why?" And they start walking away, and I'm like, "Man, get me the hell out of here. I want no part of this place."
What were they
anymore.
looking for? Some backwoods, some Black and Milds? What kind of cigar?
They wanted something.
Some Swishers?
Down. Yeah, probably some Swishers.
Yeah, so that was a little bit dangerous, but apparently the real travel story belongs to the G-Bag Nation, as Zach Wolchuk hit us up on the group chat, and it says, "We got the travel story of the day. We should have the best flight story for the radio. Had a guy kicked off the flight before takeoff."
Whoa!
So that's Zach Wolchuk saying someone last night out of DFW was kicked off the flight. Bobby Belt said Corey will be able to tell you about the lady bitching at him for just moving in his seat while waiting to board. So that happened yesterday, as Bobby is going to join us this morning at 8 o'clock. All the times I'm saying, sticking back home Central. So 8 o'clock Central for Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. The future Hall of Famer Zach Martin will be our first Cowboys guest at 9 a.m. And then 9:20, Nick Keatman from DallasCowboys.com. But someone had some plane drama.
Man, I have never been on a plane, I don't think, where someone's been kicked off.
Me neither.
And I'm fine with that. I like to see the drama from a distance.
Yeah.
I like other people's chaos, not my own. But I've never seen it like that. I would like to see maybe in the terminal, a little fracas on the terminal.
Yes.
Yeah,
not on the plane.
Yeah, the terminal's fine. The plane, I've had one person that was asked to calm down. They had a little too much to drink, but they were cool. Terminal's fine. When you're in a plane, when you're in a capsule, I really don't want anything to happen.
So while waiting to fly out here, we're listening to the Dallas Cowboys press conference, which we'll really dive into at 6 a.m. My Lord, Jerry Jones just coming out strong. Jerry said, "I've been listening, I've been reading, I've been cooped up, and I've been quiet, and I got a lot of things to get off my chest. Got a lot of things to talk to you people about." And he unloaded,
Whoa.
I thought, what?
What do you mean, you people?
No, stop it.
What are you saying? What are you saying, you people?
All right, so I'm walking up. I'm walking up to the gate, and I see Tim Collins. Tim Collins! Hey! First off, how much of the station funds did he siphon as Tim goes, "Yeah, first time in my career I've gotten an upgrade here on the flight."
Yeah.
This is a man who won't pay for sleeves on his shirt.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden, I said, I sat there, I'm shaking my head. I look at RJ. I said, "Can you believe this SOB is getting on this plane before us?"
Yeah, but he's going to keep on loving you. Hey!
He doesn't even eat. He doesn't even eat meals out here.
Nope.
And now he's expand. How did he upgrade? And I said he better not be in first class. Well,
No, he got into those like the premium seating, which is like the first like 4 rows of coach.
Okay.
No, you know what he does, Troy? He books all the hotels on his own rewards account. Because I went last night to try to log into the internet, and I had to log in with Tim Collins' last name.
Hey, that's smart. I'm not gonna hate on him for that.
So I go up to the gate, and I'm like, ooh, Jerry is going off. I'm like a nerd. I got my computer out. I'm walking with my computer open. I got the headphones in, listening. I'm like, oh, and he's like, yeah, but we had to dump him. We had to dump him already. I'm like, dump him? For Jerry using the M word. So he was talking about Lacewell. Larry Lacewell passing away, and Jerry's like, yeah, I want to go ahead and get someone to dress up like little man Lacewell out here next to me, except he used the M word. Everyone out here was cringing. Cowboys release an apology. Troy, did you see the statement from Jerry?
I did not.
So the little people of America came after Jerry. Regarded as the largest dwarfism support organization in the world, they were demanding an apology. The little people of America. I'm not going to name names out here, but when some people associated with the team were like, yeah, he apologized. And I was like, why are they describing it like that? Earlier today, I made a reference which I understand may have been viewed as offensive. I apologize, period. That's an RJ apology.
Oh, hell yeah. This is
some people may have been offended by something I said.
It has come to my attention that what I was said, somebody told me what I said may have been deemed offensive. I'm too old to understand what that really means.
Not that he realized it himself whatsoever. So, dude, we already have the defending of the head coach. I thought shots fired at 3 of the guys that left here, and an apology for using the M word. What did they say? Nick Eatman, what did DallasCowboys.com tell us? We have begun. We're off.
Yes, we're off.
And we're off. Morning one. This is why we show up. Morning one, day one of Cowboys training camp. Glad you're joining us. We got the Rangers in action. Julio Jones is going to team up with Tom Brady, and Cole Beasley would be open to coming back here to play with number 4. We're just getting started. Glad you're waking up with us right here. Training Camp Edition from Cali on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag.
To medium deep center. The catch is made by Taveras. Here comes Raleigh. Here comes the throw, the slide. He's safe at the plate, and the ball game's over.
Rangers lose in walk-off fashion. The only reason that I'm talking about the Rangers anymore playing this is because apparently what happened in the post game. Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ. We're live from Cowboys training camp in Oxnard, California. Thank you for checking out our coverage and turning it on, leaving it on, as all the shows are going to be out here starting today. We are brought to you by Metter Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram, Twin Peaks On-Time Experts, and Bobcat of North Texas. So I think ESPN.com has kind of taken our approach in training camp starting. Okay, we can not cover the other baseball teams that don't matter that much. I can't find a recap. I usually go to ESPN.com, click recap when I can't watch the Ranger game live.
Yeah.
Yesterday we were traveling and flying, and I think we've reached that point where they're like, we don't need a game recap, even though Seattle is 53-45. They win in walk-off fashion. Rangers fall to 10 games under 500, but we got Kumar signed.
Yes.
$5.2 million bonus for Kumar Rocker.
Yeah, no, that was agreed to, but the official pen to paper had not happened. That is great to hear. I guess look, the game ended like 3 hours ago. I guess right. It's kind of late, man. What a late night that is.
Rangers have lost 4 or 5, frustrating, and apparently that carried over to Jared Sandler, our Rangers pre and post game host, as he got a little bit frustrated while discussing the way the team's playing.
I do want to just say something, and it's funny. I see who's on Twitter Live, and there are a few people who like to run their mouth and never want to call in. If you're going to call me out, and I invite you to call in, and you don't, look in the mirror. All right, you want to call me out and hide behind a computer screen, but you're not man enough to pick up the phone. Hey, you got protection. You're still just calling on the phone. All right, I know you're probably scared to talk to me face to face, because I've dealt with these Twitter tough guys. You meet them in person, and they can't even look you in the eye. You don't have to look me in the eye. It's a phone call. But if you're going to call me out, and you want to talk ball and call me out, then call. And it's funny because one of the guys who was a big violator of this, he didn't even show up on Twitter Live tonight. It's kind of funny how that works.
Wow. He dropped the ball. You want to talk ball with me?
Yeah, thanks, Witten.
Yeah.
Thanks, Romo. Talk ball, and then
you want to look me in the eye? What you got a step stool, Jared?
No.
Yeah, he was upset. The Rangers lose. What Jerry had said earlier. He was upset.
Dude, the best part of it was you don't want to see me face to face.
I love it.
What are you talking about? You don't want to see me face to face.
Man, any of us saying you want to come see me face to face? Like we're not men. We're not men. None of us are.
Yeah, but Jared's a little bit shorter.
All right, I know you're probably scared to talk to me face to face.
Oh yeah, love it.
And then Twitter Live. I didn't know this was a thing. Is
that the same thing as Twitter Spaces, Troy?
No, I think that's just what he calls it. I think maybe he just calls it Twitter Live. Or you know what? Maybe that's him when he does the video. When he's doing video of himself on Twitter. That's what it is.
That's good. That's very good. All right, let's dive into this Cowboys presser at 6 o'clock, 10 minutes away here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Some NFL news, though. Julio Jones signing up with Tom Brady for a 1-year deal. So Julio trying not to be hurt and injured, trying to have 1 year of glory with the 45-year-old Tom Brady. Danny Amendola retires. What a nice career.
Oh, yeah. For him?
Got a lot out of that.
Yes, he did.
2 rings with the Patriots. And then Chris Carson, who you really know if you play fantasy football, because the Seattle Seahawks would drive you crazy in terms of figuring out what running backs to get. He has to retire out of Oak State. 5 years. He's got a neck issue. So Chris Carson retires. So does Danny Amendola. But Julio to Tampa. Will this matter at all?
Yes, because Julio as a 3 going up against the third corner, when you have Evans and Godwin, I think there's an advantage there to having Julio. Julio is one of the better third wide receivers in the league. He's washed, though, as a 1. So, yeah, I think it'll matter. It won't matter. Like, it's not going to be a, he's not Antonio Brown. Antonio Brown at this stage of his career is better than Julio Jones was when Antonio was there. But I still think, would you rather have Julio Jones this year or James Washington?
To be honest, I can't.
I have no idea.
I can't stand watching the Tennessee Titans. I'm not going to watch them in the regular season, except for Derrick Henry. So I didn't watch Julio film or tape last year. I just didn't. I knew he was washed. I tried to tell everyone he was already washed. He was nicked up in Atlanta, but they just need him for moments.
Yeah.
This is a moment signing, right? Maybe a game-winning touchdown. Maybe he's got one game where he's got 3. Maybe he makes a big play in the playoffs. Like, is Julio going to – is he going to put up an A.J. Green year? A.J. Green in Arizona. Everyone said A.J. was done. They're both 33 years of age. Last year, A.J. had 54 catches for 848 and 3. I feel like he had an even better season than that. But look, that's a nice season. 54, 3 touchdowns, 15.7 a catch. If Julio can give that to Tom Brady with Godwin and Mike Evans, this is a signing for some moments.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's not like he's not going to get you 100 catches. He's not going to do that. He's not going to be a game changer. But again, when he's just going up against the third corner and he's the third option, you could probably do a lot worse. Like, you're not asking him to do a lot.
Troy, did you buy your lottery tickets?
I did not buy my lottery tickets,
Okay.
and I'm not going to spoil anything else you may say.
Well, you are not going to be – I don't know. Are you kicking yourself, not kicking yourself? Because nobody won the Mega Millions. We go to the coffee shop this morning, and I look at – well, first I saw the 2 guns being drawn.
Yeah.
And then I saw 999, and I'm like, oh, my God. Nobody won, and this thing has gotten to $1 billion.
Man, I cannot wait to win this thing. I cannot wait.
Did you get tickets?
You're going to have to wait.
I did buy tickets. I need to buy some more now. Is it Saturday? I think Saturday's the next day. But let me ask you this, Troy. If I buy them out in California.
It's Fridays.
It's Fridays. If I buy them in California, does that mean I got to pay California tax on them, or can I cash them in Texas?
Good question. Have no idea.
I was wondering that yesterday. I was like, should I get a lotto ticket? But then do I have to come back out here to claim it? Would I get a private jet? Would I fly commercial to come back out and
Michael
claim
Irvin
it?
says never get a private jet. Remember, he won't fly private. It's too scary.
That's right, after Kobe. So Friday's drawing is expected to be $1 billion. The winning numbers were 7.
Mickey Mantle.
Could have picked it for John Elway. The next one, no one's picking. You would have no. You do have a reason. 29.
It's my kid's birthday.
Is it?
Both of them.
Both of them are on the 29th?
Yeah. Planned it that way.
Yeah, oh, shut the freak up. He's got one of these responses for everything. I was going to say Beltray. You could have said it for Beltray. Let's see. 60, 63, and then 66.
Oh, man, no.
It had to be an offensive lineman winning this thing, and the Mega Ball was 15, but nobody won. And now we're up to $1 billion.
Oh, God. Let's do it, man. How much we get? How many tickets we buying? How many tickets are we going to get?
I don't know, man. I feel like it's a fate thing. So I'm like, rather than buying 30 of them and flushing the money, I'm like, I'll buy 5.
Okay.
And if I'm meant to win, I'm meant to win.
Look, it's about time some good luck came my way, so let's do it. I'm in.
You're having great luck.
Yeah, I'm having good luck in a lot of things.
Besides your dog dying in front of your kids, your dad have staples in his head, dementia. Yeah, you're crushing it.
Crushing it, man. Getting freebies left and right.
Oh yeah. Last night he upgraded to the king bed, all going Choppy's way.
Yeah, baby.
There it is. But we have to make a new pact. Yesterday,
$10 million.
$10 million apiece.
If it's $1 billion, I can front you guys 10.
If I win, no, not guys.
Is Troy not in on this?
He wasn't in the other day. If he wants to get in,
You didn't even ask me, doo-doo.
Well, I mean,
What's your wife make a year? $2-3 million?
Yeah, that's right.
We'll just subtract that off of this.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com. I don't trust Troy like that. He would have his wife pull some legalese around it, and he'd win, and it'd be non-binding, and we would be left out here
Yeah.
at 2:30 in the morning.
There's got to be some kind of verbal contract that's binding the state of Texas or something. I'm gonna go with that.
So nobody wins the mega, and we're up to $1 billion for Friday night. Jerry Jones came out firing. He defended Mike McCarthy. He was firing shots at some of the Cowboys who left here, and he even had to apologize after the press conference. The Cowboys headlines for the 6 a.m. club, live from Oxnard. It's Sean and RJ on The Fan.
Download the Odyssey app and keep us. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
What's up, y'all? Thanks for waking up with us. It's the Wednesday edition of Sean and RJ. We are live from 60-degree Oxnard, California, sitting here just a few feet away from where Jerry Jones stood up and started firing shots.
Oh, yeah.
Jerry was ready to go yesterday for the State of the Cowboys press conference, heard right here on your home for America's team. And he wanted to open up. You know what? He actually opened up with our boy. This was fantastic. Ted Nichols-Payne, our radio engineer, of course, used to driving on over here with Ted. You've heard the stories throughout the past few weeks. He got this entire place set up. All the radio stations relied on him to get them set up audio-wise, and Jerry Jones opened up yesterday with a little shout-out for Ted.
I want to start off by saying that a great friend to all of us, we lost recently, and Ted, and I want to say that that is a loss for all of us, particularly missed when you come to camp and realize how much part of everything he was as the engineer to make everything work for all of us for what we do here with our media presentation back to our fans. But what's really worth noting, because we mentioned Ted when we were thinking about our meeting today with you, and we just really remembered the people that have been a part of this camp that we lost just this past year. Players: Marion Barber, Conley, Neely, Perkins, Reeves, Rayfield Wright. Those are familiar names. A lot of you even have a little more familiarity with them than others. Coach Gary Brown.
Wow. Yesterday we were talking about this at dinner, the amount of people that have been lost and that, have been lost that are close to Jerry, whether it was by death or controversy. With Marilyn Love, his longtime assistant, Jerry got choked up emotionally. Larry Lacewell, he got in trouble for referring to him as the M word, then having to apologize afterwards. Rich Dalrymple, his right-hand man forever, is not here after the cheerleading scandal. Yep. So a crazy off-season around here, and Jerry addressed the tough off-season that we've all been talking about for months.
It seems like with the COVID thing a year ago, and then here it just has seemed longer than it has been to be here. We've had quite an off-season. We've had things that were directly involved with as football as you can be, with players. We've had speculation. It's for me. I was quickly reminded that we won 12 football games. We obviously didn't get to the result, having won those games, that we wanted to have when we got to the playoffs. But still, it has been an off season full of varied type issues,
including a car accident. Yeah. Where yesterday Jerry said the driver of the car that turned in front of him a few months ago is suing him. So that guy is suing. Remember Troy? I don't know how many responses. You ever tweet something and like 4 months later someone responds to it?
I got one the other day from 2017.
Really?
Yeah.
I got one from the Dez, all or nothing. No, the Dez all or nothing video. I think he was like fighting Jordan Lewis, and someone responded to it the other day. But then yesterday, someone responded to whose fault it was. I think it was Troy, Tommy Sledge, who put out the video of the accident because it was like a great driving debate, right? And it was because from that accident that the other person is now suing Jerry over that.
Yeah, it's very interesting that he is suing him, even though the Dallas police determined that the driver making the improper turn was at fault.
Yeah.
And so someone's trying to get some money.
Someone's trying to get some money. And then you got a possible daughter that's out there. Kelvin Joseph, officially cleared by the Dallas Police Department. So a ton of things. But Jerry Jones, I think he knew that he had to come out and address Mike McCarthy right off the jump. Now, much of this is Jerry's doing, okay? This whole, you're going to have to translate for me why the the Dan Quinn negotiations. That's why I wanted to make it seem like McCarthy was on unstable ground so that people thought we were going to have Quinn and it would be a tough negotiation. I can't follow Jerry's thinking with this, but the Dallas Morning News asked Mike McCarthy. This clearly ticked off McCarthy or Jerry with what happened a couple days ago here. The Cowboys show up, Mike McCarthy shows up, and the first question he gets is about his job security. And we talked about this yesterday on the show, and McCarthy responded with, I'm a little bit irritated that is your first question. So that pissed off McCarthy, and it sounded like it may have pissed off Jerry, as this was not a question. This is Jerry's opening statement, okay? Usually it's, hey, pleasantries, I love seeing y'all here. Yeah. This is great, yada, 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 rah, rah, rah. Nope, Jerry opened with this about his head coach.
But one of the ones I want to address directly, because I guess it's the one that probably the one that I have the most sensitivity about, and that is Mike and him coaching. And I want to be real clear. He wouldn't be sitting here today if I didn't think he was the man to lead this team to a Super Bowl. He would not be, and I have choices. And so that's not meant to be insensitive to anybody. That's a fact. And so you guys write about a lot of those choices, and they were there for my use had I wanted them. And no, the guy to my right is who I'm convicted about, have been. We certainly have had things we've addressed, the way we've addressed them in the offseason. I think we have successfully put together a staff that really, from this vantage point, gives us absolutely the best chance with our makeup and our team to get to the ultimate success. So I want to be real clear about that.
So one, because of the playoff loss and the way last year ended, that started a little bit of this conversation. But then Jerry Jones and his appearances, specifically on the KMC Masterpiece, the way he talked about negotiating with Dan Quinn, then the Sean Payton stuff that was kind of outside of Jerry's control a little bit. All that stuff created this ball of explosion that ticked off Mike McCarthy. Mike McCarthy, remember, and called into the Rich Eisen show?
Yeah.
And he was basically saying, yo, man, this is like a circus around here.
Yeah,
You know, so all that stuff had built up in this offseason, and Jerry wanted to settle the talk yesterday.
And that's what he had to do.
Had to.
I mean, and that's the right thing to do for his football team this year. It doesn't matter what Jerry wants at the end of the year, you know, assuming there's no Super Bowl.
Yeah, but he had to do it because of his own mouth.
Of course.
He had to do it because he did it. Jerry did much of this.
I mean, you know, that's part of it is letting it die, you know, letting it go for 4 months, 7 months, not saying a word about it. You know, part of that is his own fault, and then his own fault in the beginning. Beyond that,
but we know deep down that he likes it.
Of course he does.
His strategy was to call into the station at the end of the season, let all the fan base know how furious and unacceptable the ending of the year was, and then, right, the headlines in the offseason keeps them in the stories and number one in the headlines.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and this is where I think,
and in the back of his mind, he's going, I'll deal with McCarthy. I'll smooth it over. But let's get our headlines.
Yeah.
He doesn't care, number one, that it makes McCarthy uncomfortable. It makes McCarthy sweat, which, by the way, Coach looks like he's been doing a lot of sweating because he looked slimmed down yesterday in the photos that I saw.
He's in a sauna, huh?
I don't know, but he looks good. But Jerry Jones, and this is a fact, Jerry Jones cares more, and this is a microcosm of what's wrong with the organization. He cares more about getting the headlines first, dealing with McCarthy later, than making sure Mike is good to go first and being put in the back seat in terms of the headlines and all the Sean Payton offseason talk.
Well, he does follow the philosophy, all news is good news. I follow a similar one, not quite to Jerry's level, but similar, you know, but this is part of the issue. Now, Jerry could have said, and he should have said a lot of things, you know, just being upset with the end of the season doesn't mean the coach is in trouble. He could have been mad at the players and not the coach. It could have been very, very possible. He just didn't articulate that well. And anyway, you know, football media in general, and fans are going to point to the CEO of the team, the leader of the team. when things don't go their way. I also believe Jerry has unrealistic expectations. He still thinks this team is 1995. He still thinks this is an every-year championship contender, and it's not. And I said this yesterday. The difference between the Dallas Cowboys and the Detroit Lions is a lot smaller than you think. They're both irrelevant when it comes to championships and championship prospects.
But we can be in a conversation. The Lions cannot be in a conversation.
No, they can't. But, the fact is the Jets have been to 3 conference championship games since the Cowboys last went to 1. Like, that's pathetic. Because, nobody would say that the Jets are a good organization. The Carolina Panthers have been to 2 Super Bowls since the Cowboys have been to 1. Like, that's sad. They're one of the worst organizations in the league. And getting on a little hot run, I'm not really impressed by that. I'm not impressed by your cute little one-off run. Okay, I'm not impressed by that. But we need to lower our standards. You're now a 50-year-old dude. You're not pulling the same thing that you used to.
So Jerry opening up firing in defense of his head coach, and then Mike McCarthy was asked about Jerry's comments defending him.
Jerry's comments are just really in line with our conversations. I obviously have the opportunity to meet with Jerry in the GM, the head coach realm, and our conversations are about partnership, direction, vision, and making those things. But also, I do have the opportunity to speak to Jerry, as the owner and to the head coach, and that's really a vast education of so many different things on how the things that we could do better, from a big realm to make us better. So I think it just really is in line with our conversations. So, and that's really where my focus has always been, is on this partnership. And at the end of the day, we're here to win a championship. And everything I do, I know every single day when I get up. In my younger days as a head coach, I would get, my whole thought process, how am I going to win today? But I think the challenges that are from the media and all the other things, and it's a huge challenge to be a head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. It's a huge challenge to be a Dallas Cowboy, and I think now being more in tune with that, my daily focus is what affects winning, and that's really where I put my energy and my time into it. You understand the negatives, the narratives that it's part of the job, and that's about as far as it goes with me.
Boy, that is a man that wants to keep his job.
Yes, it is.
Well, yesterday, I don't know why these reporters were asking Jerry about giving Mike an extension. RJ and I are in the car. We're like trying to figure. Yeah, but I was asking Choppy. I was like, is this the final year of his? Did they give him a 3-year deal? Why are they talking about extension? I think this is year 3 of a 5-year contract. So, but that was the media way of baiting Jerry to try to show whether it's a 5-year deal, right?
Mm-hmm. 2025 is when he's a free agent.
Okay, so this is year 3.
This is year 3.
This is year 3. Why are you asking him about an extension? Because you wanted to drum up some controversy and some drama with the two of them sitting next to each other, and they're like, "Why don't you give him an extension?" And Jerry's like, "Next question. Who else has something to ask?" And they're like, "Yeah, but why not?" Because it's not the final year of his contract, and he didn't come off of a season in which he won a playoff game. That's why you don't extend him. I was like, what? Why are we asking this? Just to create some headline porn and some controversy.
Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense. You don't extending somebody this early. I mean, I guess you could.
Yeah, if you went undefeated.
Yeah, they won the Super Bowl, but it's still, you would extend him before next season because you don't want him to end a year as a lame duck, going into a lame duck season. You would extend him before with 2 years left, not 3 years left.
Right.
Is this Clarence?
Yes, sir.
Dang it, Clarence.
Was it Clarence that did that?
I'm just going to I'm going to blame Clarence for everything.
I thought I heard. No, I don't want to throw him under the bus. I'm gonna
just say David Moore. Just say David Moore.
I'm gonna go back and listen to it. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. The great Zach Martin is going to sit down with us at 9 o'clock this morning. So that was part 1 of Jerry trying to go ahead and put out the McCarthy fire. But what about the shots fired at Amari Cooper, Randy Gregory, and Lael Collins? And this may be this may be something the Cowboys should be applauded for an offseason in which everyone killed them. We'll play it for you and explain next on Sean and RJ.
But did you think I'd come all the way out to California without bringing my big, healthy scoops of AG1 from Athletic Greens? No, I would not come out here. I brought it with me. I had some.
In my studio all by myself. So let's just go and make myself feel better by giving away concert tickets. Before 7 o'clock this morning, Dirk's Bentley tickets will be given out here on The Fan. But first, this segment of The Fan brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. You think there'll be less big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so find someone to protect you. It's Frankel & Frankel at truckwreck.com.
Whew. RJ just had to put on the sweatshirt.
Got a little chill in the air.
All right.
A little chill.
All right, we're going to, okay. All right, I'm going to limit.
Our engineer, Tim, just goes,
No.
We can put up this curtain behind you guys to block off the wind if you want. And I'm like, we consider it. It's getting a little bit chilly out here.
Okay, I think I'm going to limit California's weather is better than Texas weather talk to 3 times a day.
Yeah.
Because
I
this
just heard
irritating.
the promo, the commercial high of 102, and then I was like, ooh, that was a little bit chilly just then. That hit me. Out here.
Yeah, I was packing for the trip, and I was like, oh,
Yeah, you
man.
were.
I forgot to get hoodies. I forgot to put hoodies in. I had to do a late change.
Yeah.
And I had to put my hoodies in because it's going to be chilly here.
Yeah. We'll try to get through it. All
see what we
right. Would you rather wake up at 2:45 with this weather though as the reward, or 4:15, 4:30 back home in 102?
Oh, I would prefer this.
Okay.
But everything else that comes with being out here, I'm not into.
Like?
I don't like $8.99 water.
Yeah, go on a Cali, go on a lib rant, or maybe we'll wait for the end of the week.
Let's wait for the end of the week. I got to get my notes together.
That's right. Oh my gosh, Mr. Texas, RJ Choppy here. It's Sean and RJ. We are live at Cowboys training
Put on a
camp.
freaking mask.
Thanks for being. Oh
God,
God,
they're everywhere.
I told him yesterday, Troy, legit. I said, I wish that you ended up in the hospital. I wish you were hospitalized. You deserve TMP's fate, not him.
Whoa, hey,
No,
dang.
The COVID fate.
Oh, okay.
The COVID fate.
Man, that poor guy had a magnet. He had a magnet for COVID. He had it every third week.
I was like, you deserve what TMP got with his COVID nightmare, not Teddy. We are live here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being Atolo. Bobby Belt is going to join us at 8. Zach Martin live at 9 a.m. If you were checking us out on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, you can go to 105throughthefan.com. So Jerry Jones opening the press conference, trying to calm down the Mike McCarthy fires, that he's on the hot seat. And then he went, and man, I love when Jerry reminds us all who he is.
Oh, yeah. He always got to let you know.
I love that. And here he is addressing some of the guys that they lost in this offseason. Remember, Amari Cooper, Randy Gregory, La'el Collins. Here's Jerry on the losses.
We've lost some key players. Those were totally our decision to make those. They weren't. They were influenced. Here's what has happened. We've lost 3 really high-profile players. Those players were in the top 10 of our players that make the most money. When you get in that spot, I can tell you, your standards go up. Your bar is higher. Your conduct is higher. Your attention to the team is higher, not just your own performance, but everything. When you have that kind of responsibility, which you do when you have that much of the financial pie. So what I'm trying to say is those decisions were made more about availability than ability. And they were made as to how you arrived at not being unavailable at times. And so let me be real clear. We're in a sport, we're in football, where certainly your skill level and your ability to be a player is why you're even being considered as a player. But more important than anything, these decisions that I made, relative to top players not being here, had everything to do with their availability.
Wow. The words I just wrote down there: standards, bar, conduct, attention to team, responsibility, availability. 80% at least of Cowboy fans, the Tolos listening, unhappy and not satisfied with this offseason. This has been the most negative offseason from a team-building standpoint that we've covered in 11 years. It's not even been close. What I said to try to excuse it or justify it, I was like, this is my theory. My theory was, hey, this is a culture change sweep. We're getting out the broom, and the guys that we are paying a lot of money to, Jerry also talked about, hey, a lot of these were our top 10 paid players. If you're not worth it, then we're getting rid of you. Leo Collins, you're supposed to be the next Tyron Smith. You're supposed to be this great right tackle. We can't count on you. Out. See you later. Randy Gregory, you're supposed to be every year supposed to. We can't count on you. You're not around. Out. And then we've talked about the commitment, the availability of Amari Cooper. Man, that COVID thing, that ticked them off, Choppy. That ticked them off. Michael Irvin tried to tell us that it was going to be an issue, and he ended up being 1,000,000% right. They didn't care about Amari and his own personal beliefs and his vaccination status, what he wanted. Nope, you were not out there for Kansas City. You were not out there when we needed you. We're trying to pay you a lot of money, or we're trying to give you $20 million, and you're not out there to play for us. So, Amari, availability. Leo Collins and Randy, standard, conduct, attention to detail, responsibility. Jerry Jones explaining why those three guys are gone.
I mean, don't tell me Amari wasn't available to this football team. He missed 2 games in his tenure here.
Yep.
Don't tell me he wasn't available. He was available. He missed 2 games last year because of his, one of them because of the vaccination status. And blame the NFL for having their policy when we were, a year into this, and it was obvious at that point that we were just going to have to, because the NFL has the same policy now. We should have to deal with it. You're just going to have to live with the virus. It's out there. You're just going to have to we're going to have to figure out a way to deal with it and still go to work. And the NFL had that policy. Amari Cooper was an available football player. He missed 2 games in his tenure here. In 3.5 years, he missed 2 games. That's not an unavailable player. Randy Gregory's an unavailable player.
Yeah.
Amari Cooper wasn't. Now, you could say that Amari Cooper, you were paying him too much, which now looks like that's not the case because, he's 33%, less than the highest paid wide receiver out there.
Yeah. A lot more of what Jerry said, in my opinion, should have applied to Randy Gregory
100%.
and Leo Collins.
Absolutely.
And look, Kevin Gray tweeted this, and he's absolutely right. They tried to sign Randy Gregory for $14 million a year, and it blew up over a clause that caused them to take the same deal in Denver. So miss me with all of that we didn't want you. It was our decision. Yeah. No. That you sound a little bit like a tough guy when it comes to Randy Gregory when you try to sign him to his extension.
Right. Still keeping Mr. Unavailable around here all the time, aren't they, though?
Who's that?
Old Tyron?
Oh.
He's right, like right
You looked over your shoulder.
Yeah.
So far, we've trashed Jerry. It's like we're not going to have any guests this week.
Yeah.
It's not like we're not gonna have anyone sitting down with
Dude,
us right here.
Dorrance Armstrong. I said we have to get him.
Dorrance Armstrong. That's right. We got to find out whose room is closest. What is that?
Is that a cricket?
Can you hear that cricket in the background?
I can hear that cricket.
I can hear that cricket.
You can hear it in the background there? Okay. So that's Jerry Jones firing off part 2 of the press conference and talking about the guys that are gone.
Yeah, you really showed Randy you didn't want him back by offering him $70 million. You really showed him. Man, we don't want unavailable players. Hey, how about $70 million for you?
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. And then there apparently was a little bit of an exchange between Jerry and Clarence Hill from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. Clarence, of course, is going
really
to be
coming in his own. He is in his later years.
He's
Clarence
coming into his own.
Yeah, confrontational, man.
Oh, This guy came out of the womb confrontational.
Yes, he did.
My Lord. So here's the exchange between these two.
You pointed out that you focus on successes more than failures. With all due respect, what successes are you focusing on that over the last 20 years that say you guys are going down the right path?
And again, I appreciate your tenderness. I felt like that we've done some things that got us a lot closer than those zeros in that championship game column show. I think we legitimately had 3 or 4 shots that we could have had another one. And the things that we did to get to where I could say that, in other words, those teams that had us close enough to think, but for a play, a ruling on a catch, those type of things, that you might have had you another Super Bowl or you might have had you another playoff, that sustains me.
By the way, love him or hate him, but he's still quick with his wit, Jerry.
Yeah.
He's 80 years old. The best line yesterday, when Jerry was walking up here, and he walks with our fan flagship radio station setup, he would walk right in front of us to go up to this podium that's 15 feet away. There's a video of him going, morning, men and fish. Mike Fisher's out here, and there's a group of reporters, and he walks by, he goes, morning, men and fish, and I was dying laughing.
I just hate that he gets all these call-outs in pub.
Who?
Fish.
Well, I mean, that wasn't.
I know. He's been here 75 years.
No, but is that a good call-out? I mean,
he knows his name.
He does know his name.
That's big.
He does know his name. By the way, Twitter, Bobby, fair point. Choppy, Amari missed a ton of practice. It affected his performance.
Oh, darn.
We didn't know if he was going to show up in the cold, in tough road games as well. And by the way, early small victory for the Cowboys. Leo Collins and Randy Gregory, both unavailable to start training camp. Randy on the PUP list. He had off-season shoulder surgery. So him being on the PUP list was no surprise, and they're speculating in Denver he will be ready to go week 1. But early on, Leo, Randy, not on the field, as Jerry yesterday was talking about availability.
Yeah, look, I don't care if Amari Cooper's out here practicing all the time.
Well, a lot of coaches and executives do care about that.
And a lot of coaches conveniently give guys a lot of practice time off with load management. We're very selective, are we not, on those things? But this is Amari Cooper was there on game day. He played on game day. Was he the greatest cold weather player? No. In a related story, the Cowboys play half their games in a warm weather dome. All right, and they play 3 games against the NFC East on the road, where some of those games might be early on in the season. So what, the 2 games in cold weather they play a year? Yeah, I'm not really interested.
All right, Bobby Belt is going to join us at 8 o'clock. Our Cowboys insider, Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com as well. We're absolutely loaded here on Sean and RJ. Thank you for being a Tolo, and thanks to the sponsors, of course, for sending us out here. Metter Dodge, Chrysler Jeep Ram, Twin Peaks, On-Time Experts, and Bobcat of North Texas. How about this former Cowboy receiver saying, yeah, Cole Beasley would come back here to play with Dak? Are y'all interested in that? Adam Schefter is getting killed again, and another clause in Kyler Murray's contract besides the homework. We'll bring it to you next, right here on Sean and RJ. But first, let me bring It's the Hump Day edition.
Day.
When can we really start, you think, like cutting loose with our loudness out here? It's 4:43 local time. I'm trying to be, like 70%, 75% instead of just totally unleashing it since people are sleeping, specifically, the football team that we're out here to cover. I know you're not holding back.
No. Well,
I feel like you might be going at like 90%. Not fully unleash.
They say go hard or go home.
Yeah, well, we would go home fast.
We would go home very fast. we would.
We would.
But yeah, I'm not going that hard.
Yeah.
But I think 5 o'clock out here.
Okay, so in 16 minutes.
Yeah.
Headlines.
Yeah. If they're not up at 5 a.m.
Yeah,
they just don't want to win.
What do you think?
The real athletes are in the gym at 5 a.m. That's what the players should be.
What do you think the average wake up time in America is? Because I fight with my wife about this. She's been a little bit more understanding when I'm like, because she thinks I'm coming out here for a frat party, and I'm like, and I had to tell this to Bassick. Bassick's like, so how many dinners? And I said, Mike, you think that we're going to rage until midnight? We have to get up. We're out here at practice. We're picking a dinner spot, and then we're out for like in 90 minutes. We might have 2 or 3 drinks afterwards somewhere. We're not out raging until 11. Now Friday, Saturday, I'm gonna be out raging. But during the week, he's like, well, I said, just come to dinner. That's all. Come to dinner, record a daily video, and you're good to go. But my wife is like, well, the rest of the world wakes up at 5 a.m. too, as well. And I'm like, what do you think is the average wake-up time?
I would say 5 to 5:30.
Tim, what do you think it is, Tim?
During the school year. Especially if you have kids.
All right, I think Tim's a little bit late. Tim is saying 7. Up and out at 7. I'm going to say the majority. Let's see on the truckwreck.com text line, 877-881-1053. I'm going to say 6. Maybe 5:45.
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends on, how old your kids are. If they're in school, they got to get to school. Like my kids, they start, my oldest got to get to school at like 6 a.m. now. Next year for just in the fall for athletics.
Oh my God, they're practicing before school.
Yeah, or 6:30, whatever it is. And then my younger one, they start school at 7:45, but they're at school by 7.
By 5:30 a.m., 1 in 5 people are awake. This is from Google, of course, which is never wrong.
Never wrong, I guess.
The peak time for waking up is between 6 and 6:30 a.m. So, I don't know. I was just interested. Troy, what do you think it is?
Yeah, I was looking at the same thing. 6 and 6:30 sounds about right, especially if you're a parent and it's a school day. You definitely have to be up by 6:30. That is the extreme latest. So that sounds about right.
What's the text line saying?
They are saying, 5:30, 6:15, between 6:30 and 7. I'm up at 4:30 every day. I wake up at 5. I wake up at 3 a.m., 7 o'clock. I leave the house at 5, between 5 and 7, get up at 4, been getting up at 5 for 15 years. I have to be at work at 5. I work 5 to 5:30. I wake up at 5:15, up at 5.
Okay.
And also to go back to what you said earlier, like what time should you guys really bring up the volume, get really loud out there in California because you're 2 hours behind from where you normally do your show?
Yeah.
Are you doing the show for them? Are you doing a radio show for J-Ron Curse? No. I don't care.
Okay.
You guys need to be live.
Okay.
Awake.
Good point.
Choppy, scream for me right now. 3, 2, 1.
Yo, I'll try to sit there.
I know.
Thousands of miles away.
Well, I'm the one getting my head banged against the table by Zach Martin when he walks out here.
Yeah, Zach Martin will join us at 9. Bobby Belt, Cowboys Insider at 8. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Zach Martin once played with Cole Beasley. And yesterday, there was a report. Cole Beasley, he's still kind of waiting out his options after he left the Buffalo Bills. And Twitter said, I wonder if he would even want to be a Cowboy again. And Cole responded with, to play with Dak, I would. So there's Cole playing in 16 games last year, had his lowest yardage output, 693 yards since his final season here, where he had 672. But, I remember him being a fine player with Buffalo. What would you think about Cole Beasley is you got Julio Jones teaming up with Tom Brady for a year. We've been talking about Antonio Brown for a while. Cole is 33 years of age. What do you think? Or would you rather just go with Jalen Tolbert in Washington?
Look, I'm all for bringing in guys who can help the football team. 33, bit old. But dude just had 80 catches.
Yeah.
My question is, why did Buffalo not want him?
And did the vaccine stuff play into it? I don't know. For me, I'm not really taking that into account. I think we're moving past the vaccine stuff, at least in the sports world. The National Football League is getting rid of basically all the restrictions. So unless Cole's a pain in the ass for some other reason, I'm not worried about his vaccine stance. Is he going to come in here? He had back-to-back seasons with 82 catches.
Yeah.
I think I would take Cole Beasley on a cheaper deal.
Dude, he was second-team All-Pro in 2020?
What?
Good gosh. Okay. I had no idea about that one.
Yeah,
No.
I know we're going to have Bobby Belt on later this morning, but he was on with the G-Bag Nation yesterday, and they asked him about Cole Beasley. And he's like, within the Cowboys organization, there are still fans of Cole Beasley. There are still guys that are fans of his. The one thing that's a problem is obviously his height. That may be an issue for Mike McCarthy. But can Cole Beasley go out there and produce? RJ, I would say sometimes.
Sometimes I'm in my feelings.
Oh, God.
Other times I'm known.
Yeah.
This is a good track. It's a
This
great track.
reminds me of I'm in, especially with Michael Gallup
I know
out.
this song.
Well, a lot of Tolos asking me to review your playlist
Oh, man, it was fire.
with the drive from the airport to here. Started off a little bit slow with that first song, but then
It was Hardy.
what was it?
I busted that Hardy, man.
Hardy. Nice.
Hardy's good.
Give him a little taste.
It's what
Don't
song?
get embarrassed.
What
It's
song was that?
I don't know. It was really slow. It was like a talk-sing song. You didn't even have to sing it.
The country, unapologetically country. It's
Okay.
fantastic.
Yep.
Yeah, no, that's a great. Then we kicked it off. Then we went right into.
Yeah, but give us a line.
My truck's where my money goes. Got blood on my Sunday clothes. It's a great song.
Dude, that's
Troy.
good. That's
It's
good. That's strong.
and he'll be opening for Morgan Wallen, Troy, when we're there.
Well,
in
you're
October.
there.
You're going, right? You
Yeah,
got tickets?
I'm still
did you
working
not get
on those.
tickets?
Still working on
you
those
didn't get
tickets.
the tickets. Okay, I see what you're doing there.
Oh my God! And then we started to increase the tempo a little bit.
Yeah, did you break out the Bad Bunny? I know that was on your playlist when I went through it yesterday.
Yes, we did. This song was played yesterday.
Just read the order of what you played, of what we listened to.
Oh, I had. I think the second song was Amigos, and then we went right into some 2 Chainz. And then we had some. It was a good day. A little Ice Cube.
Nice.
Little Ric Flair drip. That was for you, Troy. And then
then I'm hearing the Ric Flair Viagra commercial out here.
Oh my God!
Did we get that in the Metroplex? That commercial?
I don't know, but it's Ric Flair doing some commercial for some ED pill, and he goes, "If you want to get the woo back in your life," I'm like, "Oh my God!"
All right. Anything else?
We kicked off. We had some Bad Bunny. We had some Trillville.
Did you have some Fat Joe and Terror Squad? Some lean back on there
Oh
as well?
yeah, that's there. Yep. We did. We had that. We had some Morgan Wallen. With some Turnpike Troubadours.
Now, see, I appreciate the Morgan Wallen, the Turnpike Troubadours, and some of your country stuff. Sean, I feel like you're not a big country fan, nor even a hip hop fan.
What do you think I listen to?
Nothing. You listen to podcasts of Ross Tucker all day. You
No.
Michael Lombardi.
No. Remember I told you how Amanda was questioning how I knew any songs out? Remember?
Oh yeah, she was like, "Who are you talking to?"
Yeah. I'm like,
Where'd you learn that move?
I listened to the radio. Yeah. Pop, a little bit more pop country because of her. I don't listen to as much as of the old school like you guys do.
Well, she'll be happy to know that dropping, I believe today or tomorrow, Selena.
What?
A single of hers that's being dropped posthumously by her family, an unreleased single from Selena.
Oh my gosh!
Oh, man.
Send that to me.
Okay.
So there's Cole Beasley. Maybe singing back here for the Dallas Cowboys. I'm in. I would agree to it. I think you're still thin at receiver. You're still unknown at receiver. You're injured at receiver to start off the season. And I have no doubt that Cole, as irritating as I find him to be, could come out here and have 60 or 65 catches for you. That's my take on it. But let us know on the truckwreck.com text line. It's 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053 to hit us up here on Sean and RJ. Thanks for being a Tolo. Who's going to show up first from KMC? Well, I guess there's only a choice of two.
Yeah.
You got
I assume together, right? They'll probably have the same car.
Corey and Bassick.
Yeah.
Corey sounds like he's ready to go out here. He sounds like he's ready to cut loose a little bit. And, of course, they're going to come here, prep, and get ready for our first crosstalk in a few hours, and then we'll find out who got kicked off G-Bag's flight. Someone got kicked off their flight as they were heading on out here to LAX. We're going to have Zach Martin sitting down with us. You got to let us know the top 3 Cowboys that you want us to try and interview while out here. But next, headlines, our highest rated segment of the show. We have Jerry Jones, Mike McCarthy, fireworks at the first Cowboys presser. We'll bring you a recap of them in the headlines you need to know. Hump Day headlines with Sean and RJ next. But here's something.
It on with Sean and RJ right here on the Fan.
It is time for headlines on a hump day here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. That is this radio station throughout the entire year. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy in Oxnard, California. Today is going to be the first practice. And by the way, we were trying to remember, like, how many off days? Is it every 2, every 3? We came out here yesterday, got the practice schedule. They're going in. They're going straight to work.
Yeah, they are. They're going to do like 4 days in a row and then like 6 days in a row. It's crazy. We only have one off day the entire time we're out here. Usually they have 2 or 3. So they're going to go. They're going to be a little bit busier. Now they're going to ramp up. So they're going to go slower.
Yeah.
They're not going to do any kind of hitting or anything like that. But they'll be out here.
All right. So yesterday, Jerry Jones opened things. He was pretty defensive over all the talk that Mike McCarthy was on the hot seat. Much of that was Jerry's doing. Then he explained why some of the bigger names are gone, with Amari Cooper, La'el Collins, and Randy Gregory talking about not meeting the standard. There's a higher bar. When you're making that much money, you got to be worth it. Conduct, availability. Mike McCarthy, by the way, Steven in this, he may have spoken really early, but Stephen Jones, who I felt like did a lot of talking over the past year for this team, he didn't speak till like 30 minutes into this thing, but Mike McCarthy was asked about all the offseason noise regarding his status.
It's great to see media camaraderie. You're taking up for Ed. That's a first. So, I mean, I guess just when you think you've seen it all, there you go. So, I think really, I want to focus on football. I mean, part of the job of coaching in this business is there are things out there, and really your family has to deal with it. But other than that, I think even more so ever in this league, because when I look at my head coaching career, since 2006, every single change that occurs in how you train your football team is you got to do it with less time. So whether it's the CBA in 2011, then the last CBA, so the time efficiency and workload capacity is such a key focus for me, and no different than my media responsibilities. I get where you have to ask the questions and the respect that goes with that both ways, but that's really about as far as it goes with me. If I'm going to demand it from the coaches and the players and support staff to keep the focus tight and just keep focused on things that have to do with winning, then obviously I got to do that myself.
I was pretty critical of McCarthy yesterday on Twitter while listening to all this. I feel like he needs to take a page from Jason Garrett. Mike McCarthy talks about his team being disciplined. He talks about avoiding the noise. He talks about ignoring all the talk. He doesn't do a good job of it. He's got rabbit ears. It's clear that he is listening to the stories. There's a difference between listening, being aware of it, letting it affect you, and reacting to it. The last thing that you cannot do, you cannot react to it. And McCarthy lets it be known through some of his irritation, through some of his frustration, through some of his tone, that what is said by the media gets to him. And I'm like, yo, man, you've been around too long for that. Jason Garrett, and I was not a Jason fan like you were, never, ever gave the impression that stuff got to him, that he was even aware of it, or that it affected the way he ran his football team. And I think Mike McCarthy has done a poor job of being thin-skinned in that regard. So when the morning news asked him day one about his job status, and he let it be known that he was irritated, that was probably a mistake with his reaction.
Oh, yeah, it was a mistake. I do wonder, because it's like, was he irritated? Does he listen, or does he just get irritated to be asked? That was not the best first question.
I agree.
And that was I don't blame.
But it's like a great player, Choppy. They talk about the toughest guys to affect on the field are the ones they're quiet, right? Kawhi Leonard's dead quiet. He's not going to sit there. You can't get under his skin. And Jason Garrett, just appear ready for the position. You're the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. The other thing that has become very apparent, and what I'm about to say may sound like this crazy bold statement. It is really obvious and clear. This job is 10 times bigger than even the legendary job of the Green Bay Packers. Because Mike McCarthy at times here has appeared upside down.
Oh, there's no
in
media
terms
there.
of the attention and the criticism. I'm like, yo, man, I think part of the reason you were hired here is because you had the Green Bay job. You're used to some of this. You're used to a lot of this, and it appears like, Mike McCarthy has been blindsided over his few seasons here over the attention and the scrutiny that comes with this job compared to the Packers.
Dude, the nearest big city is Milwaukee. It's 2 hours away. It's 2 hours away. There's no media in Green Bay. They don't get covered. They get covered, but there's no media in Green Bay. You go to like a big city, and we're a big city, you're going to get covered more. Look, if Mike McCarthy thinks the Dallas media is tough, like, good gosh, you better be lucky you did that Jets job.
Right.
You'd have been run out of there by now.
Yeah. I think 50% of it or more is the national media. Your first fake shows, and the Cowboys are always a topic, and questioning him, and the NFL Network, it's always on the headlines.
Right.
But
they don't ask you direct questions.
Right.
They don't ask you, like, Stephen A. Smith doesn't ask Mike McCarthy direct questions about his job status.
Yeah.
In New York, they're trying to get you fired literally every day, even if they like you. They just want to create news.
Yeah. I just think he's been a little bit too thin-skinned. And again, I felt bad for what Mike has gone through, but you can't show that it affects you, because your football team is going to see that it affects you as well. That's my opinion on it. And Jason was perfect in that regard, right? That's why we refer to him as the robot.
Yeah.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. We are live here with Headlines, our highest-rated segment of the show on DFW Sports Station. As for some actual players on the field, the reporters asked about Micah. How can Lawrence Taylor 2.0, how did he try to improve this offseason, Coach?
I think Micah is, he is a second-year player, and what you look for from the rookie class going into the second year, we talk about it all the time, and it's taking that second-year jump. And when you see Micah, when you get to see him tomorrow, he's lost a little weight. He's had a really good offseason. Obviously year two and how people look at him and how they'll have the game plan against him. We've had a whole year to implement the schemes around that and make sure we're giving him the opportunities he needs. But I would definitely put Micah, leading up to this point, he's definitely put himself in a position to take a big second-year jump. And that may not show up statistically, but it's really his impact. Definitely will be a big part of our defensive success.
Micah lost a little bit of weight. I was surprised to hear that.
I don't care for that.
Well,
I want him to be an edge rusher.
He'll be even faster. He'll be even quicker.
He will be. He was basically the same weight as T.J. Watt, so I guess it wouldn't matter. But look, Mike is destined for for greatness. He just is. He is that good of a football player.
Maybe we should ask Zach Martin at 9, like how much power Micah can play with. Like, is it all speed, or how much power can he run through you with when Zach is facing Micah one-on-one?
Yeah, that's a good question. Because he is, if he wants to be an edge ever at any point in his career, he's going to have to.
Yeah. You got to play the run.
You got to play the run. You got to play with power.
Julio Jones signs a 1-year deal with Tom Brady and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Randy Gregory joins La'el Collins on the PUP list for their respective teams. LC is on there with a back for the Bengals. Randy Gregory with a shoulder. They're expecting him to still be ready for week 1 in Denver, but Randy is going to be missing the majority of training camp. Danny Amendola retires with 2 Super Bowl rings. So does Chris Carson after 5 years in Seattle with a neck issue. And we have another clause in Kyler Murray's contract. First the homework, and now you're not picking up a bat.
Nope. No more baseball. That is part of the clauses in the contract. No more baseball. Who is with Arizona that is releasing all these details of the contract? Who is it Kyler's agent?
It shouldn't be Kyler's agent. That wouldn't make any sense.
No. Why would they do that? I don't understand that.
Well, a lot of time, I don't know. Florio always gets his hand on these contracts. But The baseball one is fine. Whatever. That makes sense. You're not going to pick up a bat. You're not going to be Bo Jackson. But the homework one, that was a colossal mistake to even include it, because I think including things in a contract, you have to be thinking it's going to get out. So including these clauses in there, it's just inevitable. It's destiny that it's going to get released. But now you got no baseball and no avoiding the homework.
Yeah, no baseball and no downtime.
No downtime.
There you go.
So there you go for Kyler Murray and another clause. The Rangers end up losing again. They drop a game in walk-off fashion. Here's Eric Nadel with the call right here on The Fan last night.
The pitch to Santana. Swung on and a high fly ball to medium deep center. The catch is made by Taveras. Here comes Raleigh. Here comes the throw, the slide. He's safe at the plate, and the ball game's over.
So Rangers end up losing 5-4. I don't care about the Ranger games. I want hot stove talk. I want rumors. And the latest one's coming out with Juan Soto. Do not have us connected.
No.
And you're not happy about it.
No, I'm not happy about it because teams like these free spenders like the Tampa Bay Rays and the Cleveland Guardians are in this.
Wow.
All right. You want to talk about if that is the case, fire everyone over there. Those teams have no money. The Guardians and the Rays have no money. They rely on prospects to succeed. And they would go and get Juan Soto as a rental to win? You know, if that happens, I mean...
Who's reporting this? Let's make sure it's, from a credible person.
It's credible. It's credible. It's pulling up here. I thought it was Nightingale. Oh, Sports Illustrated. Is Sports Illustrated still credible, or have we gotten rid of them?
Well, Fish works for them.
Well, that's a fair point.
I don't know who the SI guy is.
Some guy named Tom
Verducci.
Oh,
okay.
So the Rays and the Guardians are among the teams who could push to acquire Juan Soto with the deadline 1 week away.
I think I'll leave it the way it is, Sean. Thank you.
So, the obviously the Red Sox and the Cubs, the Dodgers and the Yankees have the resources to do it, and they're saying don't discount the Mets and the Padres as well, and never discount the new owner motivation as the X factor. That you're a new owner, so Steve Cohen with the Mets, new owner, willing to spend, you want to make a splash, all that good stuff. You got 2.5 years left to him, and I'm not saying the Rangers need to go get him, but my goodness, it just like they were not among the teams that made a phone call. So you're going to tell me that the Rays and the Guardians are going to be in the mix for him, and we haven't even made a phone call?
I just don't. I can't believe.
I can't believe a phone call was not made.
I agree. I cannot believe that that's the case, that a phone call was not actually made. I would like to ask Jared Sandler, but I'm afraid to ask him face-to-face after his post-game rant.
Fair point.
Last night right here on the station. All right, these are your headlines here to get you ready for your Wednesday. What time is the sun gonna come up around here?
Oh, I see a little bit of a crest up there, but that ain't the sun. I would say it gets up right here around 6:15.
Around 6:15. Okay, let's see if people start waking up. Brad Sham, maybe he'll start walking around. We're going to have Zach Martin join the show at 9. Bobby Belt is going to be with us at 8. Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com. We have you covered like no one else right here on your home of America's team. KMC is out here, and so, of course, is the G-Bag Nation. I just got the Bobby update. I'm up, showering and heading there.
Showering?
Do I need? Yeah. I tried to tell Bobby, just call him from the hotel. He put on Instagram he was dead tired. I said, you're going to collapse out here. I know you all. I don't know how much Adderall that you actually have, but you're going to need the extra prescription out here if you're Bobby Belt, and he wants to come sit down. I'm just going to unleash you guys on each other.
Yeah, after his awful Lamar Jackson and Derek Jeter takes, I mean, he needs to get up here showered as well every morning.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com, text line. Does anyone actually believe what Jerry and Stephen Jones said yesterday about the Cowboys being better right now today than this time last year? Truckwreck.com, text line will also take you around the rest of the NFL training camps with the headlines that made the news in the National Football League after this.
Well, let's get you over to QC Connect.
This morning, by the way, Tolos, it's brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss, a.k.a. soda. Also, our good friends over at Rubin & Associates. We've all probably felt this one time or another, the feeling of dread to start the day due to credit card debt, maybe a missed mortgage or car payment. Call Rubin & Associates. Let them help you find a way out at 1-800-LAWYERS or DallasTexasLegal.com.
The big fella, Zach Martin, is going to be sitting down with us at 9 o'clock this morning, our first official guest for 2022 training camp. As Sean and RJ have hit the road, we are live in Oxnard, California, and the Tolos have fulfilled my request when I asked for your top 3 requests on who to get at 877-881-1053. Let me tell you what a beast Bobby Belt is. He'll join us at 8, our Cowboys insider. So I took the names that the Tolos sent on Twitter and the text. I sent them over to Bobby. I'm like, what do you think? Who should we request? This fool in 10 minutes gives me a one-line summary and description of every single one of these players as an interview.
Wait, he sent you an interview scouting report?
Yes. Yes. Okay, so like the Tolos obviously asked for Micah. He wrote, good energy and willing to talk about everything. I said, well, we're going to have Zach.
No.
Thoughtful. That's a Bobby Belt sound effect. Thoughtful and is low-key funny from time to time. Tyler Smith. That's who I want badly, the new offensive lineman. He said pretty much perfect as an interview. Some Tolos said Dalton Schultz. Well-rounded and will engage you in fun debates about things outside of football. Tank, he'll be funny or thoughtful, just depends on the day that you catch him. Troy, Bobby heard Troy say we want Dorrance Armstrong, Jerry Jones' favorite. Likes to joke around, will probably engage in any lighthearted stuff you want to touch on with him. Dante Fowler, new defensive end, funny, and won't give you 5-second answers. Jordan Lewis, funny, smart, and can give you thoughtful responses. J-Ron Kirst, we already had him on. So, I mean, this is a scouting an interview scouting report from Bobby Bell based upon who the Tolos wanted to hear from.
You know, that's a great scouting report. You know, every time he's gotten us an interview, though, the guy was half asleep.
I was about to say, like, I'm throwing out a conspiracy theory out there. Like everybody on that scouting report sounds like the greatest interview of all time. You're telling me there's not one boring guy on that list that we sent over to the Cowboys?
Well, I have another list.
Yes.
I have best interviews on the team, and then I have ones to, I don't know how you know this. I didn't talk to you about this, and you were not CC'd, but somehow Troy was alluding to it. Yes, I have an opposite list.
Okay.
I'm not going to get into that, though. I'm not gonna put Bobby on blast with these players.
Yeah,
he's got to build connections.
Yeah,
with.
don't say CD,
dude.
Wow.
I can't wait to unleash Bobby versus Choppy every morning at 8. We need to come up with a name for this. A name for this segment. Randy Gregory, we can fight about today. Mike McCarthy, Bobby will probably put him on blast. Kyler, Lamar. I mean, all of it. Jeter, all of it with Bobby Belt, who's going to join us at.
Did you feel that?
That was a frigid gust of wind.
All right, stop.
Oh my gosh. Woo. Tim, our new engineer, putting on his sweatshirt right there.
Is that a polo? Look at that.
Look at that. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on the show. All right. Were you chuckling? Is there anyone who actually agreed with this? Jerry Jones with the same exact spin every single year, talking about his Cowboys and the fact that they're better. Cut 5, Troy. This team right now is better than the team at this time last year.
I knew we were going to have adjustments to this team coming into this year. You always do. But I knew we had a couple of our best shots out there financially last year. And so before we even started the season last year, I knew we were going to be making some adjustments with our players this year. We had it teed up pretty good, and in my mind, we made a hell of a run at it. We got disappointed, but we made a big run at it. I think we're in better shape today to make a run at it than when we were sitting here this time last year.
Okay. Okay. Finally, after 11 years of doing this, I'm finally saying, okay, yeah, right. Rolling my eyes. Go sell it to someone else, as I'm usually falling for the sales pitch every year, but nobody's falling for it this season.
I appreciate your tenderness.
Yes, tenderness. Yeah, they're not. Last year.
Who has more of a case that they improved after their offseason between the Cowboys and the Mavericks? Kevin Hagelin and Bobby Belt think the Mavericks are better. Which team has a better case that they're actually better?
Cowboys. Not even close. The Cowboys lost 867 yards. Let's not put Amari Cooper in Canton. I like the guy, but let's not put him in Canton. They lost a defensive end with like 12 career sacks. Micah gets that by Thanksgiving. Who else did they lose? What other worthless player did they lose this offseason?
LC.
Oh, yeah, Lael Collins. I mean, like I said, they lost a guy who was the backup was just as good as. Like they lost names, and I liked Amari. I thought they gave Amari up for nothing. But
who did they add? They added Dante Fowler and some draft picks. Mavs added Christian Wood, who's Kevin McHale, according to some people in our building.
Yeah, they added a guy who has, I mean, he's got more. He has more jerseys than J-Lo has rings. All right, like the guy's been around. So it's Did they lose guys that yes. Amari Cooper, I liked. I wish they didn't give him away for nothing, and I wish they had him here still. But it's not like he was 1,400 yards a year.
Right. Okay. What about Catboy? Troy, I was asking.
Did we even hear from him?
I was asking 30 minutes in.
What did we hear?
No, Troy, you don't have a new Steven laugh? There's not a new Stephen Jones laugh effect from yesterday?
Well, you had to engage during the 1 hour presser in order to have a laugh. I mean, I think you said that earlier. Like, he didn't really start talking until maybe 40 minutes in.
Yeah. So I was telling RJ, I was like, if we're the show that gets Steven, do we bring up this Catboy nickname that took up? Like, how do we ask that?
That's a good question.
Because I feel like we have to. What would be more uncomfortable? Talking to Diggs about how he can't cover. Is there a Zeke discomfort? Oh, we've already kind of talked to Zeke about.
I won't ask him directly if he can't cover. I'll just throw some, innuendo in, if you will, like, what do you call this thing on the table here? It's cover.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't do that.
Yeah, that's brilliant.
Yeah, probably.
I'm workshopping it here, Sean.
Okay.
Give me a second.
Okay.
Okay, it takes me a minute.
All right, Diggs coverage or Stephen Jones Catboy? Which one would be more uncomfortable? I think Diggs is more uncomfortable. I can figure out a way to talk to Stephen about, Catboy, but man, when you think that's such a condescending nickname.
Yeah.
Whenever you throw boy in it,
Catboy.
I was more uncomfortable the last 20 seconds. Can you not stand up in front of the fan cam again? Your crotch was right in front of the fan cam the whole time.
Come on, guy.
What are you doing?
Change the camera. Adjust with the way I'm moving.
I'm like, what are you doing? What are we at LeBear's?
What are you wearing there? You got okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Adjust with the way I'm moving, fan cam. We have a high technology here. Anyway, Steven on how this team compares to the one that went 12-5 last year.
One of the things when you talk about how are you going to get better, as Jerry mentioned, availability, consistency. I mean, it's time to give some of our young players like a C.D. Lamb, like a Steele and a Tyler Smith and a Willetsko and a Ball, the opportunity to step up. I mean, that's what you look for in these players. Same thing, in the defensive line. You get a draft of Sam Williams, you got a Fowler, you got a Dorrance Armstrong, which may have been hard to keep. I mean, we have a good young roster over the last 2 or 3 or 4 drafts. That are going to be coming up and that we're going to want to keep around here because we do like our foundation, our young foundation. And so I just think it's time for these players to get the opportunity to step up. And when they do step up, of course, they're going to want paid too. But who's to say where we are with how this roster is going to look like when we get 8 games into the season, when we get to the end of the year? I mean, we'll continue to look for ways to improve our roster and make this team better.
They got money. They got money to spend on midseason acquisitions.
They do. They got more than $20 million in cap space, which is near the top of the league. And Steven used a Donnie Nelson line yesterday. We do have some dry powder if we want to use it.
Oh, no.
And while we're all laughing at them saying they're better right now, how much pressure are they putting on these young guys? My Lord. Dorrance Armstrong, Ball, sitting here talking about, some of these other rookies. I hope Micah didn't throw off Jerry's pH balance in terms of rookie expectation because he came out like Lawrence Taylor in year 1. And while they're all bragging and trying to sell us on them being better, I was pretty stunned when Troy tweeted out this from MGM. Last year, the Cowboys were, at this time, plus 2,500 to win the Super Bowl. This year, right now, they're plus 1,600.
Mm-hmm.
So plus 1,600 to win it. Last year, plus 2,500. Why would Vegas, I'm reading this correctly, right? Vegas agrees with Jerry that they're in better position right now than this time last year. How does that make sense after the losses?
It could also be that Vegas views the NFC as easier to win this year.
Okay.
That's probably the more likely.
Okay. Because we're trying to remove San Francisco. Yesterday they made it official. It's Trey Lance's team.
They probably docked Tampa a bit.
Green Bay, maybe a little bit because of Devontae.
The Rams probably won't repeat. Arizona is what?
Okay, so you're thinking it's more about the rest of the conference than
Yes.
the Cowboys team.
Yes.
Okay.
The Saints with Sean Payton are gone. They're out. So I think that may play into it a little bit. By the way, Trucker.com text line, make it a superhero name. Hey, Steven, if you were a superhero, what would your superhero name be? Catboy!
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
He's the cat man!
I think we need to continue to workshop.
Yeah, we'll workshop that.
I'm in on that.
Yeah, and by the way, for the Cowboys last year to be at plus 2,500, I think that had absolutely more to do with Dak. I mean, no one knew. Obviously, the injury that left him out of 2020, but also no one knew anything about this whole shoulder arm thing. So I think the fact that it was plus 2,500 was all because of Dak.
Good point. Fair point. Excellent point.
Excellent point.
All right, someone give us some better suggested questions. We'll see. I mean, I'll really feel the pressure if we do get Steven. He's going to hop on one of the shows, but how do we bring up that nickname? And then Diggs with the coverage and the blanket coverage and RJ and all the shots he's been taking along with Pro Football Focus. We don't need to worry about it this morning at 9 a.m. Zach Martin, the future Hall of Famer, who apparently Brad Sham said that I need to set up a pop quiz.
I got it ready already.
A battle between Zach Martin and RJ Choppy over their Peyton Manning love.
Oh, man.
Zach,
you got it. Okay. Because I came up with some good Peyton Manning questions for him as well.
Yeah, you quiz him. But Brad said square them off against each other. Apparently, Zach Martin, growing up a huge Indianapolis fan and fan of Peyton Manning, let's see if we can get a back tattoo on one of these guys, a lower back tattoo, if they truly love the forehead.
I could, I mean, if I
you
was...
ain't doing nothing unless your girlfriend tells you.
That's totally true. Totally true.
Her brother is a tattoo artist. I mean,
is he?
Yeah, he
sweet.
would do it.
Really?
Oh my gosh. Yep. I'm waiting. When I'm cracked out next week, I'll wait to see if I unveil what you said to me walking onto the plane of something you forgot back home. I'll see how cracked out I get. Way too early for it this week. Not gonna disclose it, but no.
Wasn't that?
He doesn't even remember. I'll say it off. I'll stand up and show my crotch to the fan cam while saying it, so they can't.
Okay, yeah, all right.
See.
No, don't do that.
Oh, right. That's a huge sack.
Bobby Belt is going to join us at 8 o'clock this morning. But look, let's take a little college football break. Jim Harbaugh with a message to his football players about abortion And if you can't deal with the child, Jim Harbaugh is going to take care of the child for you, and how Nick Saban almost never had the dynasty at Bama. That's next with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan. But first, let me
or special event, no matter the size. From start to finish, the Texas Authority in barricade rental, buyersbarricades.com.
If you want a job in media, if you're interested in reporting, may I suggest that you submit your resume to ESPN or Adam Schefter, because he needs someone to proofread his tweets. How many stories is this now? Now, you and I are in agreement that this one is overblown and overhyped, but we've had, Dwayne Haskins, we had Deshaun Watson, where he stepped in it, and now yesterday, and this story is on 105throughthefan.com, Adam Schefter was getting dragged for the Danny Amendola story. Danny Amendola retiring after 15 seasons in the NFL. And Schefter sent out a tweet and then quickly deleted it. So here's the tweet. Work? ?
Yep.
And then it went on to say, despite multiple teams calling, Amendola has decided to retire. It's a quote from Amendola about his career. But the thing that people noticed was the first word, the beginning of the tweet was work? Like, does this work?
Yeah. ?
So
it appears he accidentally posted a tweet that he was going to write, I guess, as a draft
as a
and
text.
send to him, or as a text. But he did it as a Twitter, as a tweet. Which, by the way, how do you do that? Like, how do you not see the difference?
Dude, I don't know. I'm just throwing this out there. Like Stephen A. Smith, I mean, these two guys are probably overworked.
They're overworked. They're dead tired.
They got
one eye that works. It's bloodshot.
You can make mistakes.
Yeah, you can.
I mean, how many phones is he dealing with? How many windows does he have open? I don't know. How many accounts is he logged into? I don't know.
You're absolutely right on that one. But who cares?
This is Twitter's reaction. You really run every tweet by the agents or player before you send it, don't you? So it worked for his agent then, Adam? If you were capable of feeling shame, this would be a big one. Were you asking his agent, does this work? Yes, Adam, I approve. Go ahead and post. Remember, Bruce Allen was referring to, or Bruce Allen was referred to as the editor in an email exchange. I think that was Schefter and Bruce Allen. One was referred to as the editor. But look, this is how it works. This is a totally overblown story. If Stephen Jones, right? If Stephen Jones decided to give me a big piece of breaking news, and I would consider, him doing me a favor, like, oh, Steven is giving me this story. And I would text him and be like, hey, I'm about to tweet this. Am I phrasing this correctly? I've had people that are closely associated with the Cowboys give me some news, and they're very, very, they're very specific, and they're very worried about giving it to me. So I want to make sure I do right by them, and I'm like, I'm phrasing it this way. Is this the proper way to phrase it?
Yeah.
Right? So I'm checking with them because they're doing me the favor of giving me the info.
I mean,
that's how it works.
To me, if you don't do something like this, you could be perceived as a snake, or you'll lose your source.
You'll lose the source.
I mean, and that's something that cannot happen if you're a reporter. To me, this is actually good. This is good reporting. I don't think it's fair to call him mouthpiece. Plus, by the way, isn't everybody a mouthpiece if you've got a really close relationship with somebody? It doesn't matter what you're doing. You're getting across their narrative that they're trying to give you. That makes you a mouthpiece by default. That doesn't mean that it's bad or good. It's just you're taking their perspective of it.
And you know what? Maybe I'm just coming at it from the other angle, because the conspiracy theory always was that how is Schefter breaking these stories all the time? How is he always tweeting right when it happens? And people are like, well, he doesn't work alone. Like, he has people that help him with his tweets. And you can have your Twitter account on multiple devices. I personally think it was probably one of his assistants, someone that helps him with his tweets, that meant to text it to him. Like, does this work before I send it out?
Y'all think he's got a team of help?
They're absolutely 100%.
Yeah,
100%.
There was an article the other day that talked about his team. He's got like a team of people,
really,
that are gathering a lot of the information for him.
Okay, so I don't really know how to go about this next story. I was even asking you, how do we give an opinion on this? But Jim Harbaugh blew up after he spoke this past weekend. Jim Harbaugh is anti-abortion, very strongly against and I was asking you, I was like, is he the most outspoken sports figure? Troy, can you remember anyone else here in the past 2 or 3 months since we had the overturning in the Supreme Court? Any other sports figure put their face on this story as much? That's a man for sure, right? I can't think of any other male. But Jim Harbaugh was speaking at a pro-life fundraising event in Michigan, and he said, have the baby, and if you don't have the means or the wherewithal, then my wife and I will take that baby and raise it for you.
Same thing I tell my kids, boys, the girls. Same thing I tell our players, our staff members. I would encourage them if they have a pregnancy that's wasn't planned, to go through with it. Let that unborn child be born, and if at that time you don't feel like you can care for it, you don't have the means or the wherewithal, then Sarah and I will take that baby. Any player on our team, any female staff member, any staff member, or anybody in our family or our extended family that doesn't feel like after they have a baby that they can take care of for it, we got a big house. We'll raise that baby.
Hell of an offer.
It's a hell of an offer.
What a safety net.
I got 2 of them. You want them? My 12-year-old just asked me for a $210 pair of sneakers the other day.
Oh, my God, Troy.
Good gosh.
The play-by-play of this attack from the child on RJ's cell phone yesterday, it was relentless. And I'm like, just give him the shoes. But you've already softened up. You're already giving him the open door, the green light. He's going to get the shoes. You may as well get them. But how about Jim Harbaugh? Now, not 50%. I'm not even going to give a percentage. A portion of Twitter was going, "Wow, what a great offer! What a very helpful man! What a head coach!" And the other was like, "You know how many foster kids Jim Harbaugh has right now? The same number of national championships." As people were taking shots at Harbaugh over this, being very anti-abortion.
Look, it's I don't really know what to say on this. I don't know what to say. It's a nice gesture, I suppose.
Is it? I mean, I guess the first question is it real? Is it a legitimate?
Of course, it's not legitimate. He's not going to take in 7 kids, or 2.
Right.
There are how many kids in foster care?
Right.
Now there are people who are dying for babies, that they want to adopt.
Yeah,
it's expensive, and there's a waiting list. But yeah, there's people out there for sure that'd be more than willing to take in a child. It's just very you don't hear a coach usually put themselves out there like this.
Anyone?
Yeah, because I mean it is a polarizing subject. No matter what you say.
Meanwhile, how often is Harbaugh at home? Is it going to be his wife dealing with 13 extra children?
He said, "quote Sarah and I will take that baby." What he should have said is that Sarah and I will take it, but I won't see the child for 6 months.
I'll be sleeping in the facility. Right? I'll be sitting there being a full-time head coach. As Nick Saban continued to be, even though there's a report that the Alabama dynasty almost never happened.
Almost never happened. There's a story out there in a new book that Nick Saban considered leaving Alabama for College game day after the kick 6.
Auburn.
The Auburn kick 6,
wow.
One of the greatest endings in the history of college football that prevented Bama from winning the title.
Man, what year was that?
2013.
2013.
He won his first title there in 2009. So we are talking he is not the legend he is today if he leaves Alabama after that 2013 season, or I guess it would be 2014 is when he would have left, but after the 2013 season, he had meetings about leaving Bama to go work for ESPN. Prior to that 2013 season, he met with a sports media talent agent who represented Kirk Herbstreit. And then Mike Greenberg and Skip Bayless, among others. They lose the game, and he tells this guy, Nick Khan, who was the agent, reach out to ESPN, let's start figuring out the next chapter of my career.
Wow.
And he almost left. He almost left for ESPN. There were rumors that he was reportedly considering replacing Mac Brown at one point at the University of Texas. But that appeared to never really be. He was never really close to that. He was actually close to going to ESPN. Yikes.
I mean, I think every person has this type of story where they almost left somewhere, right? Or something needed to happen. Like, have you watched any of the Jeter documentary?
I've only seen the first episode, and then my son was watching the second episode, and I was cleaning the house. I was kind of not really paying attention to it. I want to sit down and watch the whole thing. I know Bobby won't watch it with me, but somebody will.
Jeter says that he's convinced he was about to be sent down if it wasn't an injury to who was the other infielder? Someone broke their arm.
Tony Fernandez.
Yeah. Tony Fernandez, like, Jeter's struggling. He's stinking it up. And if Tony Fernandez did not have a freak injury breaking his arm, then Derek would have been sent down. These types of things that enable you to stick around and thrive and have your success and become dominant. So that was Saban almost taking a TV job, apparently, after the Auburn. Dude, Nick Saban was never going to stay in media.
No. He'd have gone somewhere else, maybe.
Yes. He would have gone somewhere else, maybe. So that was after the kick 6. All right. I'm going to sit back, make another cup of coffee, and get ready to ring the bell. Bobby Belt, our Cowboys insider. There's been tension developing for weeks between Choppy and Bobby, and we're going to unveil it right here at Cowboys camp on the Fan Cam with Sean and RJ right after this here on the Fan.
Let's get you over to #1 Air.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
8 o'clock hour. It's not fist pump time yet, Bobby Belt.
Sorry.
Interesting way you're holding your water jug
it's
there.
a gallon. There's limited ways I can hold this thing. But, yes, I was holding it like...
You can hold it with 5 fingers, not 3. Hold it up again the way you were. That's not how you were doing it. Your thumb was off.
Nothing wrong with being a 3-finger man.
That's Bobby Belt. That's
Hi.
RJ Choppy. I'm Sean Sharif. This is Cowboys coverage right here on your home of America's team, brought to you by Metter Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, Twin Peaks, Bobcat of North Texas, and Bobby Belt is in the On-Time Experts hot seat. Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are y'all?
Who'd you fly out with?
Bassick and Corey.
So you were on the plane where someone got kicked off?
No, that was Chi-Chi, Wolchuk, and Broadus, which Broadus was trying to tell me about it this morning. When I got up, I woke him up with my alarm.
Oh, your roommates are Broadus?
Yes. Yeah.
How's that going early on?
Fine. Yeah, he got in super late last night, so we only, had to sleep in the same room.
What's the snoring like?
I didn't hear any. I think that there's a decent chance I might be the one doing it, because I've occasionally been told that I will, and so I don't know how that goes. No, our biggest adventure on our flight was the bridge getting off the plane was broken, so they made us just sit on the plane for like 20 minutes, and while we were waiting in the terminal area, like by the gate, getting ready to board, Corey was sitting in those rows of seats with the chargers and everything on them, and Corey just was like adjusting in his seat. And this lady, jumps up and goes "Oh, my God, you won't stop moving and shaking this whole thing." And he's just like, "I'm so sorry." So he was very apologetic, and then she immediately reversed course. It was like, "Oh, no, it's no problem. It's just," he's like, "I'm sorry. And when I get to shaking my leg here in a sec out of, nervousness, this whole thing's going to, I apologize. I'll move if you need me to." He was, he cowered down, basically.
I think that Broadus's crew went to, what's the famous hot dog place out
No, that
here?
was us.
Pink's?
You're mixing up all our stories,
Who
man.
cares? Whatever.
We went to Pink's. Baskey made us.
Bassick wanted to go to Pink's?
As soon as we landed, he's like, "I've seen this place on Food Network my whole life. We need to go. Drive to West Hollywood."
So how far was it from the airport?
Like 20 minutes.
Okay, and it's hot dogs?
Yeah, but they do them they do them up really big. Like you can see Bassick's picture on his Twitter, but they have when I ordered a chili cheese dog, which was very basic, they it wasn't shredded cheese. They put slices of cheese in the bun, and then they put the hot dog on. And Bassick's was this big burrito with 2 hot dogs in it, and had pastrami and everything. It's super over the top.
Man, was it good?
Yeah, it was good. Like I said, I had the most basic version you could. I just had a chili dog, but it was good.
I don't know, Fat Burgers out here. I would have thought you would have gone there.
Yeah, I know, especially just, in honor of Biggie from going back to Cali.
Right.
He references it.
Yes, he does. Absolutely.
Why would you go to Fat Burger, not they have In-N-Out. That's their standard.
Fat Burger's better.
Because Fat Burger, we've had it. Or In-N-Out, we've had it.
Yeah.
Is Fat Burger good?
It's fantastic.
It's supposed to be.
Okay.
But so was In-N-Out, so. It was supposed to be good.
Oh, supposed to be good.
Yeah, it wasn't.
All right, Bobby. What jumped out the most from yesterday's State of the Cowboys presser to you?
Not just that Jerry wanted to address, first off, seems very annoyed that fans are annoyed. And not just that he wanted to address, hey, Mike's job is totally safe. But that it was he didn't need a question prompted with it. It's as I opened this press conference, first off, it was very cool that he shouted out Ted. I thought that was awesome.
Yeah.
But then when he actually dove into the topics and he just on his own goes, Mike's this team's football coach, and we didn't get worse. And it's one of those, okay, well, methinks he doth protest too much.
Yes. My reaction to the McCarthy stuff was you caused this, Jerry. Number one, you're responsible for causing much of it, and then number two, Mike McCarthy, did he go and run to Jerry after the Dallas Morning News question that irritated him? Jerry just reading and hearing all the headlines and all the TV talk. So I was a little bit concerned that McCarthy's got thin skin. But Jerry Jones caused much of this in a disastrous offseason on and off the field.
Yeah, I don't think anybody asked Jerry to. I'm sure Jerry's just aware of what the narrative's been. And look, I think when you hear Mike telling, Dallas Morning News as he's boarding the plane, like, well, I think it's, I'm annoyed that I'm even being asked about my job. And then when they get out here and they're at the press conference and they want to get out in front of that and go, Mike's here. Mike's totally here. And you don't need to worry about that. And then Mike's got to go, yep, those are the same conversations we've had. I told y'all. It seems like I'm already concerned about, okay, well, how loud is that noise going to get every time they lose a football game? It's going to be even louder if we're out here at the most optimistic, the most neutral time of the year for negative things about this football team on the field. It's not going to be any more, sunshine and lollipops than right here in July at Oxnard. And they're already seeming to get in front of like, hey, Mike's job is safe. Okay, well, I guess we'll hear about that, when they lose a road game in Philly or something. That'll be a big point of discussion.
I want to play the clip, Troy, from Jerry, cut 4. I thought this was like shots fired on the players that they lost, the high-profile names, Randy Gregory, La'el Collins, Amari Cooper, and why they're no longer here.
We've lost some key players. Those were totally our decision to make those. They weren't. They were influenced. Here's what has happened. We've lost 3 really high-profile players. Those players were in the top 10 of our players that make the most money. When you get in that spot, I can tell you, your standards go up. Your bar is higher. Your conduct is higher. Your attention to the team is higher, not just your own performance, but everything. When you have that kind of responsibility, which you do when you have that much of the financial pie. So what I'm trying to say is those decisions were made more about availability than ability. And they were made as to how you arrived at not being unavailable at times. And so let me be real clear. We're in a sport, we're in football, where certainly your skill level and your ability to be a player is why you're even being considered as a player. But more important than anything, these decisions that I made, relative to top players not being here had everything to do with their availability.
Real quick, let me ask you this. Is the narrative that Amari Cooper was unavailable fair? He missed 2 games.
No, but, they were very annoyed at how little he participated in practice. So, that's probably more what he's talking about, less about games, more about how dinged up he was and not really – like I had somebody with the team last year. I was talking with them and about Amari, and they had said, it's great on Sunday. He's not going to give you blank during the week, but he's great on Sunday.
So how much of that frustration was practice availability and COVID status? Did that irritate them, tick them off?
I think COVID status was like just another thing. Like I think they had this laundry list of things, and then it was easy at the end of it to go, yeah, and remember he didn't get vaccinated. Because there were guys on the team last year who didn't get vaccinated, and they're still here. And so I don't think that that's as big of an issue. It was one other thing to throw on top of it. But yeah, they were clearly, as we've talked about for months, they were very frustrated with Amari Cooper and thought that he was not living up to what they had paid him.
But shots fired in there from Jerry towards LC and Randy as well. Accountability, conduct, the standard, the bar, responsibility. To me, that's towards Randy and Collins.
It is, but I think it's a little funny in retrospect with Randy when it came down to a word in a contract.
Yep.
That, no, he reached our standard for conduct and everything else up until the language had to be this way in the contract. That seems a little hollow. And so they were willing to pay him the contract that he got from Denver.
Right.
It just came down to pettiness, and as one person told me, that whole negotiation came down to each person trying to exert their power and influence over the next person, and that's where that went. But La'el Collins, I think, is 100% the example that they're talking about. A guy who wasn't in shape when he came to camp in 2020, had the injuries that they didn't feel like, I think, all the time that he was handling the right way in his rehab, was suspended for 2 games. They told him, take your 2 games, sit down. He went and fought it against their advice, got 5, And so I think that they just had a long list of things that were frustrating to them about Lyle.
Cowboys insider and terrible opinion maker Bobby Belt join us here on 105 to the Fan.
Hey.
Is Jerry guilty of breaking his own "don't let your money get mad" rules this offseason?
Maybe in Randy's case. It's tough though, because I think that was more about, they felt like they weren't getting the proper respect, especially from the agent. And I think they just felt like, well, we don't want to deal with his agent anymore, which at that time when they were having issues with Randy, if they would have signed Randy, they would have had 3 guys on the roster represented by Peter Schefter. 4 weeks from the day where things fell apart, they had 0 players on the roster represented by Peter Schefter. And so I think that they just had a certain way. They didn't feel like they could trust dealing with that agent any longer. I think that was part of what was involved. And I think Amari look, that's not just stuff I've heard. I think you guys have heard some of the murmurs for the last year and a half that they wanted more out of him, and they weren't getting it, and so or they didn't feel like they were getting it.
Right.
And his demeanor, he's just got a different demeanor, and some people interpret that as just, man, he's a different guy. Other people, interpret it as Philip Tanner told us here on the station a couple months ago, former coach on the Cowboys staff, told us that, a lot of people view it as like he's passive aggressive, and so I think it's just they felt like this doesn't fit our culture.
Is this all big culture shift and change?
Yes, 100% of what they're doing this year. Is
From
culture.
what to what?
What
are they writing down that they want to achieve? With what was the past towards what
I don't think they want to hear from anybody ever again that they're soft. I think that's a big deal to them. And I think that was, you sort of heard McCarthy reference it yesterday when they decided to respond and when they were like, hey, let's coach toughness, they were getting dumb penalties. And it's like, okay, you guys don't seem to totally understand what tough, blue-collar football means. And so, yeah, I think a big part of what they were trying to do was change the culture. They were telling players in the draft, telling agents represented by the players throughout the thing, we have a leadership deficit in some of our position groups on this team. And that's going to be a big part of what we're looking for. And so I know it's always something that they consider. I think there was a greater emphasis on leadership, intangibles, toughness, and everything like that with the draft prospects that they looked at this year. And I think they're already leaning on some of those guys as rookies to be culture changers.
Bobby Belt here on Sean and RJ. Did you chuckle or have an eye roll when they all sat up and said they're a better team right now than at this time last year, or can you sell that?
No, I mean, what is that? It's I'm in the greatest shape of my life. It's the same thing, and that's what they're gonna do. They're gonna go up there and they're gonna tell us that they're better and they're in a better. But yeah, it's not believable. It's read my lips, no new taxes. Like that's what they're doing here.
Bobby going political.
Well, I mean, it's the closest real world reference I can think of. It's just it's not believable, but at the same time, I think people just kind of go like, okay, sure. Like they get it's the line. I think in some ways there are people here who believe, yes, we're not as talented as we were last year, but we think we're still a very talented football team, and what we made up for in any sort of drop in talent, we got tenfold in terms of toughness and leadership and things like that. And so I think there are people there who absolutely believe they're better suited, that it's not necessarily the old Scott Pioli line. It's not best 53 players. They've got the right 53 players now, or they're working towards it. But overall, yeah, I think that's a tough sell for them. But as Jerry has kind of indicated, when they feel like they weren't getting the availability from all that talent, it's like, what does that talent matter if we're not getting it consistently?
With LC and Gregory on PUP to start their team's training camps, do you think there's any part of them that's like, see, this is what we're talking about? I know Randy had a surgery.
Yeah.
Colin's dealing with, a PUP back, but they're like, all right, there you go. Already they're missing training camp. Randy's not going to be playing for Denver before the season.
Yeah, I'm sure a little bit probably. I'm sure they're more spiking the football internally on Lyle, because Lyle's issues were more related to injury management and things like that. Randy's issues were less. They did appreciate how much Randy played through injuries, and he had a knee issue that bugged him for a number of years that he played through, and so I think they never questioned his toughness and his ability to play through injury. And so I think they'll more spike the football if, like, we hear about, oh, there's some test that was missed, or, oh, there's a suspension. That's more where they go, see, that's what we're talking about. Or there's some news story about, oh, Randy's here, which I don't anticipate that's going to be an issue. But that's more what I think they'd point to. But either way, definitely, I think it says, those are two guys that if they'd hear right now, they, again, for us, would not be available.
Okay, this was the information part of Bobby's appearance. The next one will be the fighting part.
Ooh, let's fight. Let's go. I took my Adderall this morning.
I will be here.
10 or 5.
Your left leg is
30.
shaking.
30?
30 extended.
Who, Choppy, who are you?
Yeah.
These brand new revelations after 11. You know everything about Adderall now?
I just know things about everything.
But I'm sure you're familiar with the instant, too. It's the extended. It's 12 hours, bro.
And what are the other ones?
The instant release, they're like little meltable tablets. They last for like 4 hours.
Okay, because your left leg right now. Can we get the fan?
No,
can we get the fan cam on his left leg?
That's because honestly, yeah. Look,
just keep it on his left leg. That's it.
All right, here. So, gosh, a little NSFW. Hopefully, Twitch doesn't kick us off. No, honestly, like this is because it hasn't totally kicked in yet. I get too jittery and bouncy when I don't take it.
Oh, so that is when it has not kicked in. You're shaking
it
like
regulates
this.
me. It evens me out.
Okay, let's talk about Cole Beasley entertaining a return to play with Dak Prescott. Is that any possibility? Let's fight over Kyler Murray, Lamar Jackson, and Derek Jeter with Bobby Belt, our Cowboys insider, sitting right here at Cowboys camp in Oxnard. Bobby, sticking around with us next. Go ahead, get that off your third leg.
Get off there.
Right here on the fan. And, of course, I have to sit here.
Now in Oxnard, and they've got a new episode of Love of the Star. By they, I'm talking about Bobby Belt and Brian Broaddus. It's available right now. The best Cowboys content you're going to find on the Odyssey app. It's called Love of the Star. But first, this segment of The Fan brought to you by Franklin Frankel. 214-333-3333 or truckwreck.com in case you've been involved in an accident and it's not your fault. Principal office, Dallas, Texas.
Heard you guys were crushing it with the podcast numbers.
Ooh. Yeah, it's been good. I think we're like second among all Odyssey sports podcasts behind the Patriots or something.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Did you
At least
ask?
something online works around here.
I know.
What is that a reference to?
I mean, everyone is tweeting us about the app. I don't know the state of things. I'm gonna have to get Gavin Spittle as like a special guest tomorrow to explain how to. I'm not playing. How to deinstall, reinstall, signing up for accounts. I don't know the status.
I'll tell you
of
what.
it.
I'm getting choppy over here, real hyped as we're talking about our superior Samsung phones.
Yeah.
And I was just showing him during the break how like now there's this feature that I can erase objects. So like when I took that picture of you, I was able to erase the coffee cup out of the picture completely.
What's that have to do with anything I was talking about?
You're talking about apps, so I just wanted to transition to the superior Android phones. I just wanted to flex on that.
Oh my God, RJ and Bobby were flexing. Hey, I'm not trying to unite you guys. I'm trying to start a fight between you guys.
See, we can fight all we want, but we are united.
It's Braveheart. Unite the clans.
Yes, we are united as one. We are Samsung users.
Yeah, yesterday on the text chain, these two were like bonding that they were the only Samsung users.
Honestly, no. I have never been on a group text where there were more Android users than iPhone.
Yeah, it's the majority now on that group text because it's
myself, Bobby, Bassick,
Dawson.
Yep, that's 4. That's half. We're already at half.
Yeah, and none of the cool kids. All of us are on Apple.
Wait, I think
Chiafalo
with inferior products.
Wait a second. I think one of the nosebleeds has got a sung.
Yeah.
A song.
A Sammy. We call him a Sammy.
A Sammy, yeah.
Sammy
No, we
does.
do. We totally do.
We call him Sammys.
Yeah.
Bobby Belt, at least.
Bobby Belt is sitting down in the on-time experts hot seat. Zach Martin is going to join us at 9 o'clock this morning. Cole Beasley tweeted yesterday that he would consider coming back here to play with Dak Prescott. Is there any possibility of that happening?
I guess rap career's not going the way that he thought it would. A lot of opportunities there. Yeah, look, I think that. I think the Cowboys internally, I think there are people here who would be absolutely open to it. I don't think that bridge was burned the way people think it was. I mean, you got to remember
bridge would be burned. Why? Because of the facilities comparison. It's all about
just
football
when he
there.
left. Yeah. I mean, he was clearly unhappy on his way out. I mean, not just he said things publicly, but before he left, he was saying a lot of things privately. But I think a lot of people just view it as like, that's just the nature of the beast. That's business. That's the way things go. I mean, you got to remember Bryce Butler went up on, television in January of 2018 and basically was like, Scott Linehan doesn't know what he's doing. He's terrible, blah, blah, blah. And then in October, with Scott Linehan still the offensive coordinator, they brought him back and had him in the locker room and had him in, on the roster. And so they're willing to overlook a lot. I think that there are people here who would like to have him here, who would believe in him. Here's the issue. You hear some of the things you'll hear internally are that Mike McCarthy is not a big fan of just smaller slot exclusive players, which is what Cole is. Cole's 5'7", 5'8", and would only play in the slot. He's not giving you any reps outside. Robert Prince similarly has a preference for bigger
Robert
receivers. Is the wide receivers coach for the Cowboys, the newly hired wide receivers coach. Has a preference for bigger receivers, believes that the bigger catch radius kind of always makes you open, even if you're not open. So if you're a smaller guy, he wants you to be an elite route runner, which Cole is. Cole's a very good route runner. And so I think Robert Prince would potentially be open to that. Like, I can't see anything on that threshold, but I think just some of the other parameters that McCarthy has and stuff that might rule out Cole Beasley. But, I don't know. If they get deeper into camp and there are enough people lobbying internally and saying, hey, we can win with this guy and this is a good player and he can get open, we're having trouble with our receivers, then, they very well might do that.
You have said a lot of things to me on and off the air about Kyler Murray, his, local reputation. And now they put a homework clause in the contract. You're an expert with clauses since you're tight with Randy Gregory.
Man.
How
just swerving over in the 405 to hit Randy Gregory in the left lane.
How uncommon is this worth all the airtime it's getting, Kyler, in this homework clause?
This is not normal. This isn't normal. Now, it's normal for teams to check the Microsoft Surface, even though the contract's an iPad. I'm sure the NFL didn't love not going with their league sponsor, but it's normal for them to check the screen time just like you're checking on your kid's iPad.
So you all can check your kids' screen time through how much they're on the iPad?
It'll basically, if you just jump in there, and it'll tell you like screen time and how much of that time has been spent in what apps and things like that.
Okay.
And so
like your phone.
Similarly, and so they can see, and it's more detailed than that at the NFL level. They can see how much somebody's been watching film. And so it's unusual that it's in a contract for that, but I mean that's something that teams worry about. That's something that teams will look at and not even say anything to a player about it, but they just kind of put it in the back of their head as like, okay, well, make a note of that he's not watching film. And it's something that they'll have discussions with players about when contracts come up. But to put a clause in there, it's like, man, if you don't trust your quarterback enough to do his homework, which I don't know, that may be fair or unfair. I'm surprised I'm surprised that they would be willing to pay what they paid, knowing they have those feelings about his work ethic, and I'm stunned that Kyler Murray would want to sign that contract knowing they had those questions about his work ethic.
Yeah, because if he goes take it out, what are they going to do? They're not going to not give him the offer.
No, of course not. He's like, I'll sign it, and then he'll do it.
But I don't know. Maybe that's one of the. Maybe he takes it as a chip on his shoulder and just okay. Sure, put it in the contract. I'll show you. Like, since you have these questions, I'll prove it to you.
Yeah. He's like, I'll still be terrible in December again, with or without the film.
Look, I think it was the Athletic or
New York Times, right?
The whatever y'all were reading the other day, the quarterback rankings, the Sandler quarterback rankings. Yeah. Where one of the anonymous people who's talked to said it's really tough to lead a team when you're kind of a loner. And that's one of the things that you will hear about Kyler. Not necessarily that he's a bad leader or anything else. It's just like he is very independent and he's kind of, introverted, and that's not your standard, quarterback personality. And so I think that naturally runs into some issues for them. But, yeah, I mean, great that he got paid. Makes the Dak deal look like more of a bargain.
Bobby Belt out here in Oxnard with us on Sean and RJ, show number 1 on the Fan. Also in that Athletic article, an anonymous defensive coordinator saying Lamar Jackson will never be a tier 1 quarterback. I don't give an S if he wins league MVP 12 times. I don't think he'll ever be tier 1 as a QB. Can
you believe the Athletic believed I was a defensive coach when I talked to Mike Sando and gave him those quotes? He absolutely believed. He totally bought that. What a chump. Yeah. No, 100% agree with that. He I don't know if it was the same coach, but there was one of those quotes, and there was like, he's a good football player. He's not a good quarterback. That's exactly how I view it. He's a great football player. He's not a great quarterback. He's just not. The main job that he's asked to do, or that the position is asked to do in the most aggressive passing era in the history of the league, he doesn't do it that well. And so he's a weapon, and I'd have him in the top 15. I think that's where I had him when we were talking about this recently. But, yeah, there's no way I'm putting him in the top 10. Not right now, not without some development.
Lamar or Hurts throwing it?
Hurts.
Simmer.
As a natural arm talent, Hurts. Now, look, if you want to talk about, like, who's more polished or who does, this or that better, I mean, Lamar's a better runner. Lamar's is a higher IQ player, I think. I think in certain parts of the field, like Lamar has better accuracy and things like that. But when we talk about just like better arm talent, it hurts to me.
I just think there's a narrative around Lamar, and I think a lot of it is.
Give it to me, Warren Sharp. Tell me why you love Lamar Jackson.
I'm not really a Warren Sharp guy. Warren Sharp has got this perception that he's some analytics dude.
He's also a Ravens consultant, which is why he never talks down about the Ravens.
Oh, he is. Yeah. He's just a compiler of charts. That's all. He just charts things.
Yes.
But I think there's a perception around Lamar that because the Ravens don't throw it a lot, it's that he can't throw. Because some of his counting numbers, his volume stats, are not all that high. So you know what I mean?
But why don't they throw it?
It's just not their philosophy. Their philosophy is just not to throw it a lot. That's just not what they do.
So you think they'd rather have a running quarterback than a throwing quarterback?
100%. I think they absolutely.
I don't
believe that.
I don't think that's the philosophy. I think that's what they tailor to the weapon that they have. And look, like, Lamar could be a better passer than what they use him for. I wouldn't necessarily dispute that. But But, man, we're talking about in this era with all the challenges that, and I understand he was hurt, but with all the challenges that a scrambling quarterback can present and how that causes defenders to hesitate and all the issues that causes for defenders to account for that and work for that, it is unreal to me that you'd be damn near 1-to-1 on your touchdown-interception ratio with that kind of threat to the defense. That means you are not throwing the ball well at all. And I understand that's a counting number, and I understand turnovers can be
but that was just last year.
Can be random. Yeah, it was last year.
2 years ago, and then 3 years ago he was...
Takes time to adjust to players.
3-1.
Takes time to adjust to football players. Takes time to adjust to new weapons. It took time for people to adjust to, Vic and things like that. I think it's nuts that people have Lamar over Kyler. And I'm not like the biggest Kyler fan, but to me, Kyler's a better overall football player than Lamar.
I think it's close. You'd
say Kyler's a better passer, wouldn't you?
Yes, 100%.
Okay. Yeah, and I don't think they're that far off in terms of their ability to run.
I don't think they're that far off. Yeah, I think Kyler I'd probably put it higher than Lamar.
Yeah, and so that's why I had I had the normal top 10 ahead of Lamar, and then I had Stafford and Carr, and then somewhere in there it's probably like Cousins, Mac Jones, and Lamar or something like that.
Pretty soft showing, Choppy. All this talk, all this bark and bite past few days.
He hasn't taken his Adderall yet.
I'm not on the hill for Lamar Jackson.
You're not gonna stare him down face to face. You're scared of facing him face to face,
Reggie
like Jared Sandler.
Reggie will try that.
What?
He tries to fight me on Lamar.
Oh, he does.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think Lamar's not a tier 1 quarterback, but tier 1 is 4 guys.
Yeah,
he's tier 2. He's in the same category as Dak.
No, yeah. I wouldn't put him there. I'd put him in tier 4.
I think
no, but here's the way I do it. I don't say this is what I mean by tier 4. I don't mean like tier 4 is like this is a designated area where this is what your accomplishments are when you're in tier 4. I just mean that here's a group of quarterbacks that they're all pretty close and they're the best in the league, and then there's a drop, and then here's another group of quarterbacks that they're all pretty close and they're better than the ones ahead. And so I break down like that. Not saying that you can't win with Lamar. I'm just saying that I think he is in a group that is behind 3 other groups of players that are better than him at quarterback.
Thank you, brother. We'll see you out of practice.
I love you all.
Cowboys insider Bobby Belt here in Oxnard on DFW Sports Station, brought to you by Metter Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram, Twin Peaks, and, of course, Bobcat of North Texas. Zach Martin will be sitting down in the On-Time Experts hot seat at the top of the hour at 9 a.m., but, Jared Sandler has some Texas Ranger frustration. We got another classic piece of Sandler audio. An NFL player wants to change his name to Shaq, and someone's about to be a billionaire after no one won the lotto last night. That's all next with Sean and RJ on The Fan.
Hey, what's going on, Tolos? It is
He's safe at the plate, and the ball game's over.
That was the call last night of the Rangers' walk-off loss against the Seattle Mariners. This is Sean and RJ on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a TOLO. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On, DFW Sports Station. Why am I hearing an echo of myself? I'm hearing a loud echo.
Uh-oh.
Don't get me wrong. It sounds amazing. Sounds fantastic. But I'm hearing an echo somewhere. Somehow.
Did Bobby
Probably
Bell give you
Bell's
something
fault.
during the break?
I would agree to that, yeah.
Right?
Oh, I just heard that.
One of the computers. Maybe it's choppy. Is your computer on?
It is not.
Go ahead,
Is
hit
your
the mute
volume
button
on?
there. Nope, no volume on.
No?
So there you go. We're good to go. So that was the walk-off loss against the Mariners. Jared Sandler, though, had the audio of the night, and Jared is listening right now, so we'll see if he texts me an explanation, as he was sick and tired and frustrated with the Rangers and one of their fans.
I do want to just say something, and it's funny. I see who's on Twitter Live, and there are a few people who like to run their mouth and never want to call in. If you're going to call me out, and I invite you to call in, and you don't, look in the mirror. All right, you want to call me out and hide behind a computer screen, but you're not man enough to pick up the phone. Hey, you got protection. You're still just calling on the phone. All right, I know you're probably scared to talk to me face to face because I've dealt with these Twitter tough guys. You meet them in person and they can't even look you in the eye. You don't have to look me in the eye. It's a phone call. But if you're going to call me out and you want to talk ball and call me out, then call. And it's funny because one of the guys who was a big violator of this, he didn't even show up on Twitter Live tonight. It's kind of funny how that works.
Woo! Where does that rank in the Sandler Hall of Fame? Does that even medal? Does that even medal with gold, bronze, or silver with some of Jared's tirades?
It's not up there with the where did you play Major League Baseball or what does this have to do with 2009?
Yeah.
That doesn't rank up there with that. I think this might be on the Mount Rushmore of Sandler, though.
You're not listening to what I'm saying.
Yeah. I think that's very good. I think it's very good.
Okay. What was the best part of it? You don't want to see me face to face?
Yes, you don't want to see me face to face.
You're a putz.
Yeah. That one's better, too.
I know you're probably scared to talk to me face to face.
Can't beat it. Can't beat it. It's great. It's fantastic.
This is the worst, though, when you listen back to when you go off like that. Like, he's texting me, man, I sound like a douche. It was 1 a.m. They are killing me, but they won't call in. Hey, you got the fan text and Twitter that we just have to deal with.
Yeah.
I always fire back on Twitter.
Yeah.
I'm saying F you, your mama. I'll tell your girlfriend later. And people are like, oh my gosh, I can't believe it. And I'm like, yeah, man, if you talk smack, I'm gonna come right back at you aggressively. But I try not to go on the radio rants to do it.
Truckwreck.com text line. Sandler was the baseball player that wore all the wristbands and flashy gear but rode the bench.
Yeah.
I'll be damned if I let a munchkin call me out like that.
Oh,
Dang,
dump that. That's
all right,
dump the
Jerry.
M word.
All right, Jerry. The game was over at like midnight. Give Sandler a break. He needed his nap.
Yes.
Oh, come on. So
Guys.
mean. Leave him alone.
Yes.
We like Jared.
So the Sandman, a little bit frustrated maybe with the Rangers season and some of the Ranger callers on the postgame show last night. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. How about Darius Leonard getting rejected by...
I'm sorry. Who?
This is an RJ Choppy no-no, as the great linebacker of the Indianapolis Colts wants to now be referred to by the middle name Shaquille. By the way, Zach Martin, the future Hall of Famer, sitting down with us live at 9 o'clock here on Sean and RJ, so stay tuned for that. But Darius Leonard asked reporters yesterday to call him Shaquille, which is his middle name. I went by Shaquille my whole life. My mom called me Shaquille. My family called me Shaquille. My friends and family called me Shaquille. I only went by Darius in school or if I was in trouble. Once I got to the NFL, that's when people started calling me Darius. I hate it, but coming in as a rookie, I figured, hey, I didn't want to tell people what to do. Randy Moss said best advice as a rookie, keep your mouth closed and your eyes and ears open. So I came in and worked. I didn't want to be treated special. I didn't want to cause any problems. But now I'm asking you guys if you can call me by my middle name. I know it's going to be tough. I understand it's going to be hard. But I would love if you could call me Shaquille or D or Maniac, not Darius.
That's a no for me, dog. As whatever that dude from American Idol would say, Randy.
Yeah,
it's a no. First of all, you didn't go by Shaquille your whole life. You know how I know that? Because if you did, you would have gone by that in college and the pros. You know, like you would have told you who goes by. I go by a different name than my real name. You know where I never went by my real name? Anywhere. Not in school. Nobody called me in school Ralph.
Yeah.
They didn't. I corrected them.
I allowed it in I wanted to criticize them. I allowed it in college. I don't know if I had much of a choice because I was being hazed, in the fraternity, but the college friends call me Shan. There was already a Sean, so they're like, we're going to make fun of you and call you Shan, and that never left. But why didn't Darius just first day like Najee Harris?
Yeah.
You can correct without looking like an entitled rookie. He should have just done it day one last year.
Yeah.
Guys, it's Shaquille. I can't go Shaquille Leonard.
You can't. Once you've won the Defensive Rookie of the Year or whatever it is, you can't go by a different name.
Yeah.
You're locked in. He's locked in now. I'm sorry, Darius.
No, but if he was out here and he sat down, would you sit there and say to him right here, you're going to be next to Zach Martin? You'd be like, all right, Darius, and you're just going to refuse?
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
Oh, no, I'm going to cower like hell. I don't call him Shaquille. Are you kidding me? Well, that's stupid. It's self-preservation.
What were you about to say, Troy?
No, I agree with you. Like Najee Harris, like he came out strong.
It's freaking Najee Harris. Najee. It's not Najee. It's not N-A-J-A. It's N-A-J-E-E.
Like he came out strong about that. And if you're someone like Chris Jackson and you change your name because I don't want to be Chris Jackson anymore, everyone called him by his new name. It was Muhammad Abdul-Rauf. You know, that's what they called him now. I understood that because it was for religious reasons. You can't change your name now, and you can't also throw out a nickname. Or you can call me, what was it, Maniac, Lunatic, or something?
Or D?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
can't do it.
If someone wants to call you a certain name, let them call you that, even if they're, Captain America.
Thanks, Shannon, RJ.
Thank you, Roger. Appreciate that.
Okay, and then Jamar Chase had to get Joe Burrow
out of bed.
Appendectomy, appendix removed for Joe Burrow, and then the Jamar Chase story that he was telling.
Yeah, this was cool. So Jamar Chase, after the Super Bowl, Joe Burrow was so down, devastated, depressed, whatever word that starts with a D that you want to use, when they lose to the Rams 23-20, that he couldn't get out of bed. He literally could not get out of bed. This was in a GQ article. So Jamar said, man, I was upset that we lost too, but I got to be happy I made it this far. We just made it to the Super Bowl. What can I complain about? And that, so they live close to each other, Jamar and Joe Burrow. Jamar coaxed Joe out of bed. They went out in the town for the first time since after they won the college title. And Jamar was like, enjoy the moment. And this is like, and Jamar's confident, like you said in the article, confident get back to the Super Bowl, one or two more chances. But that's a leader. That's a teammate right there. Can't get you're all depressed. You're down. You can't get out of bed. Your boy comes to get you up.
All right, our boy is – well, he's not our boy. I'm just saying that to sound cool. Zach Martin is going to be sitting down with us. Do you think he gets – is this like veteran Hall of Fame choice and option of like first-day media? Get that out of the way. That way Zach doesn't have to talk anymore.
For the rest of camp? Yeah, I think this is.
And what if – I'm curious. What if Zach won the Mega Millions? What would he – I wonder if that would change anything for him. Anything at all?
Yeah, he'd be a billionaire.
He'd be a billionaire, but –
want to be a billionaire.
What else? What else would change, if anything? He's already got probably all the money in the world. We're up to $1 billion now. No one won the Mega Millions last night. So Friday's drawing is going to be worth $1 billion. Third time, I believe, in the history of the Mega Millions that it's gotten that high. So Zach Martin is going to sit down with us. Troy, what was your question about being, the Butcher? You want to know why he's referred to as the Butcher?
Yeah, I don't understand why that name has not been attached to him because he was known as the Butcher. But not in college, not in Notre Dame, not in his early Cowboy years. That was his high school basketball nickname, the Butcher. And I'm curious if he still balls. I mean, I know probably some guys don't want to talk about what they do in their offseason. I'm sure. I just want to know, does he play basketball?
Let's sit down. I was hoping this was about, like, cutting beef.
Of course you were.
Of course you did, yeah.
The butcher.
Yeah.
You know, can he talk about dry age or prime or choice select? I don't know. Let's find out next as Zach Martin, the Cowboys' future Hall of Famer, joins us live from Cowboys camp on Sean and RJ.
Let's get your carpet clean.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
And joining us.
Are you a fist pumper?
Did you?
What's your go-to dance move?
I do a little fist pumping back in the day, I guess.
Can you fist pump one time for
Yeah,
us?
one of these.
There it is. It's
you
not
shuffle. You shuffler.
I'm more like a shoulder.
It's 9 a.m. and that's Zach Martin joining us on the Fan Cam Fist Pump time in the On Time Experts hot seat. Did you watch Jersey Shore?
Oh yeah, big time.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
They've never been able to replicate it.
No, they haven't.
You and your wife.
See, that was when I was in college. So cabs are here. That's like
Yeah,
going out to the
cabs are
bars
here.
in college.
Yes.
That's yeah.
Now, I don't know, you and your wife, what genre of like television do you watch? My wife and I will watch the reality garbage together.
Well, I was like a hardcore I still like the series and stuff, but she's like hardcore trash TV, so I've kind of fallen into that.
Okay,
a little bit.
give me a show or two.
Let's see. Below Deck.
Yeah.
Regular or Mediterranean?
You don't know what you walked into.
Yeah, regular.
Okay. All right. Was it Captain Lee?
Captain Lee. Yeah. Got a great beard.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does. Okay, what else?
Let's see. Other trash TV.
Vanderpump.
Oh yeah, Vanderpump.
Yeah. Housewives.
She watches. I don't watch the Housewives. She watches all the Housewives.
Right,
but
right.
yeah, there's got to be some.
What are you guys not allowed to watch while you're out here since you're not together? What's off limits?
Terminal List. She wants to watch together, so I got to wait for that one.
Okay.
And then I hadn't seen Top Gun yet, and she really wants me to wait for that one, which I need to see. But that's one that's off limits for camp.
What is the one travel item you have to make sure you pack when you come out here?
Man, I pack pretty light out here. I mean, I bring my personal iPad, and that's
it.
Yeah, and like some clothes.
Do you just tell them I need new gear, and just bring me a couple T-shirts?
I mean, I pack a few shirts and stuff, and then they take care of us, and then they give us gear, and I don't know, as light as possible.
Wow. Can you hear us at all at 3:30?
No, I can't.
Because that was a big issue with Travis.
Yeah, well, this is the first time I've been out here. I've moved rooms for the first time out here. They kind of put a lot of the veterans in the middle of the facility here, so I'm away from you guys now.
Do you use a sleep sound thing, like a white noise, brown noise?
Well, it's funny. So I've got a couple kids, and I'm used to sleeping having the monitors and the white noise going. So I don't have that right now. I can really sleep anywhere at any time. So
you can sleep on the plane?
Oh yeah, no problem.
Easy sleeper.
Yeah.
So the hierarchy out here is the further away from us, the more you're moving up.
I think this year they put a lot of the veterans in the middle.
Yeah.
You're kind of same distance to the locker room, to the meeting rooms and all that kind of stuff.
So do you this is an age-old sports debate. Practicing, you should be out in Frisco outside 103 versus out here and we're cold. Your toes might be cold. Oh, man, you got some rough feet, Zach.
Yeah, don't look at them. They're brutal.
What's worse, the feet or the fingers?
No,
Let me see your fingers.
The bottom. Oh, the fingers are bad, too. I bite my nails and shit.
But,
sorry.
Whoa,
hey.
All right. But no, they're not you don't have the Anthony Munoz
I got
finger.
Some nasty
Oh, put it on. Oh, my God.
Did
Did you get it on the fan cam? He's got the discoloration on the feet. Now, look, I'll
get a pumice stone.
Show yours. We'll all show our feet. Mine are not good either.
I lost a toenail not too long ago.
Feet,
but
man.
you have what'd you say?
You got some small feet.
Oh, Lord, what's on the bottom of your heel, Choppy?
Oh, yeah, I got, I went through, my foot went through a spike a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, but you know the worst thing is he, is actually doing things on his feet.
I know, right?
Where he's playing football. But the hands are clean.
Yeah, hands are solid.
The nails are just a little bit messed up. But practicing out here, do you love coming out here?
I love coming out here. I think, the weather, I think it gives everyone a fair shot to get evaluated. Because people aren't
dying
the entire practice. You can get a true evaluation of the team and guys, and then two, I think it's a good breakup to come out here for a month, kind of get away. This is training camp. We're secluded together. We can go to work for a month, and then when we go back, it's kind of the sign that hey, the season's about to get going here.
So you don't think the 100 degrees toughens you up and?
Oh, we'll get plenty of that. I mean, we get back in August. It'll be hot in Dallas. We'll get plenty of that.
Because that's so. But the grass is by far the best part about this.
Yeah. Especially we practice when we get back, we'll have to practice inside for a couple weeks, I think, because we'll have fans. And the turf is tough to practice on consecutive days for knees, ankles, all that stuff. So being out here, they got 2 great fields for us. Weather's perfect. It's really the perfect scenario to practice in. How much have you changed your off-season regimen over the year? Is it like the same still, or what do you adjust? No, I think 2020, the COVID year, was kind of a tough year for me. Obviously for everyone. Not only the COVID stuff, but it was the first time I kind of missed an extended period of time in games. And after that year, I kind of made some adjustments into how I kind of took care of myself. Definitely in season, off season, spending more time on my body and feeling good. Zach Martin sitting down with us here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. All these media lists come out, top 10. You're always number one in terms of best Cowboy player, Cowboy on the roster. Madden, ESPN, PFF. Have you heard any of that? You get the notification or someone tell you you've made this list? Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to lie to you. I see it. It's really not – I don't put much stock into it, we've got a ton of good guys out here. I think. Here we go. Okay, here we go. We got a ton of good guys. The way I kind of judge myself in playing is consistency, right? And so that's what I just try to be as consistent as possible. Try to be the same guy every day, and I've been able to do it up to this point and kind of keep this thing rolling. Do you like try to be a little bit competitive in terms of it's you and Quentin and it was Yonda always mentioned together? Yeah. You kind of view it like that, like keep an eye on what they're doing or they're grading or try to make No, not so much that. I mean, I love watching other people's tape. I know Big Q, we Notre Dame guys, so I love watching his film, picking up little things from him and what he does, and but no, it's not like he's rated this way, I got to be this. It's nothing like that. Big Ten or SEC? Notre Dame going to move to? I think they're going to Big Ten. Yeah. Is that what you want? Well, with how it's going, with everything. I mean, if it's going to affect playoffs and how they get in and all that kind of stuff, I think it's probably smart. What's your sports consumption in terms of watching other football, diehard college, other sports? What is it? I watch all football. I used to be like a diehard college football fan, and I don't know. So ever since I came into the NFL, I like watching NFL football. Really? Yeah. Why do you think? I agree with you. But I don't know. I just think I don't know. I know a lot of the guys around the league. Well, I don't know. I just like watching NFL football. I like watching the highest level, and not say I don't like watching college football, but like anytime we get a chance to watch Thursday night, Monday night, we play early on Sunday. I always watch the late games when we get home. Do you take in the debate shows on TV like that? Don't stop talking about the Cowboys. Not really, no. But I mean, every time you turn on the TV, it's something about us. Because how do you deal with it's a circus around here. Yeah. Like how do you deal with that? What would be your media advice? Like, you've never gotten in trouble. You're never going to create a headline. Yeah. Like, Tyler Smith comes to you, or you go to him and you give him media advice for being a Dallas Cowboy. I always think it's funny half the time because half the time they don't know. They're not saying the right thing. They don't know what's going on really in the locker room and with certain guys. So, I mean, it's a cliche answer. I just really don't pay attention to it all that much. I mean, I see it, but it really doesn't affect me. And other sports consumption? College basketball. I love college basketball. Yeah, buddy. Wow. Yeah, love college basketball. Who's your team? Wildcats, man, UK. Oh, why? He said I thought he was going to go, Notre Dame. Notre Dame. No, my parents both went to Kentucky, so I was raised big time. Have you met Ashley Judd? I have not personally met Ashley Judd, no. Calipari? I've never really met. I was like, so I came up in the, my dad went there, like I said, played football there, and actually the team Priest when in the 90s and stuff was our kind of guy who married my parents, baptized all of me and my brothers. So I had a little in when like Patino and like Tubby Smith were there. So I've got like all the old like Antoine Walker, Ron Mercer sidecar.
Oh, wow. I didn't think anyone else loved Ron Mercer.
Yeah.
He was my guy.
Great.
33.
I think the greatest college team ever.
Naz Muhammad was my all-time favorite at Kentucky. I got the Sports Illustrated signed Naz Muhammad.
Wow. Okay, so college hoops.
College hoops for sure.
Do you watch baseball?
No.
Golf?
Yes. Yeah, I got real into golf probably 4 or 5 years ago, so I watch all the big golf tournaments.
Who do you go out here and play with?
Cooper Rush, big-time golfer. Dak and Zeke slapped it around a little bit.
Okay.
It's too hot in Dallas right now to play, but I played some this summer. I was up in Indiana. Played quite a bit this summer.
French Lick?
No, I'm Indianapolis, like Fort Wayne area. Up
French
north.
Lick's like one of these. Like,
French Lick?
Yeah, that's down southern Indiana.
Yeah.
They've got some like big-time courses.
Yeah. They do?
Yeah.
Where Bird grew up?
Yeah.
And they got a casino.
They do?
Yeah.
That's where the McAfee.
I think you guys are like bonding right here. You both got ugly feet, gambling, and college hoops, and golf.
That's where the McAfee Manning Red 18 story came from.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now that's a little clue. Brad Sham, we're sitting down with Zach Martin, the future Hall of Famer here on The Fan. Brad Sham texted us that we had to have a Peyton off. You guys really are. I hope you don't
big
seem
Peyton guy?
It's huge. I was in Tennessee. We were at college.
So I
together.
moved. So I'm originally from Kansas City. I moved to Indianapolis in '98, the year they drafted Peyton. So that's where I grew up in the
But he's your all-time favorite?
Yeah, definitely.
All right, Choppy.
All right, I got a 5-question.
We got a pop quiz.
Yeah, we'll see.
All right. Question number 1. Who is the greatest quarterback in NFL history?
Peyton Manning.
Peyton Manning. That's the right answer. That's the right answer. Question number 2. How many more first-team All-Pro selections does Peyton Manning have than Tom Brady?
How many more? 5.
It's 4. It's close.
Ooh. God, is that many?
Yeah. 7-3.
Did you see how I said it?
Tom's got one more than Rich Gannon. How many Super Bowls did Peyton Manning drag worthless head coaches to?
Well, let's see. How many? Let's see. I like the coaches. I'm not going to.
Okay, he's not going to create the headline. Zach Martin bashes who? Give me one of the coaches. Jim Caldwell.
Who is the greatest college quarterback in college football history?
Well, I mean, you got to go. Let's see. We're going to go Peyton Manning here, of course.
The answer I was looking for was Tim Tebow, but I'll accept Peyton Manning.
So is that 4 for 4?
That's 4 for 4 so far.
Okay.
What is Peyton Manning's playoff record against Tom Brady?
Oh, man. I mean, not winning. Does he have a winning percentage against them? Does he?
Yeah.
Oh, you're not just going Colts here. You're going obviously Denver.
Yeah,
too.
Denver too.
I don't know. Let's say 6-4.
Oh, it's 3-2.
He's
played 5 times
in the playoffs. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But you doubled it, so you had the percentages right. It was the same thing.
All right, that's pretty impressive. Have you met Peyton?
We played Denver one of his last years. Like briefly ran by, gave him a little handshake, but
who were you?
Didn't want to fanboy too hard.
Yeah. Who have you fanboyed over? Like, doesn't matter, college, high school. You were like, I'm dying to meet this guy. You got nervous. You were shaken up. Or celebrity.
This is going to contradict what we were just talking about here, but like if I met Brady, I'd be pretty.
I can see that.
Oh,
too.
Yeah.
You both are Brady hypocrites too.
Oh, look,
I'm not going to. I mean,
it's great.
I love me some Brady.
Yeah, I do. I love Tom.
That's what everyone says. They're like, you love Peyton, and I'm like, yeah, but you
love Brady.
Yeah, right.
And
he's so good looking.
He's bashed Brady nonstop. But then, what turned it? Was Peyton's places?
Yeah.
When he had him
when I found out they're friends,
Yeah,
I was
they're
like,
buddies.
if Peyton likes him, so can I.
There you go. All right, let's finish up with some football so the Tolos don't get too mad at us. First impressions, Tyler Smith.
Yeah, big, physical, can really do some things that you can't coach. So I'm looking forward to seeing him in pads and seeing how he does. He did a nice job in OTAs, but I guess we'll really see how it is when pads come on.
McCarthy said that Micah's lost some weight. We were wondering about Micah as a power rusher. Like when you're going up against him, is it still kind of all about his speed or what?
No, that's probably the biggest thing that people don't realize. He's got the power. He's got a ton of power. He's explosive, right? He's the most explosive guy we've got. So he's got the shake. He's got the speed to beat you around the edge. But if you kind of go at him with your hands wide trying to get ready for the speed, he can run you over.
Zach Martin here on 105.3 The Fan, and then Sam Williams. People are looking at as a possible Randy Gregory replacement. What's the early scouting report on him?
Yeah, fast, really fast off the ball. I didn't see a whole lot of him in OTAs. He was kind of banged up a little bit there, so he's another guy where, it'd be good to see during training camp, but kind of jumps off the tape with the speed off the ball.
Is it the same with D-line? 'Cause I know with O-line you want to see with the pads on.
Yeah.
Is that the same with D-line too?
I think so. Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can kind of see their movements and their get-offs, but no pads, OTAs. They're saying, they're not. A lot of guys, sometimes their best moves a bull rush, and with no pads, you're trying not to get guys to bull rush, and so you don't really see the whole catalog of moves and things they can do until you put the pads on.
Have you played the lottery in the past few weeks?
I have not.
Do you know what's going on with it?
It's big.
Billion.
Yeah,
billion.
Yeah. I know it's big, but no, I have not played it.
If you won,
yeah.
Would you retire?
what would change if Zach Martin won the $1 billion lottery?
Nothing right now. Maybe down the road.
What are you, 31?
31.
Oh.
Yeah.
Could you imagine?
Would your wife bug you to stop?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. She'd probably be fine if I stopped right now.
First trip or is there a purchase?
I go to we've always wanted to go to Greece, so maybe just take a private plane to Greece.
Oh,
I'm sure things will look up for you at some point.
Yeah.
You'll be able to get there.
That's right. And then Troy, give Zach your final question you've been wondering all these years.
Yeah, I mean, I'm so curious as to why this has not been a part of your NFL career and it was only part of your basketball career in high school. Where did the name The Butcher come from, and why has that gone away?
All right. I think I've told this story, but I'll tell it again. I have no idea where that nickname came from. I think someone just went on my Wikipedia page and put that in there. I don't necessarily.
That's kind of a dark.
I don't ever remember
Butcher.
being called the Butcher. We did play a team. I was a bigger guy in high school, and we did play a team one time. Whenever I was on the foul line, they started chanting "Hot Juicy Burger." So maybe that, maybe that.
That's the story?
The Butcher, I'd never heard that ever until one of my buddies was like, dude, on your Wikipedia page it says your nickname was The Butcher, so I don't know.
The Butch. I was hoping you were like a griller, like
a
brisket
I like
or something.
To grill. Yeah, no, I like to do that, but I don't know if that's the nickname.
Do you smoke or just grill?
A little bit of both.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you can make brisket?
Yeah, I can make brisket. Boston butt.
Whoa!
Did you say Boston butt?
Yeah,
Boston
choppy.
butt.
What is that?
Stay in your lane over there. Pork butt.
Pork butt.
Like
Boston
pulled
butt.
pork. Pulled pork.
I get
People
it.
not call it Boston butt?
People call it He doesn't know anything.
I don't know. I'm an idiot.
He has no idea. He thinks brisket's overrated. He doesn't like beef ribs either.
Oh, man.
He don't belong
Just give me
here.
a steak.
I mean, if I had to choose one, I'm going just
Of course.
ribeye all day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now see.
Finally we broke him up.
Wait, do you dry age? Are you a dry age?
He's looking for Troy. He's like,
sorry
where's
about
that?
that.
Troy's in the back right.
No, just your standard prime ribeye.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. What you got going over there?
I'm a flay guy. I don't like the fat.
Yep.
You don't like flavor? It's fine.
Yeah. Exactly. Zach,
I gotta look lean.
Ending it with a perfect walk-off. Hey, man, thank you for joining us. Keep up with the Hall of Fame path and have a safe and healthy camp. We appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
There he is, Zach Martin, sitting down with us here on Sean and RJ to kick off camp right here on your home of America's team. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
Zach could shake his hand. Got a normal size hand.
I know. He made fun of my feet. God knows about my hand size. I try to stay away from that right there. Man, what an awesome dude sitting down in the on-time experts hot seat. Jerry Jones was on fire yesterday talking about Mike McCarthy, why Randy Gregory and LC and Amari are no longer here. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, joins us to recap Jerry next.
But let's get you healthy.
Car balances, personal loans, or outstanding taxes. Everything is spiraling out of control, and you feel like you have no way out, but you do. With Rubin and Associates at 1-800-LAWYERS or DallasTexasLegal.com.
I don't know if we've had a better player interview here at training camp than what Zach Martin just gave us. Wow, that was incredible. Hopefully you caught him on the fan cam. And when it comes to DallasCowboys.com, we turn to this guy Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays. Nick Eatman joining us here on Sean and RJ out in Oxnard, California. By the way, Stephen Jones on KNC today at 1:15, and Micah Parsons will be on with the G-Bag Nation. Happy camp.
Nice. What day is it? He said, is this one of those days? Well, I guess it's Wednesday.
Today's Wednesday. Have you already lost track of time?
A little bit, but you know what?
We're the ones waking up at 2:30.
Yeah, right. True. I'll say this. Zach Martin is leading the pack with interviews. Like, this is at least number 3 that I've seen from him. It started when he got here. But
well, you know how it works. And I asked Zach this before we went on. I was like, do you get status to where you get to choose – I'll go day one, get it out of the way. And he's like, yeah, that's the way it works. So they won't be asking him for any more sit-downs. He's getting them out of the way.
I think when Travis Frederick was here, and no offense to Travis, but, Travis was more that we don't talk. We're offensive linemen. We don't talk. Tyron doesn't talk. We don't talk. And so Zach just like, we don't really talk. But now that Travis isn't here, I think Zach's like, yeah, someone's got to step up here and talk, and
Who are your other great interviews that you would tell us to try to get on this roster?
Well, I mean, I understand when you're doing interviews, it's got to be like great player, great,
Yeah.
And I don't know where he falls on this, but man, Jordan Lewis will make my stomach hurt. I mean, seriously, like he says whatever he wants to say, which can get him in trouble sometimes, but not really. But he is just hilarious to me, and he's got a good perspective about it. This is the first guy that comes to mind. I know that there's others.
So yesterday when we came out here to say what's up, we were all kind of given that look of that presser just happened, and Jerry Jones opens up with this. No questions to prompt it. Here's Jerry wanting to defend his head coach right off the bat.
But one of the ones I want to address directly, because I guess it's the one that probably the one that I have the most sensitivity about, and that is Mike and him coaching. And I want to be real clear. He wouldn't be sitting here today if I didn't think he was the man to lead this team to a Super Bowl. He would not be, and I have choices. And so that's not meant to be insensitive to anybody. That's a fact. And so you guys write about a lot of those choices, and they were there for my use had I wanted them. And no, the guy to my right is who I'm convicted about, have been. We certainly have had things we've addressed, the way we've addressed them in the offseason. I think we have successfully put together a staff that really, from this vantage point, gives us absolutely the best chance with our makeup and our team to get to the ultimate success. So I want to be real clear about that.
What did you take from yesterday, Nick Eatman?
I mean, I agree with that because Jerry does. He has choices, and this is who he wants to have as the head coach. Now, we could be sitting here a year from now, and he could be saying, "I have choices, and I made them." He was the guy that I wanted to make, and I wanted to have, and I wanted to change it. I think there's another factor into this too, and he said it later on in the press conference that Dan Quinn being here is because of Mike, and so everybody knew we got to keep Dan Quinn. And so I think that Jerry looked at this whole picture and said, it's not time to make any changes. Yeah, I'm pissed off about the 49ers game and all that, and let's try to make some changes here. Let's address it. Let's draft players that are, that maybe won't get our ass kicked on the line and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But also keeping Dan Quinn in the fold, and I think keeping Mike here and Dan, and I do think that he believes that Mike, that this coaching staff can get it done.
But you agree that McCarthy showed some uneasiness, I think, with the circus and the noise around here in the offseason. I blame Jerry for it. I felt bad for Mike and this offseason, even though it comes with the territory, of course. But the way that Jerry, publicly negotiated Dan Quinn or his strategy, and then McCarthy kind of vented out on the Rich Eisen show and all the Sean Payton talk. I mean, I don't know, Nick. To me, I was surprised that McCarthy has let this get to him to the degree I think it's gotten to him. It's like I'm like, wow, he's showing us that this is like 10 times bigger than even the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah,
because he seemed thrown off or bothered by a lot. And Garrett never flinched publicly,
right?
But he's been here, so he was used to it as a player.
As a player, you're right about that. You kind of see. I mean, he saw the circus before all of us, really. If just from a different perspective. And I think that is one thing that could be a criticism of McCarthy, and it's not just letting all this get to him, but also, he's been criticized for his not letting calls go with officials.
Yeah.
And he's kind of been down that road a little bit. So, but then again, like, you don't want to blast the guy because what do we always ask for in the media?
Are you looking out here to see what room he could be coming out of or walking past?
Maybe so. No, but what I'm actually trying to say is that, like, just like you just said with players, which player is a good interview and all that, like, we want these guys to be real and real people. Come out, say what it is, don't lie. Jason was robotic,
yes,
in that, and Mike is not that way. So that therefore, it's almost like a double-edged sword. It's like we love when the guy comes out and he says exactly what he's feeling, but then he gets criticized for it at the same time. This would be bothersome if my boss was floating around going, man, boy, if this guy ever left, I sure would like him.
Yeah.
What do you believe he has to accomplish this year?
Championship game. I really do.
NFC title game?
NFC championship game. Unless
Getting there.
Unless the season does something kind of weird where, you really, I'd say a really bad start, but if it's that bad of a start, I don't know if he'll make it through all the way. You know what I mean? I think if it's like, knock on wood, something happens, injury, and then you're fighting to get back in there, and you get back in there, and then, maybe the divisional game, but I think it's got to go. I think you got to take that next step.
And you're right. I mean, like, if they were to make that in-season change, something like you said, something happened. But even if they don't, everyone's pointing to Dan Quinn. Have we just completely forgotten Atlanta already?
Right.
Like, are we not? We're treating this guy like he's Tom Landry.
Exactly. No, you're right about that. Because there's and not just because of what happened with the Falcons, all that. Because it wasn't just the Super Bowl game. I mean, we saw it in that Week 2 game. We saw a collapse, and that was why he got fired, because of those games that Atlanta was playing there. But there's another aspect to all that, is that when you have a coordinator in the wings, it's like, I always thought the same thing when Garrett got hired and Wade Phillips. I'm like, okay, so if Garrett's going to be the coach, like, how does this happen? Like, I mean, if the Cowboys start losing like a lot of games, like 17-14 or whatever, okay, well then offense is not working and the defense is still going. But if the team struggles early, I'm sure the defense and Dan Quinn's going to be a part of it too. So you don't just hand over.
Yeah.
You don't get a promotion.
And if we've forgotten about Kellen Moore, he was the next chosen one.
He might be
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. What I was most interested in at the beginning of that presser was his explanation for why the three guys aren't here. Amari, LC, Randy Gregory, and the words I wrote down, Nick, he referenced standard, a bar, conduct, attention to team, detail, responsibility, availability. What did you make of Jerry explaining this offseason, which has many Cowboy fans thinking it was a step backwards?
I was a little surprised that we went there. I thought it had been addressed a little bit, to the point where you didn't have to go there and definitely, put him under the bus like that. But he did. He went that way. Availability, kept saying availability. And not only availability, but why they weren't available. And I thought that one was a really key moment there. And, like, Which one are we really digging at? Are we
Right.
digging at Lyle with the suspensions or
The media
Amari?
kind of took it as towards Amari, and I was hearing more like Randy and LC.
I think they all three got a little zingers thrown at them
Yeah.
there, and it is what it is. I mean, it's time to move on, but from there. But they did mention, and Steven came back and mentioned. I mean, when he started talking about the players that need to step up, you could tell exactly who he was talking about when he said that, we need Michael Gallup and we need a Fowler on the defensive side and we need Steele and all that. So, the one that got me that I bet the fans just really did not love is when he said, what we've got is the best that we've got, the best that I could do. Or
when they're asking about cap space
yeah,
and everything.
Yeah. And I'm just.
What is behind this? It's not them being cheap. That's a fan allegation a lot of times. It can't be actual true belief in the utmost endurance Armstrong and right. I wasn't understanding that.
I think this team is
because people are pissed at Steven.
Oh yeah.
Like, I think they're pissed at Steven the most of anyone in the whole offseason. They think he's taking the reins. He's controlling the purse.
And
this Cap Boy nickname, all the insults. I mean, he's catching – he caught the most, I thought, criticism from the fans this offseason.
Yeah, I think overall there was a thought that he was going to change a lot of things when he took over or had more control or whatever. And maybe, the risk-taking aspect of it we don't see as much. Jerry talked about, I'll take risks, but he's not doing them here. And next year's cap is a thing. I mean, it is. It's a, Dak Prescott is making $40 million a year. He has not counted more than $20 million a year on the cap, not since he's had that deal. So it's coming here at some point. They're going to have to pay the piper, and so that they are trying to, whatever money they have, they feel like they can roll it.
But they just paid it with him. We're gonna have. You're talking about redoing it?
No. I'm just saying he has not even hit that annual number yet.
Okay.
So in next couple of years, I mean, they're gonna have to do that.
Kicks in.
Yeah. And of course, I thought it was weird that we're already talking. Are we already talking contract with
That's
him?
what I was saying. That's what I was saying. And then why was the
Is there
media?
Gonna be a clause in there, like a steady clause?
And why was the media bringing up an extension for McCarthy to Jerry, like trying to catch him? I'm like, RJ and I are in the car listening, driving from LAX, and I'm like, did they give a 3-year? Is this the final year of his contract? Why would you give him an extension? But I think trying to create some headlines.
That, but also like
Newey Scruggs.
Yeah, right. But I think what Newey.
There's some people smoking weed.
You.
No, I think what he was trying to do, honestly, was that okay. Let's put your money where the mouth is. If you're really saying, "Oh, this is the guy to my right. This is the guy."
Yeah.
Then did you pay him?
Right.
I think that's what he was kind of getting at. Then if you didn't pay him, then so we could be sitting here next year and it could be all different. And which is true.
Nick Eatman just throwing me off. We'll talk about this on Friday maybe of the number one restaurant go-to here in Oxnard, California. Traveling here from DFW was a steakhouse. He just threw me off. I couldn't.
I have not seen a single steakhouse out here.
It's strong. I don't know. Are we throwing names out?
No, you can say
like
sure.
No, it's just when we go out here every year, it's like where are we gonna go? And it's a lot of times it's like okay, we're gonna try something different. It's never even a question. It's like what day are we going to Larson's? That's our spot.
Larson's,
and it's kind of tucked into the middle of this busy collection area over there.
Yeah,
There's
he's
a
like
Target.
RJ. It's next to the Target
by the Nordstrom's rack.
It's got the ambiance too.
Exactly.
There's a Petco right next to it.
Trust me, when you get in there, it's got a South Lake Square type of feel to it down there. It's pretty good.
Filet or ribeye?
Oh, it's a ribeye for me. I mean,
you guys just
there you go. Choppy's
waste meat.
Choppy's in the minority.
Or prime rib. I mean,
me, Nick, and Zach Martin, team ribeye. Great to have you back. Thanks for sitting down with us. We'll see you at practice.
Okay, sounds good.
There he is. He's our go-to guy from DallasCowboys.com. Nick Eatman. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Every Monday. Did they get that on the fan cam? He braided me. Hey, man, no, we can't do it now. I've already been embarrassed. I missed the fist bump.
I love it.
Freaking Mike and his loud laugh. Otherwise, no one would have picked up on it. No one would have picked up a Bassick in his damn mouth. Let's cross talk. with Mike Bassick and a KMC masterpiece after I was left hanging next right here on the Fan.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for you. Listen, if you're looking for a handshake or a fist project, or special event, no matter the size from start to finish, the Texas Authority and Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
All right, let's crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece, Kevin Hagelin, back in the Metroplex.
Oh, yeah.
Corey Majors
Hey,
and
guys.
Mike Bassick here in Oxnard, California. Nice and it's chilly out here, isn't it, Corey?
Actually, I was walking around, had a bunch of coffee, and now I'm starting to warm up a little bit. But I do have the hoodie on. It's nice, and I did see no higher than 72 for the rest of the week. So that's what we're dealing with for this week. It's nice.
What's coming up on the show?
We do have the Chris Woodward show coming up at 12:20 today, and then we do also have Stephen Jones joining us at 1:15. So I do want to ask him what you just said,
Catboy,
about does he feel the hate, like Cowboys fan hate coming at him today? So we'll have him at 1:15, and I think I'm going to check with the man Tim Collins behind me in a little bit. We might be running the press conference for Mike McCarthy today. So.
Kevin, how's the weather back there holding up?
It's already hotter here than you said the hottest it will be there the entire time. So I am concerned about that.
Okay, so did you guys have airplane drama? I know you went to the famous hot dog place. You got yelled at.
I did. There was a lady while we were sitting waiting to get on the
yell
plane.
at you.
I sat down. All right. Here, let's lay it out real quick.
Let's lay it out.
I walk in, and Bobby's already there. He's sitting down, and I was going to go over to the bar, but I was like, promise that I'm not going to drink that much. So I sat down and talked to Bobby. Well,
This is at the airport.
Yeah, and I moved like this a couple times. And the lady next to me, she was sitting a seat, like a middle seat over. She got up and moved further down. And I was, no big deal. Maybe I'm talking loud because she's on the phone. And then a few minutes later, she gets up again and moves down one more. And I was like, no big deal. And then finally she just looks at me and she goes, will you just stop moving? And I was like, what?
Yes!
And Bobby was sitting right there across from me, and she just stood up and she was like, you just keep moving back and forth, and every time I move, you move again. And so she got moved over, and then she would point at me every time, and then she ran over my foot with her suitcase.
Oh, man.
Between that and Bobby shaking, can you imagine?
Oh, yeah. Well,
You think you're in California with an earthquake?
You're doing the Leo Mazzoni over
He
here
does.
back and
He
forth.
does the show a lot like that. It kind of just so I don't know what's wrong with me, but I'm like, what are you dancing to a song right now? Like,
do you call him an overrated pitching coach too when he does that? Wow.
Well, I will say this because I played with Tom Glavine.
Wow.
and,
What?
Are
you serious?
I weld Zach Martin for you, Kevin.
They liked Leo Mazzoni, but they were
I could
like
be a good pitching coach with Maddox, Glavine, and Smoltz.
Yeah.
Anyway, you were talking about.
So that was that was the first part of the drama. Other than that, it was pretty easy.
Our
ride.
flight was delayed a little bit.
Yeah.
So someone got thrown off of.
That's
G-Bags.
Yeah. I can't wait to hear that story.
Someone got thrown off
but
of their
it wasn't a host from G-Bag. When I texted Kevin last night, the text said somebody sounds like G-Bag got somebody kicked off the plane, and Kevin was like, "Holy crap! Who was it? Was it Broadus?" And we all believed it was Broadus first.
Ooh, I would have guessed somebody else.
I would have believed it was Dawson.
Oh, okay.
That's interesting.
Yeah, who is the one?
But
most
Dawson's
likely?
quiet. Chiafalo's always happy. Who's got the temper? Broadus.
Broadus is the temper, but
no, it's gone away though.
It has gone away. I would have guessed somebody. See, if anybody's going to get
Zach.
No, see the G-Bag. They were the ones I think that would. I guess nobody here would get kicked off. They would just not let through security because they have something to be found or something like that. I don't know.
Wow! Who are you implicating?
I'm impugning everybody.
Wow!
Have you ever been on an airplane when somebody got kicked off before?
Never.
I was taking my boys to San Antonio. My family was already there, and we flew to meet up with them. And my boys and I were sitting opposite each other, and there was a guy sitting next to him just talking up Carter, just having a great time. And they came back, and they were like, "Excuse us, sir, you have to go." And he goes, "GD, not again." And I was like, "What?"
Again?
And he gets up and walks off, and he smelled of weed.
He smelled of weed.
So that's
I can see getting kicked off a plane.
But he quickly got up and took off with them.
So who do you think it would be off G-Bag? Dawson's?
Yeah.
Why?
Because they would tell him you need to do something. He'd be like, no, I don't.
He would say that?
He wouldn't scream or anything. Yeah, he drives in whatever lane he wants to. Like when it's yellow line, he's like, that doesn't mean anything. Like he just does. Like the light means nothing.
Really?
Yeah.
He doesn't adhere to
those are
drive right
suggestions.
past left.
He does no.
Interesting.
Wow.
No, so he would just tell the person that was telling him you need to put your tray table up or whatever like that. He would do that, but whatever they would tell him, he would just say, "No, I don't."
Wow. I did not think that.
I like that
Dawson
approach.
was defiant like that.
And deal with it.
All right, tell me about the hot dog place, because I like watching these diners, drive-ins, and dives and all that.
Yeah,
shows.
so
The
Pink's
video
is,
will be up on 1053thefan.com pretty soon.
Pink's was or is a very famous place. They had a whole bunch of photos up of all the famous people in the world eating there. And so I was like, man, we need to go here. When we landed, I was just like, hey, you guys want a hot dog? I was like, there's this really famous hot dog place in L.A., kind of, what is it, West Hollywood?
Yeah, West Hollywood.
And so we drove over there. I was super excited, and I didn't know what to get. They have a whole bunch on the menu. So I got a burrito hot dog with pastrami. So it was a hot dog, 2 thinner hot dogs with chili and cheese and onions and pastrami in it. And it was good.
Yeah.
And then yours
mine was
looked
like
the
a
best.
foot-long jalapeno hot dog, and it had guacamole and pico and bacon and then grilled onions on top of that.
So do they grill these hot dogs?
Yeah.
Or they boil them?
Yeah, they grill them right there in front of you, man.
Okay.
It's awesome.
So it was good.
Yeah, and we called Kevin, too, because
Yeah.
Kevin, don't forget, Kevin's back at the
Oh, yeah,
place,
Kevin's
so-
there.
Oh, hey, Kevin.
You already talked to me.
Kevin, how are the hot dogs back in Dallas?
They're
Do you eat hot
delicious.
dogs? Do you eat hot dogs? Those are one of the things you have a vendetta against.
I like hot dogs.
But okay, what's on your hot dog?
Nothing. You don't need anything on a hot dog.
Not ketchup?
No, ketchup is gross.
No mustard?
Mustard is gross.
Plain, nothing on it.
Hot dogs are delicious.
What do you get on your?
He would have never gone, though.
Yeah.
I
Because
would have gone.
We called you last night, and you were like, no, I think
Because-
Corey's right.
Because I asked Corey, I said,
You called him to ask would he have gone?
Well, I was like, yeah.
Yes, they did.
What inclusion?
And he was like, no, I just want to get to the hotel. Let's get there fast. And I was like, hey. And he said, Corey's right. I wouldn't have wanted to stop somewhere
He
and
knows.
take like a detour. But I'm like, we're in L.A. And it's not super on the way, but it's kind of on the way.
Yeah.
And
It was worth it, man.
And he was
You're
just
not
like,
a touristy guy, Kevin?
Sometimes he is.
I mean, I always viewed it very much as a work trip, and I was like,
look at that. What a soldier.
work
trip.
But then again, hold on,
was the company line.
but you can't say that. I didn't even go on the work trip, so
you're-
like,
Oh, yeah,
how
good point.
committed am I really?
You
You're
bailed on
such
the
a
work
company
trip.
man that you decided to stay in the
I know.
brick and mortar buildings. That's a
right.
company
Good
guy
point.
right there.
All right, and then what's on your burger, Kevin?
Mean cheese. And you could put bacon and barbecue sauce, but like, what else do you need when they're like, our artisanal burger has jam? Dumb.
Jam.
Dumb.
I can get a good jam
you
on
can
it.
get burgers there, too,
Oh, really?
at the Pink's place.
They had a shack. They had a shack hot dog there. They had an emerald hot dog.
Are they
had-
like severely overpriced, like crazy pricing?
Yeah, it
I
was.
didn't know.
It was.
Mike paid.
I paid. We got 3 dogs and onion rings and 2 waters, and it was $40.
What?
It's $5.70 for gas out here. Thanks a
Dude,
lot, Joe Biden.
this-
Right?
listen,
Oh, here we go.
This water, okay?
Oh, Choppy, what was the Biden sticker when we were getting on the plane?
Oh, it was we were on the jetway, and there's a sticker, the gas sticker that says "I did that" with him pointing. All right, this is a gallon of water. I had to purchase this today.
pH.
I needed water today for the Keurig here. Take a guess on what it cost.
In California, $7.
$16.
16. It was $8.99.
Oh.
It's
Thanks,
$3
Biden.
more than a gallon of gas.
More than the gas.
See what happens?
I know.
And they're all moving to Texas
They're
because of
all
our
moving to
business.
Here we
Yeah,
go.
and you know what? They're probably going to be just as dumb there as they are here.
We got to get to our show.
Yeah, the K.
Just remember, Sean.
Mike,
Just
you
remember
moved
why you
here
left.
for a
Right.
reason, right?
Just remember why you left California to Texas.
I came here for the home
Don't
of
be
the
an idiot.
Cowboys. The KMC masterpiece is next on 105.3 The
Oh,
Fan.
man.
Get on the Fan Cam.
But if you're one of these lovely people that just moved from California to
lovely.
Texas, you might need to get a carpet clean in that new home.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
See Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, and we are live from Cowboys camp in Oxnard, where it will all be going down today. Mike practice is going to get rocking. Neville Gallimore is going to be out there playing. Quentin Bohannon's going to be playing. They're all going to be hitting each other. And Kevin, I know you're excited about being able to watch every single moment of what's going on in Cowboys action today.
If you guys could just carry your laptops or phones out to the field for me the entire time, that would be super helpful.
Does that sound like something we can do? We can put them on
I don't
Zoom.
think we're able to record practice.
Oh.
I remember going to Ohio State's practice, and they were acting like it was the end of the world if we recorded how bad Terrell Pryor was at throwing the football. But yeah, aren't we kind of not allowed to like film practice now?
Yes, that is in the do's and don'ts.
But I will try, Kevin.
Okay.
And the other thing too is you said people will be hitting each other.
Yeah.
They don't hit each other.
There's lots of hitting action going
They
on.
hit
today.
the big balls, right? They toss one of those big balls that you do like your yoga on, and they tackle that. I think
that sounds like a lot of fun too.
That's why Mike McCarthy was mad about training camp and the CBA, because he was like, well, we did hit somebody. We lost practice time, so thanks a lot for that.
So, yeah, we're not going to be hitting a lot of people. But they're out here doing their thing today,
Is there a Top Golf out here?
There is I don't know. I don't
the
know
show just started, Mike!
Right, so yeah.
No, don't the Cowboys practice at Top Golf once a week?
Okay, all right. We will have Stephen Jones coming up on the show at 1:15 today. And man, who knows who else could stop by throughout the day. But lots of action going on out here. Yes, Kevin, you look very concerned.
I'm excited. Do you have like secret planned guests, or are you just going to start wrangling folks in as they walk by?
As somebody walks by, I will just say, Mike, go get him. And Mike, you know how Mike is. He'll go tackle somebody.
I'm a go-getter.
He's like real life tackling is what I'm about out here at Cowboys camp. So that's what I'm looking forward to. Now, Jaron Kearse yesterday talked, and you know when Jaron Kearse talks, he talks a lot, and it says a lot of good things, but he said the sky is the limit for this thing, man. The sky is the limit, Kevin.
And I'm excited because he said we have the right guys in place to go out and do great things. Going into year 2 in the system, the defensive system, obviously, everybody should be a notch better than they were when we got here last year. And then you see the under 25 NFL.com all NFL under 25 team. Parsons is on the list. Diggs is on the list, and I'm starting to kind of get hyped again for the defense, even though people talk about turnover regression and everything like that. Like, what do you think is maybe the ceiling for this defense?
Well, I mean, so what is turnover regression? You're going to say that you're getting less fumbles than last year? You get less interceptions? Obviously, you're not getting the 11 that you're rocking with when it comes to Diggs. Maybe not. Maybe you get more from somebody else. Maybe some of the safeties contribute a little bit more to the turnover part of it. I'm hopeful. For me, I'm hopeful that it's a low-scoring defense. It's tough in today's game. It really is tough in today's game. But last year they took advantage of bad opponents, and you saw they were like, "Hey, you're not going to score a lot until late in the game when it was already out of hand."
So let me ask you guys this on the sky's the limit for this defense. Do you feel like they fixed the problem of if a team wants to bully you, you're going to stop the bullying? You're going to stop the, hey, we're just going to be more physical because your defensive tackles are a weakness. It's considered usually a bottom 5 defensive tackle group in the NFL. Do you think if a team wants to start controlling tempo and flow that way, that the Cowboys now have the ability to stop that?
I think they can. I think they are in a year into this defense with pretty much the same group. I mean, Malik Hooker was here last year. All these guys. Jaron Kearse is going to be another year into understanding what his roles and responsibilities are. Kevin, that might be the opportunity to do the George Teague, do the Darren Woodson. I'm going to go make a play because I know this defense so well now that I know when I can go outside of the boundary or go all the way to the wall of the boundary and go do something different. I'm a little concerned about DeMarcus Lawrence and like the production that's coming from there and how many reps and how many snaps he's going to be able to actually contribute strongly to. And I'm kind of concerned about the Neville Gallimores and that middle part of it, and they have to be the big boys that just run up there and say we're going to be bigger and stronger than you. They have to be a more physical team this year. Zach Martin is the one that said from day one, though. So that's interesting. He brought it out on day one. We can't be a bunch of pansies again, and we got to go out there and be a more physical team. So I think if they get into that mentality of that's what we want. Now, it kind of depends on those guys in that locker room whether or not they can actually mentally be up for that every day. But I think they got the right group.
Does it amaze you at all that they were still the 7th best scoring defense in the NFL, which is the defensive rank that really matters, just like with offense, even though they had immense trouble shutting down teams when they decided to run? Like, that seems amazing to me that for a big chunk of the season, they were top 5. They finished 7th despite having that, problematic area. Do you think that's why some folks believe that they're going to fall, is because they're like, well, you're not going to get as many turnovers and you're still not great at stopping the run?
Well, one of the things, Kevin, I think that they would be happy to balance out there is how much time does it take you to score? And a lot of times, I think last year their average was like 6 minutes. Maybe even shorter than that. But they had a very low average of time to score. So you take that and you throw it in with, if you're going to run the ball, you're running the clock on yourself because we're going to score fast.
Right.
So if we put up 14 and you're down 14-3, that's fine if you want to run the ball, but you might only get 3 because they were pretty good red zone defense too. So if you guys are going to settle for that and we're going to score quick, then I'm okay with it. But if you're sitting there saying they're going to control the game and we can't score too, that's where it became a problem with Denver and where it became a problem with not with the Raiders necessarily, but with Kansas City too, is the Cowboys were shut down defensive, like on offense too. So I think they were going into last year saying we're going to use our offense and we're going to push you all around and make you have to make bad decisions on your offense because we're going to score so many points. So I think that I would be fine if they're getting run on a bit as long as the Cowboys' offense is producing at a high clip.
I'm pretty sure Mike's answer is yes, but do you feel like you'll be able to tell if there's defensive progress in training camp?
Last year we did see it, or Broadus and them did see it.
What?
When they were out there on the field, the secondary was picking off Dak left and right or whoever.
As a former professional athlete, I've seen plenty of people in spring training and now in training camp that it does not always revert into, that works in the regular season now. Ask Rugi Odor's 400 batting average in spring training. I mean, it's tough. They're practicing, but it's not the game. So it's just tough.
What about, though, Mike, the
sometimes it does
like the way
correlate.
You practice, though? Like, what about the way you practice? If you come out here and you're just like, man, I'm gonna walk around and go through the motions and not have any intensity, you don't get anything out of it. And like that's a bad practice. It wasn't even worth your time that day.
Right, but how many times have we seen guys go, I don't want to practice 1 second of training camp? And then you're like, they're going to struggle that first week. And then they're awesome. And you're like, what is training camp even for?
Yeah.
The guys that did good are doing nothing in the first week.
Well,
and some of the guys that didn't practice at all just seem to come out and they're just like, yeah, just picked up where I am. I'm great.
And I would probably say that you need to get some timing with the receivers. I think that's important to it. I don't see any reason to practice the run game other than you need guys to know their assignments. Like the running back needs to know where to go, but if you're practicing against air, there's nothing that's going to deter him from having to make another decision that's just not the lane that he's running to. But timing with receivers, I think, is important. I would say the guys that are really great maybe don't need that much practice unless they have to work hard to be great, and that's what they need. But then I would say, like as you said this earlier, the Mike Bassics of the roster probably need those practices to go get up to that level, to become that kind of player.
And I think for Jalen Tolbert, huge training camp. It doesn't mean he's going to be good or not good. Now, I will say this. If he's not good in training camp, he's probably not going to be good in the regular season. But if he's good at training camp here, then, hey, there's a chance maybe he can impact the team quickly in the first few weeks of the season. So I'd say this. For rookies that are bad here, they're going to be bad to start the season. But if you're a good rookie, if you're looking good in training camp, it gives you maybe that hope and that optimism that it can carry over into. I would say guys that are fringe guys, usually they don't make the team if they're bad. But your rookies that are bad here, it's almost 100% guarantee they're going to start off bad in the regular season. But for like a guy like CeeDee Lamb, and I know it's his third year and this is a huge year for CeeDee Lamb, as long as he's healthy and looks solid in training camp, that's the most important part, that he's 100% to start the season.
Mike, if you see people that are kind of loafing in training camp, would you consider going out there and being like, hey, come on, you need to pick it up?
Yeah, can we do a Coach Ballsack out here where you're from the sidelines just yelling at people?
Probably not.
I think it's a good
idea. I
idea.
don't think that they would appreciate that. And then
I think it's a good video idea, though.
I have always been so surprised, I didn't know this until I've been out here plenty of times, on how non-intense would be my word that training camp is. There's 10 minutes of maybe some intense action, but literally 90% of the practice is just kind of, we're just kind of getting the flow of it. We're just kind of getting the footwork. And it's like, hey, are they going to practice hard? And they're like, this is as hard as we go.
Kevin, you and I were out here when I believe we walked out that day that Dez started calling everybody out, right? Like, we walked out there and Dez was like, you can't guard me, you can't guard me,
right.
You can't guard me. And I think one of the cornerbacks got offended by it and really took it personally and all that. I do hearken back. I know I don't use that word that often, but I'm throwing it in there.
This feels like it's going to be a fancy story.
You're welcome. I do hearken back to the Michael Irvin Dion days, where both of them knew we're getting the best out of each other today. I'm going to go out there and compete against you. It's not that I hate you, and it's not that I'm going to try and rip your throat out or anything. But when we go out there, I want to get the most. I want to make practice worth my time. And they would compete their tails off, man. And to the point where Darren Woodson has told us many times, by the time we got on the field, it was easy. And that's something that I think that is missing, that mentality of, man, our coach ran us into the ground. I want to get away from him by getting out on the field today for this game and hit somebody else because I'm tired of competing against my own teammates. But somebody... The players themselves have to activate that. Like, the coaches can ask you to do it, right? Like, our boss can come and ask us to do work, but you have to activate what's going on within your group more. And I think that's something. I don't know who that name is. I don't know if CD is going to be like, you know what? I'm calling out all the cornerbacks.
Okay, so one of my questions then, and this is a player who he's a veteran. It doesn't seem like usually training camp is for him, but I just kind of want to get your general philosophy on this. Is Bill Barnwell had his list of 20 players that have the most pressure going into 2022. One of them is Trayvon Diggs, who we can talk about at some point. The other one is Ezekiel Elliott. Does that make any impact, do you think, in camp where he's like, man, this is a huge year? Or do you think he goes through camp and he's like, just don't get injured. Just don't get injured.
I think that's definitely on his mind, but I think more than anything for him is I think he wants to show that he can produce because he wants to gain the respect of the locker room. And I know where everybody's value is on him. The Cowboys look at him as the locker room. He's that guy. He's the guy that runs that locker room for everybody. But he's the guy that gets everybody excited about it. And the Joneses look at it and think to themselves, that's important. We need the heart and soul. We need that Michael Irvin type of heart in that locker room. And so that's where I think that they feel about Zeke more than they do about what he does on the field. But I think, man, getting through camp's important for him. I think him teaching, him being part of, hey, this is what we're looking for with the younger players is important too, and just kind of getting into that rhythm a little bit.
We're the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. The boys are live from Oxnard. In case you were curious, I think we've explained this before, but just want to make sure everyone's in the loop. I am not in Oxnard. My wife is due to have our baby in the next few weeks. I do not think she will give birth while y'all are at training camp, but the doctor said that is not a chance that you need to take. You need to not leave the state. She cannot fly either, so she could not fly out there with me. So that is why I will not be with the guys in training camp.
Do you hope that the baby is born this week?
Yes.
Why? Because you want her to be comfortable, or you want to go ahead and get out here quickly?
She's about a week away from being like, the hell with all of this. And I think she's still got a week before her expiration date of being like, oh, this is so magical and everything like that. But in my mind, you know how I am. if the baby's not born in the next week and a half, I'm going to be like, well, this was dumb. I could have gone. Like, I realize I don't know, and we can't plan accordingly. And
Will you tell the doctor that?
Yeah, well, the doctor said, oh, is your trip for one day? And I said, no, it's like 2 weeks. And he goes, then no, you cannot go. And so I'm going to listen to the doctor because he's no nonsense. But if the baby doesn't come in the next week and a half, 2 weeks, I'm going to be like, I could have been there.
I could have been in California.
Absolutely. Coming up next, the 5 best matchups of training camp. 877-881-1053. Y'all want to get involved in the conversation? We'll do it next as the boys are live from Oxnard on 105.3 The Fan.
Weight loss, that's Soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Do you think there'll be less big company trucks on the road this summer because of high gas prices? Well, think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so get the representation that won't settle for less. It's Frankel. Frankel, visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece, we are live at training camp, Dallas Cowboys training camp here in Oxnard, California. I want to thank Metter Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Twin Peaks for getting us out here, man. This is a fantastic day, Mike, as everybody's starting to do the setup process, too. Like even we're getting all the engineers are out here running their cables and everything. The cameras are all getting set up. And then the Mike McCarthy press conference coming up here at home at 12:30 today, so we'll be rocking with that a little later on this afternoon. And then Stephen Jones joining us around 1:15, 1:30 kind of range. So we'll have Stephen Jones in it. Kevin, I do want to ask him that question of, do you feel the hate? Like, and I don't know if that's too aggressive of a word, but there was a lot. We saw a lot of it, and I think that the fact criticism,
is that a better word?
Yeah.
Dissatisfaction.
Okay, yeah. Come up with something stronger than that, though. Let's come up with like venom. Venom. There it is. Do you feel the venom?
Yeah, and you could say it feels like throughout the history of the Dallas Cowboys, it usually goes to Jerry Jones.
Mm-hmm.
But this offseason, it's gone to Stephen Jones.
Yeah. No, and that is something I want to get into there, but I also want to, like, we need to figure out. It's just all you needed to do was get rid of some guys that weren't showing up, and that's what y'all decided. That's it. So I really want to crack in on some of those things with him today. I'm looking forward to the conversation. Plus, we got to ask him about the hot dogs. As we went to Pink's last night, Kevin, it was a special place. All right, so the 5 best matchups of training camp, Kevin. What is your favorite matchup?
Okay, and the interesting thing about this is not a matchup in terms of like, oh, who's going to win this position battle or anything like that. No, instead, these are like players going up against one another from opposing positions. Like,
okay.
I get the idea that how much they're optimally competing could vary from player to player, from day to day. I get that. But I wanted to throw out the battles. Tell me if you're intrigued. And theoretically, in a real game, tell me who you think would win. CeeDee Lamb against Trayvon Diggs.
I think this is, Mike, I think this is a one where Diggs wins 3 out of 10 times. And Lamb wins 7 out of 10 because I think that you can get a receiver open, and it's sometimes. I mean, you're just going to get beat sometimes. But I would say CeeDee Lamb is going to win that 7 to 10 times.
Yeah, I would say so too.
Okay.
But Diggs is a guy that when he guesses right, it's possibly a touchdown the other way, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, his wins aren't going to be incomplete. His wins are going to be, out of those 3 wins he gets, he's probably going to get 2 interceptions, 1 for a touchdown.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the thing, is I do think CD wins more than loses, but when Diggs wins, it's not just a Byron Jones win, because if it was Byron Jones when he was here, you might say, hey, 50-50, maybe even 60-40 for Byron Jones. But none of them are going to be interceptions. It's just going to be incomplete.
Okay, sorry, Corey, who's the winner in that then? If like it goes down exactly how Mike says, like who do you think won that matchup if you did get the 2 interceptions or maybe the 1 pick six or whatever?
I think you might get 1 touchdown from Lamb out of those 7. You know, if you worked your way down the field and got there. I think the big key there is you also have 2 people that could fail. You know, like you're in the quarterback and the receiver in that matchup, the quarterback can fail that over and over, and CeeDee Lamb could have done everything right, but the quarterback didn't deliver the ball on time, and Diggs uses his instincts and gets a free pass there. But I do think like the idea that, let's go ahead and say the quarterback is not going to fail, but I think that Diggs' instincts are just so much fun. So I would say that CeeDee wins that battle. Man, unless there is an interception. If there is an interception, then I think out of those 10, I think Diggs wins.
All right, Tyron Smith versus DeMarcus Lawrence. Now, keep in mind this is on the field, not in the injury list. So,
oh my God, what are you doing? Why are you doing that, dude?
Well, here's the deal.
That is not cool.
Neither one should compete in training camp.
See, Mike knows.
This is one of those things where, honest to God, they don't need to practice much. just make sure that they're physically capable of going out there for week one. They don't need to be doing a lot of one-on-ones. They don't need to do a lot of physical hitting activity. That'll happen in the regular season. Those guys are fragile guys, and there's no reason for them to be out here. They should be skipping at least 50% of physical practice.
Man, that is the tough part about like wanting to see that, because Kevin, we got that awesome opportunity to watch Tyron and Khalil Mack, a very young Khalil Mack, and that was fun. And that's what we're talking about, Mike, when we get to see the fun part of it. Khalil Mack and Tyron Smith one-on-one. Khalil Mack absolutely obliterated Tyron Smith on snap one. And Tyron said, "Run it back. I want to do that again." And we were like, "Whoa!" Like this is one of those. Hey, my pride's on the line here. Khalil Mack tries to wrap around him. Tyron puts one paw right in his chest and throws him on the ground with one hand. And we were like, "Oh my God, that's what Tyron's capable of." I think Tyron wins that when healthy. I don't think DeMarcus Lawrence, like as good as he is not as good as that Hall of Famer. And so I would say that Tyron would win that all the time.
Okay, now going to the other side, Terrence Steele versus Sam Williams. Now, I realize a lot of unknowns there, and there's even some people who have questions about Terrence Steele. What do you think about Steele versus Williams?
I'll lean towards Steele just because he has starting experience in the NFL right now, where Sam Williams, we really have no clue what he's going to do out here. But that will be a fun thing to watch when and if that happens.
Yeah, no, I think Mike's right about this. There's a difference between being a rookie strong and being a veteran strong. And Terrence Steele, when he was first here, whenever we first saw him, McCarthy was like, "Look, we're putting him out there. He's getting experience, but he's not strong enough yet." And then the next year, last year, they were like, "Okay, he did it. He got the strength that it takes to compete in the NFL and actually be a right tackle right there at that spot doing his thing." But he had to bounce back and forth all year, because Tyron Smith goes down. You're like, what are we going to do over at left tackle? So there's all those question marks there, especially when Lyle Collins was unavailable. But I think Terrence Steele wins that for now. Later on in the year, I'm very interested to see how much more Williams develops under Dan Quinn with his hands, his hand work. That's so important when it comes to being a pass rusher. Is what are you doing? How are you getting away? How are you shedding the offensive tackle or the chip block that's coming along with it? How are you seeing and picking those up? So I think later in the year he'll learn more. But the strength part of it is a big factor, because I don't know how much stronger Terrence Steele got this year as opposed to last year.
Now, this one might be the easiest, but I wanted to ask just in case there's an upset here. Ezekiel Elliott versus Micah Parsons.
Oh, my God.
Like one-on-one, like in Death Alley? The Oklahoma drills. Yeah, I mean, if you're putting Zach Martin in front of him, I feel pretty good.
Okay.
I feel pretty good about that combination. But this is one-on-one.
All right, I'm going to ask you a question. I'm giving it right back to you, Kevin.
Okay.
Do you think Zeke could make Micah Parsons in 10 one-on-one matchups where he kind of has to hit one or two holes? Do you think he could make him miss one time out of 10?
I do not.
I think you're going to see Zeke lower his shoulder and try to run him over first.
That's who he is, yeah.
Second move is probably going to be try to spin out of him, try to spin out of something. And then, so by this time, he's already exhausted, all right? He's exhausted all of it, and he's going to try to cut, but Mike is like, no. I think he could do it one time. I think one time he could set him up with the misdirection of, you think, like, how a soccer goalie has to guess a lot of times?
Right.
One time
Okay.
he could get him guessing, but the rest of the time I think Micah's instincts and ability is just too good right now.
Now, perhaps the most intriguing of the bunch, Tyler Smith versus Neville Gallimore, and perhaps this is even a question y'all could ask Neville Gallimore.
Oh man, can you beat this guy over and over during training camp? That's his goal, right? Is not, to teach at the same time as winning his own job. I think that might be a 7 for Tyler Smith based on what I'm hearing right now.
Wouldn't that be bad though? Because if a guy only wins 70% as an offensive lineman, you get benched.
Oh man, is that how? Oh yeah.
I mean, think about it. If you give up, let's say, a sack and 2 pressures in a game, and that's 50 snaps. Now, I guess you're dropping back to pass approximately 35 to 40 times. But if out of those 35 to 38 times your quarterback drops back to pass, and you give up 2 pressures and a sack, you had a bad game, right?
Yeah, that is a bad game, and I mean, but I'm also going with it's a rookie. Like I have to factor in that it's not Zach Martin running out there. This is a rookie that's a very different thing. So for the first part of this thing, for the first part of his career, I'm not giving him legitimate offensive guard starter material yet. So he has to learn. I'm gonna say that the tackle can beat him.
So what'll be interesting there is we see this in training camp, being here for, I think this is my 9th training camp, because obviously COVID knocked one out and COVID knocked one out again, like where I had it and then where there was no training camp because of COVID for the media, is they will usually, with rookies, give them easy matchups to start training camp off. What I mean by that is they're giving them guys that are going to get cut. They already know they're getting released. They have no chance to make the team unless there's a lot of major injuries. And so they're like, hey, work against this guy. Give him confidence, right? He's working at a professional level. He's beating this guy. And then you up the ante. Because like with Taco Charlton, that's what scared the death out of me, is I'm like, oh no, he can't beat the guys that are getting released.
Right.
And they kept dropping down. I will say this, they gave him like second team guys, and they're like, crap, he can't beat him. And I can't remember who number 67 was, but it wasn't Russell Maryland, but it was a dude who you knew was getting cut. Your worst offensive tackle in training camp, just a camp body, and he struggled to beat him. And you're like, dude, if he's struggling to beat the guys that are getting released, that are bad offensive tackles in training camp and in preseason games, what is this kid going to do against real guys? Yeah. So I think Tyler Smith's going to be great and all that, but it'll be interesting to see what he does early in training camp and what they put on his plate.
Yeah, and we can, that's one of the things we can start watching, Kevin, as Mike and I are out here, practice going on this afternoon.
You can't watch Kevin on Zoom. He quit Zoom.
Why are you quitting Zoom?
I think we're having internet issues up here, perhaps, or my computer is having internet issues. What do you think about this? From the 806, Bassick versus the Joneses. Is that a matchup to watch in Oxnard?
Well, I mean, we get it at 1:30-ish today, so we do get that action, right? I mean, it's going to be awesome because we get to see, how Mike attacks Steven. So I'm looking forward to that. How are you going to attack him?
I don't know. I mean,
kill him with
he's
kindness.
a Hall of Famer who's won 3 Super Bowls.
That is Jerry!
Steven, not Jerry.
Steven's just not a Hall of Famer, but he's a 3-time Super Bowl champ, too.
Checkmate. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, that kind of wit brought to you in Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
So I want to talk about Mayor Johnson and him wanting to bring a second football team to Dallas. We know it's not going to happen. There's 2 baseball teams here. Let's talk about the one that you can't find next.
Coming up in the next.
105.3 The Fan.
In Texas, we're proud to be the flag bearer for freedom. Classic Chevrolet gives you the freedom to choose from one of the largest selections of Silverados in the nation. Reserve yours now at Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
We're back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, live from the tennis courts at Training Camp 2022 for the Dallas Cowboys this year, man. And I just now noticed this. And thank you, Tim and Gavin and Tim, also for putting this up. Kevin, I'm going to throw this over here on the fan cam real quick. Right here on the
internet
wall.
connection?
Yeah, no, right here on the wall it says the home of Ted Nichols Payne, technical support, KRLD, AM, and TSN Odyssey. Thank you very much, guys, for having
That's
that
nice.
up there for us, because that does remind us of having our friend around with us at all times, and we appreciate that.
And I know usually there's a lot of Jerry complaints and hate, and I understand that, but when he started off his presser yesterday shouting out Ted, I thought that was super cool,
really cool,
and I bet that meant a lot to like a whole lot of people.
Now put him in the ring of honor. All right, it's time to turn things over to Mike Bassick for Baseball Nuggets.
All right, so we landed LAX yesterday. Corey has to go potty. So
Makes sense.
I'm waiting on, well, Bobby's with me, and we're waiting on Corey, and Corey went to the bathroom really quickly. But as we're waiting there, we're at one of the places where, you can buy water and snacks and magazines and LA gear to show that you were in LA. All right? And I don't know if you came over there or not, but you could buy all the Dodgers gear you wanted there. Hats, Brooklyn hats, Dodgers shirts, Dodgers jerseys. You couldn't find in the airport an LA Angels thing to save your life. I thought Shohei Ohtani was the draw of all of baseball. I thought Mike Trout was the best player in baseball. Here we are, landing in their city. And at the airport, correct me if I'm wrong, Corey, I did not find one picture of an LA Angel. You couldn't find gear to buy of the LA Angels. They had, now it was All-Star time, so they had all the All-Star stuff up, even though they need to take that down. The All-Star game was last week. But you look at it, and you would think that there wasn't even another baseball team in LA, because there was not a thing you could buy of the Angels.
Well, then when we went to the hot dog place,
let's keep it up.
On the wall, they had Matt Stafford and Clayton Kershaw. We didn't see a single Angel represented on there.
Did you see this? Did you see where underneath the Pinks logo, they also had Rams and Dodgers?
Yeah.
No Angels, no Chargers. They are not considered really like part of LA.
Yeah.
The Chargers and the Angels are not considered part of LA. So I will throw it to Mayor Eric Johnson. I don't have him on the line here.
Oh, I was really excited. I was like, wow, is he at training camp?
I love Mayor Eric Johnson. I think he's a great person and a great mayor for our city.
Politics.
I know that he wants, and I also like Governor Abbott too. So
politics.
Gosh.
So let's talk about multiple teams in a major city, because here in LA you have multiple basketball teams, multiple baseball teams, multiple football teams now, and they don't really care too much about football here, but let's just throw it here. Literally, you wouldn't even know the Chargers and Angels existed in this city. I'm just wondering, because I'll be honest here, I know we're at training camp here for the Dallas Cowboys. If there was the miracle of another team being in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, I would root for that team more than I'd root for the Cowboys. That would be my team. So if the Jaguars moved or another team moved here from the AFC, that would be my team now. That would be the team that I invest my time and energy in. It would be exciting for me to take on a new team, and they would be in my metroplex, my city. But would we care? Because here in LA, which is a much bigger overall population, they don't care about the Angels. They don't even sell their product. They don't care about the Chargers. They don't sell their product.
Yeah, man. I don't think where would they move? Let's move them somewhere. Let's move them to San Antonio. Let's do that. Or we move them to Dallas. You want to move them to Dallas?
What?
You want to? Yeah, we can have a Dallas baseball team.
Well, I think honestly, Frisco's growing so much, that area, right? You have the Frisco, the Allen, the Lovejoy, all of that, right?
Yeah.
That I think it's still at least a decade away from possibly getting like a second team. And, and I don't even know if it really ever happen. The Dallas Mavericks and the Fort Worth, Cats, like the baseball team. Like, I don't think that's going to happen.
Clippers, yeah.
Yeah, the Fort Worth Clippers, right? Same thing with the Clippers, right? We see all this Lakers stuff. We don't see they have Kawhi Leonard, they have Paul George. They have an owner worth $10 billion, and it's really like, who are the Clippers? Are they in L.A.? Who are the Chargers? Who are the Angels?
Remember when it was at the ESPYs? I know that not a lot of people watched it, Kevin. But Draymond Green did drop the home to 6 professional sports leagues or teams and the Clippers. Like that, they just look at it as this little stepchild. So yeah,
it's interesting. We're here in LA and it doesn't work. Like as much, and
they'll get 3 million people. Like they'll have 3 million in attendance. So they like something about it.
I would love to talk to, not at the airport, but I would love to ask those Pink's hot dog people. Hey, how come you don't have a picture up of Shohei Ohtani or Mike Trout and have an Angels logo here? How come you don't have a Justin Herbert fat head up with a Chargers logo here? How come it's just like those two teams don't exist at the famous places? It's Dodgers, and because the Rams do have a history here. I know obviously they moved to St. Louis and they've come back, and they were in St. Louis for a long time, but the Chargers were in San Diego, moved, a 2-hour drive, maybe 3 hours at most.
Okay.
But it's just like, we do not accept the Chargers. The Chargers, San Diego hates it that they moved, and they don't like them anymore. They moved to L.A., and L.A.'s like, that's not our team. That's San Diego's team.
Yeah, and then whenever they have at the stadium, what was the Make Good Stadium that they built, Kevin? And they started playing the Steelers song, and the Steelers fans went insane. And so, it is a weird thing. I will say this. One thing I noticed, Kevin, is it does seem very territorial here in California.
You're not pissing anybody off so far, then, are you?
I've been told, like, don't wear the Cowboys gear out around here, and don't wear Raiders gear. So maybe that's it. Maybe there is just a lot of passion for certain teams that are, part of their history.
Let me get to the Texas Rangers. Obviously, we did not get to watch the game. I know that it was a very good game and then a very bad ending, as in the Rangers had a big hit, I believe, from Ezekiel Duran, and Leody Taveras scored, and it looked like the Rangers were going to win in the 9th inning, but Brett Martin couldn't close it out, and Seattle takes Game 2 of that series, and they play today here on 105.3 The Fan at 2:40 first pitch, 2 o'clock with Jared Sandler. Pre-game, I was looking at the standings, and with the loss, the Rangers' percentage points are worse than the Colorado Rockies. The Rangers are 10 games under, so's Colorado. Colorado's played 2 more games. They're 44 and 54. Rangers are 43 and 53. Right now, I know there's a lottery system now in Major League Baseball for the picks. I need to look and see how much percentage is dropped on if you have the 9th worst record versus the 10th worst record type of deal. My question to you guys: the Angels have the 8th overall pick right now, or the 8th worst record at 41 and 56. We're about to go to L.A. after finishing the series in Seattle today. At this point, I'm not saying root for losses, but how excited would you guys be if at the end of the year the Rangers are sitting there? I don't know how the lottery works, but the Rangers move to, realistically, they can probably only move to like the 6th worst record, and that would be tough to do. I mean, they would have to have a really bad September. But would you guys right now look at it and go, it might be more beneficial to get a higher pick than to maybe stay, let's say at the end of the year, you're 10 games under 500. You play 500 the rest of the way. You're 10 games under. You have the 11th or 12th pick in the draft. Or if you go, let's say, 17, 18 games under 500, you have possibly, let's say, the 6th pick in the draft before the lottery system.
I guess my question that kind of goes along with that, and why would I see what you're saying for the longer term future. It makes way more sense to hope for the better draft position. I guess my concern is just a little bit, and this might just be me listening to social media too much. If they fall that much further, the Rangers, would they make a change at manager? Because that is not what I would like to see.
I don't know. That's a good question.
He got an extension.
Yeah, they did give him an extension during the season, right?
Last year, like right before.
To extend him through 2024.
Yeah,
Okay.
so I think they would give him one more year to say, look.
Which is what I want.
Yeah, we know, but I see where you're saying there, and maybe that is part of the plan, Mike, is we want to have all these pieces, these young core pieces, potentially. I don't know that it is, but if they don't add anything, at the trade deadline, then that's the plan.
Yeah.
And that's what it looks like is let's go ahead and see if we can continue to add prospects to trade with.
Here's my thinking here. And you'd have to get lucky in the lottery, and, you'd hope to get, like, top 3 pick. And once again, I don't know the whole percentages. I know the basketball lottery. I don't know the baseball lottery that's about to take place for the first time ever in 2023 is – with the Rangers taking Kumar Rocker, and I'm not upset about that. I'm excited to see what Kumar Rocker could possibly do. Is the Rangers are not considered to have a prospect in their system that is a future all-star position player. So that being said, if you can get another top 5 pick and you do take a position player that's considered, hey, man, this is a top 5 pick in the draft. Let's say 2 pitchers are taken in the top 5 and 3 position players. You would hope that if he's one of the top 3 position players in the whole draft, that you are drafting what you'd hope to be 5 years from now, a future all-star in the game.
I do have the question, and we got to figure that out at some point. Is this current team a bullpen away from being a good team? Like if they or are they further away? Because they're what 5-23 in one-run games, and that's a lot of them bullpen, man.
Some of it though, remember that you're losing 5-2 the other day, and you score 2 runs in the 9th inning to lose 5-4. That's right. I mean, you got to really look at all 28 games and go, how many times did we have the lead and we lost by 1 run because of the bullpen, and how many times did we score late to make it a 1-run game? And we were really losing by 3 runs late, and then we ended up losing by 1, but we didn't blow it. We actually got close enough to make it a 1-run game.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to stick with. I hope they finish the season on like a solid to stronger note. But
it's a little nice.
Once again, I did lay it out. Don't look at the Rangers September schedule. It'll scare you to death.
It's kind of terrifying.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, Jerry talked and we listened. What was your biggest takeaway from the Welcome to Camp presser? We'll talk about it next right here on the Fan.
It is back.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
And we are back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, live from Oxnard, California, where Cowboys training camp is underway. Brought to you by Metter Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Twin Peaks. Thanks for getting us out here. And on the hot seat with us right now, On Time Experts Hot Seat, powered by the On Time Experts Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. And you can also, in just a few moments, see him on the twitch.tv/Dallas Fan Cam. It is Newey Scruggs from NBC5. Newey, how's it going, man?
Man, and for a minute there, I was all black. It was like really to the mist. I couldn't even see myself.
You can change my computer here to make it look right.
No, it all worked.
We're working on getting another camera set up in front of you in just a second.
Good. Tim made it work here.
There we go.
I'm so old. I remember when we first hired Tim. That's how old I am back here at the old Fan Days.
This is crazy because the first show I listened to was you and Chuck. Like that was what got me interested in listening to radio, was listening to you and Chuck way back in the day on ESPN.
Cooperstein,
yeah.
Okay. Cooperstein.
Which was I thought it was just thoroughly entertaining. Two very great, boisterous personalities. That
was Chuck carrying me, man. It was Chuck.
Did you ever win an argument with Chuck? Did Chuck ever feel like, yeah, you know what, you got me there. I agree with you now.
First off, a lot of times it was just figuring out what Chuck liked and then just trying to poke fun at it.
Uh-huh.
Like he used to be, like back in the day, he was like, Peyton Manning's special. Chuck, let me know when he wins a playoff game. And so it was just that thing. And 13-3, and he got bounced in the first round. Chuck, how special is he? So it was fun to mess with Chuck in those kind of aspects. And then when I worked here and Sean Salisbury was around, Sean wanted to win every argument. That was Sean's thing. And so it got to the point in time where that was the fun part, was just, okay, knowing where does this particular co-host want to go, and then how can you just, literally just, okay, fine, I'm just about to pull your chain here, see how long I can make this thing last, because, it's radio. We got a couple hours to kill.
Yeah, I think that is kind of what Kevin and I initially built our show on, was we just troll Kevin all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Just constantly pick on him and just put him in the corner and kick him in the junk and have fun with it. And then it's become, I think I really do like the style of conversational. Instead of trying to win arguments, conversational style, I think, has really become something that our show does a pretty good job at, Kevin.
That's what Kevin, and this is what Gavin Spittle, who, by the way, people don't understand. You talk about a producer. When it comes to producing a show, I mean, there's times we didn't understand what to do, and Gavin was like, no, do this, and that. So Gavin's got a mind like that I don't have. But he told me, he's like, you're trying to win an argument. Stop trying to do that, because he said it made for bad radio. Just have you guys yelling all the time. So I was like, oh, okay. So I figured that one.
Just have the discussions that you're having, at the studio whenever y'all are when you and Donnie are getting after it a little bit.
Oh boy, we sure enough do, man. He told me the other day, Tank Lawrence is elite.
What?
He said,
Donnie said that?
Oh, Donnie not said, believes it.
Oh,
I'm
dear.
like, come on, man. Elite players get more than 6 sacks. I mean, and 6 and 6.5 sacks. So elite players playing the Pro Bowl. I was like, he's a good player, but he's not elite. Oh, he's elite, bro. He's elite. I'm like, okay.
Newey, do you like that in the first few minutes, Corey, one of his questions to you was, I think we do a great job at this, don't you? Like, I feel like he brought you on to talk about how good our show is.
Yeah. It was a smart decision on my
part. It was a smart decision.
Actually, I really brought him on.
Get Tony over here next.
He just stepped over here, and I was like, hey, because you asked some heated questions yesterday during the presser.
I had a buddy of mine who with the Mavs who was like, hey, man, way to go after Jerry. I said, I didn't go after Jerry. These are just legitimate questions, and I think fair. I had a conversation with a buddy of mine recently. I said, man, the people have gotten to the point where they think you're always hating. I was like, asking legitimate questions to people is not hating. I love Jerry, man. And it's going to be a sad doggone day when he's not here because he makes this thing media-friendly all day long. But the first 5 years, they were winning Super Bowls, playing in NFC Championship games. That's not the case anymore. And he sat up here when Clarence asked him the question. He's talking about, well, we've been close a lot more than we have been. The zeros have been putting up here. I'm like, you've dropped the standard, Jerry.
Mm-hmm.
So for the first 5 years, you were out here competing. So where's the secret sauce been? Because the last 25, you haven't. I mean, I was in Cleveland when they left and then went to Baltimore. The Cowboys won a Super Bowl. Since they've gone to Baltimore, they've won 2 world championships.
Mm-hmm.
The Saints have won a championship. The Seahawks have won a championship. Arizona's played the Super Bowl. Carolina's played the Super Bowl twice. The Cowboys haven't been there. So asking him, where's the secret sauce at? It was Jimmy Johnson. But I wasn't expecting him to say Jimmy Johnson. But just trying to figure out, okay, where's it at? And then you want to tell me you love Mike McCarthy. You wanted him here. There could have been other people. I could have got other people. But he's right here. Well, where's the contract extension to show me, at the end of the day, he's the guy? Because that shuts all of us up. If he's the guy, put some money behind it. He didn't.
Yeah, I would say to your point, and, I am a Jerry hater. I don't mind saying that I am, is I know that he's smart enough to know the sacrifices it takes to win in this league. It doesn't mean he'd win the Super Bowl every year or be in the NFC Championship every year, but he's a smart enough man to know the sacrifices that it takes from him and from his staff, but he doesn't want to do that.
What do you hate?
What I hate that he has taken, for me, I call it my team. Growing up in Dallas, my grandfather having season tickets from day one of the Dallas Cowboys, he's taken a historic franchise, Lakers, Yankees, Cowboys. He's taken a franchise, to your point and to mine, is he's taken a franchise that's supposed to be the premium franchise of the NFL, and they don't even compete anymore like they're supposed to compete. Yet, they get all the status, he gets all the love, he gets all the praise. Like, hey, we're going to stop talking Rangers. Why are we going to stop talking Rangers? Because the Cowboys are starting. But do the Cowboys deserve all that love? They get it because of their popularity. But, to me, it makes me mad that, like, the Mavericks aren't going to get that love. The Rangers aren't going to get that love. The Stars aren't going to get that love. Because why? Because they don't win enough. If you win a whole bunch, if you're those franchises, you get that love. Here, you don't have to win. And Jerry did create that. Congratulations.
Okay.
He walked in the first day, though, and said, what you're saying is, they're bigger than football. They're bigger than just a football team. On day one, his first press conference was they're America. And he's said that continually over time, but that's been his whole sell the entire time, and the fan base buys.
So I'll go back to this. And I was reading Dan Shaughnessy's book, Wish It Lasted Forever, about the Celtics. And he spoke about the Red Sox. That, hey, here I am covering the Celtics in 84, 85, 86. I mean, the height of the Larry Bird era. And it was still a Red Sox town. And as great as the Celtics team was in 86, arguably one of the best of all time.
Yeah.
You know what the big story in 86 was?
Them playing the Mets in the World Series?
That they were one strike away.
Yeah.
Despite, you're talking about the Celtics lost one home game. I mean, when's the last time we saw anybody in the NBA go to the lose only one home game? I mean, you could argue one of the greatest, if not one of the greatest teams of all time, the 86 Celtics. The biggest story in 86 was Red Sox. Bill Buckner. It's their town. Tom Brady, Patriots, win the Super Bowl, 14-point dog against the Rams. The chant that breaks out at the doggone Super Bowl parade is?
Yankees suck.
It's the Red Sox town.
Yeah.
This is the Cowboys town. First team to get here, 1960. The next team to get here, Rangers, 1972. Cowboys world champions in 1971. When I interned in St. Louis, I could not believe just like how, I knew the Cardinals were big, but it was deep, man. Even though they were lusting after trying to get another baseball team back here, it was all about the Cardinals. And, Mike, it's that way here.
Yeah.
When I worked here in L.A., it's about the Lakers, man. It's all about the strike was going on. We did strike talk all the time. That is what it is. And until the Rangers rip off 6-7 world championships, ain't going to happen. As great as the Patriots run has been under Bill Belichick, what town is it? Who runs Boston? Red Sox.
Do you still think that? Because I've heard from I have one Boston buddy who moved here and everything, and he feels like it has changed to a Patriots town now.
What they get beat together, like 28-3 or whatever?
I think they might have scored 5, but yeah, I see your point.
Okay, so they got lit up on social media. People are on them. They're on them. It's still mad. I think, and that's just my feeling of being a sportscaster who's traveled and worked in all the time zones, that the best markets have a team. And no matter what happens, it's that team's town.
So I guess this, too. As a kid, I used to go to the Cowboy games for free because there's 20,000 empty seats, and we had 4 season tickets. It was my grandfather, right? It was my dad, and it was my 2 uncles, right? And then you could just give them 4 tickets, and then I would walk in with them. They didn't care. There's 20,000 empty seats.
Yeah.
And this is 1988, 1989, 1990, pretty much, where 20,000 people are not filling a 60,000 seat stadium for the Dallas Cowboys. And my opinion is, Jerry was like, I have to win or this isn't going to change. And so he brought in Jimmy. He let Jimmy do his thing, right? And so he knows somewhat what it takes to win in this league, because he said, I have to win or I'm going to have 20,000 empty seats. I'm going to have to be giving out free seats to Kroger and Albertsons and whoever else he was giving them to. And so he knows the sacrifice that it takes to win.
It's different. He got a team that was in debt. He was like losing $1 million a month or whatever. So he was on the business side. He was trying to make money while Jimmy was over here running the team. But what happens, like anything, all of a sudden you realize you're not getting any credit. Hey, Cowboys are making money in longer debt. No one cares about that. Jerry saw where all the action was, everybody cared about was what was happening over there with Jimmy, so he wanted to get over there. Yeah, egos got involved. Red Auerbach talked about the worst thing he did when he was with the Celtics was win championships, because the different owners they had all thought they knew how to win there.
Yeah.
They all, we know what we're doing. We got this now. And once the Cowboys started winning and Jerry wasn't involved, wanted credit, and I know what I'm doing. Jimmy, go away, because, we got the secret sauce. We know what to do. And it hasn't stopped. The ego has been an issue. But the same way with Al Davis, man, he's going to be a 10-toes guy. So when it ends is when he gets carried off in the box. The frustrating thing, obviously, you're like, man, why won't you step aside? When I did Jerry's show here on Fridays, when I worked here at the Fan, and you guys do a great job with that too. Because I understand the pressures and everything that come with it. You didn't ask this. You guys saw. You guys. I get all that.
I got into a morning news reporter one time because he was like, I can't believe that's the question they opened with. And I go, I can't help but notice you used 10 quotes from that interview. So it seemed like it went okay.
Oh, hey, man. And you start to realize, too, that people are listening to. And and you know what I did, Kevin, I actually would talk to different people I respected. What should I ask? Or here's what I'm thinking about asking, because this is a national interview you're doing.
Yes, right. every
10
week.
a.m. on Friday
every week.
was a national interview. So I started, just trying to, how can I get the best information out of him? But when I talked to Jerry, I asked him that question to people, why don't you hire a general manager? Jason, he basically told him, he said, Jason, he was like, look, general manager's going to be in the way. Still got to come through me. And if you've watched The Captain on ESPN, it was great when they talked about, hey, when did they finally get good? It's when George was gone and Stick Michael could actually operate the Yankees. And Buck Showalter is still a good friend of mine today, the former Ranger manager. And I talk to him all the time. He's like, yeah, that's what happened. We got him out of the way. Until you get Jerry and Steven out of the way.
Mike doesn't have the control he needs to make that happen, because they seem like,
has he earned it?
You coach, you go coach, you do your thing.
Has he earned it?
Not from the team, I don't think.
I mean, most penalized team around here. So look, it's.
You think they truly believe that by only taking away guys that weren't showing up, that's going to change everything for this year? Because it sounds like
I think they
out
do.
With the message of, hey, here was the problem last
I think the
year.
three of you guys would all agree. This has been a team of entitlement, yes?
100%.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Teams of entitlement don't win titles. So at least they're acknowledging that we had a couple folks here were on the entitlement train that we need to get rid of. And maybe that's Mike convincing them to do it. Maybe it's DQ. But I'm sorry. I just find there's too many guys around here with getting these passes. And the bar's been lowered. That's one of my problems, Mike, with this whole thing around. The bar's been lowered, man. The standard's been lowered about what I grew up watching.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, when we think Tank Lawrence is elite and you say he's not, people think you're hating, I'm sorry. Elite people playing Randy Gregory. You thought Randy Gregory, you thought he was Randy damn White. I'm like, stop this. What are you losing?
Yeah.
Somebody else can come in here and run into 6 sacks if I got Micah Parsons out here on the other side.
Well, I mean, they did start last year with the Jalen process. They were like, that's not good enough. Well, and I think that may have been Dan. That may have been Mike. I think that was no matter what y'all thought with his contract, he can't compete with what we have right now. And I wonder if they can stack that up. You got Micah. You got Diggs. Can you continue stacking that up with Dan?
At some point in time, you're going to need more players like Micah Parsons. You need the guys.
Sure.
You need the guys, and Mike, you understand, haven't played. You need guys in the room to tell everybody else you need to raise the standard. What's going on around here is a bunch of horse hockey.
Mm-hmm. That Michael Irvin moment of he's here to collect a check.
Well, to your point, because you're talking about Larry Bird, I read after the winning time thing, I was like, I need to read the Showtime book to see how close this winning time is. And it's like 30% correct. And then I went and read Jackie McMullen's book, When the Game Was Ours, from Magic Johnson and Larry Bird's perspective. Just finished that one. And Magic Johnson in 1987. So he's I believe at that time, a 2-time champ. No, maybe 3-time champ.
3-time
champ. In 1987, he tells one of his guys on the team, he has been on the team and started some of the games that year, 1987. And he said, get on the other bus. And he said, the guy's like, Magic, no. And he's like, nope, you're on the other bus. And Magic said, only champions ride this bus, because he hadn't been part of any of the championships for the Lakers. And that guy, and I can't remember his name, I'm sorry, he didn't play a lot for the 87 team. But after they won it in 87, he's pouring champagne, and Magic comes over and he gives him a big hug. And he said, now you're a Laker. He didn't even consider him a Laker. He was on the team the whole year, and he's like, you're not a Laker until you're a championship Laker.
Standard.
Yeah, and that's what we hope it gets back to, Kevin, for you.
I mean, for Mike, I wanted to get there for me, but I think I can internalize it a little bit better than Mike can.
Newey, thanks for hopping on with us, man. You're always welcome to hop on.
Well, tell us how great we are again before you go.
Yeah, we appreciate those things.
You know what? Not just you guys, the whole station. You know, even though I don't work here anymore, I still have my fan shirts. I still listen. Still number one on when I get my car. So, you know, I'll always have love for the fan and consider myself just a little bit of small part of helping the fan get to be where it is right now. So appreciate you guys having me on.
Thank you very much, sir. There he goes, Newey Scruggs, as we get things kicked off at training camp. Coming up next, perhaps the most intriguing segment of the day, Tales from the Travel. How did Corey and Mike's journey to Oxnard go? I guess, and Bobby's. We'll talk about it next, right here on 105 Through the Fan.
All right, Tolo, man.
It's brought to you by Rubin and Associates. We've all probably felt this at one time or another, the feeling of dread to start the day due to credit card debt or maybe a missed mortgage or car payment. Rubin Associates can help you find a way out. Call Rubin and Associates now at 1-800-LAWYERS or DallasTexasLegal.com. Get your freedom and live your life back.
105.3 The Fan. We are live from Oxnard right now. Mike McCarthy Press are going to be going on out here right next to us on the tennis courts in just a little bit. We are the home of the Dallas Cowboys. That's why we're here. We're the first station here, and we're the full station, man. We're doing our thing, except for Kevin. Other than that, but Kevin has a child on the way. So the doctors wrote a note.
Congratulations!
To our boss. Yeah,
I feel like you knew that, Mike.
They wrote a note to our boss and said Kevin cannot go, and the bosses were like, "Well, we have to honor doctors."
Well, hold on. You said that we're the home of the Rangers and the Cowboys. Do we need to try to connect Chris Woodward and Mike McCarthy and just let them have like their own conversation out here?
Yeah, and be like, hey, what is a warm seat actually like? Like what is it like to both be on a warm seat at the same time?
Oh, yeah. I'm really sure they'd be pumped about that. Well, actually, they might be, because they'd be like, aren't you sick of this media garbage about whose job is in trouble and who's not? They'd be like, that's a good point. All right, my question for y'all is, now I know you guys called me when you were on the way to the hot dog.
Be involved.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And y'all were on the way to the hot dog stand or the hot dog place.
Pinks. Get it right.
What have your travels been like thus far? Have you stayed out of trouble?
All right, so I have 3 stories that caught my attention so far. All right, story number 1 is that I was sitting on a chair and I kept rocking back and forth, I guess, and the lady sitting on the same section of me as on the as you're waiting, you're kind of waiting to get on the airplane. She got upset that I was moving, and so I guess it was moving her part of the chair too. So she got up and moved. And then she got up and moved again. And then the last time she just looked at me and she was like, every time I move, you keep moving, and I'm tired of this. And then she ran over my foot with her suitcase.
She didn't mean to.
But she told me afterwards. She was like, that's payback for all the moving
Shut
you were doing
up!
over
Did
there.
she really say that?
And I was like,
it was an accident.
I can't tell if she's...
But she was a nice lady.
I don't know. I think she was really irritated, but she was treating it with the smile through your teeth thing.
Corey, does it bother you that Mike is advocating for this lady who thought you were a piece of garbage?
Yeah, it is. Mike's on her side. He's my teammate.
She smiled when she said those things.
I can smile and say sarcastic things too. That being said, that didn't control my narrative for the day. It was a funny story, and Bobby saw it all happen. Bobby knows. The thing that caught me off guard was Bobby's been on this bit of, hey, we are going to talk baseball. Me and Mike Bassick are talking baseball, and he's trying to get Martin Perez traded at 10:40
I didn't talk
today.
about it at 10:40. Sorry.
Hold on, show that sign one more time. Show that sign
It says
one more time.
trade Martin at 10:40.
Yeah.
He wrote out my baseball nugget.
But the thing that caught me was we're sitting there talking baseball. We're having a really good conversation about baseball, and I think this is all part of Bobby's plan, because moments later, the lady sitting next to me, who had taken over the new seat, she said, "Are you guys scouts?" And I laughed, I laughed out loud, but Mike was like, "No," and I said, "This is the Mike Bassick who played for the Texas Rangers," because that's how I always introduce him to people. And immediately she was like, "What did she say?"
She's like, "I think your voice is familiar," or and so I was like, "Well, if you watch the Rangers, I do the pre and post game show on there," and then. She was like the Ranger. Well, did she mention Blake Bevan first or Josh Bell first?
She was Blake.
Yeah,
she was Blake Bevan's aunt.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so she said, I'm Blake Bevan's aunt, and shortly after that, she was like, y'all need to recruit Josh Bell. And I was like, we've been trying to get Josh Bell for years now.
Did you ask her what she thought when Blake Bevan, after he got drafted, was like, I come in here and pitch for them right away?
I will tell you this, though, Kevin. I did think that.
Okay, good.
There is a part of me that was like, ooh, Blake. And like I said, remember I said yesterday, when Jim Stevenson drafted me, I was like, you guys would still be in the World Series if I was on. You just, when you're dominating high school and you're dominating summer league select baseball, you just think this is really easy. What would be the major difference between me going in the major leagues and not succeeding? And so I don't mind that Blake Bevan said it. He probably shouldn't have said it on a Rangers telecast, as he's like, all these guys on the Rangers aren't very good. And he kind of wasn't lying at the time. He just kind of didn't know that it was not going to be so easy to do. But we talked a little bit about Blake Bevan, and then we talked about Josh Bell because her kids went to Jesuit, and I believe one of her sons was at Jesuit when Josh Bell was there. And so we talked about a little bit of Josh Bell rumors where recently he's been connected with the Milwaukee Brewers. I haven't brought that up in Nuggets, but he's been connected with multiple teams because he's on the Nationals having a good year, and the Nationals are the worst team in Major League Baseball this year. So we're just having good conversations. One of her kids ended up being valedictorian, I believe, at Jesuit. And so right now, our daughter is valedictorian at Bishop Dunn with 1 year to go. So I was asking her a lot of college questions because we're getting, a lot of good things in the mail about people wanting Mary Grace to go to their school. So we're trying to figure out, like, hey, the valedictorian thing, if this thing holds up. And so she gave me a lot of good information on that. And then we went back to talking about baseball. And so it's fun.
Yeah, and Kevin, I think that she may be more connected than Mike when it comes to baseball. I heard her dropping names and everything. She had the conversation going. It was pretty good, and she was on the flight in front of us, I think 3 rows in front of me. And so, I just thought it was interesting.
Her daughter's moved to Los Angeles, and she's going to help her move in. Yeah, so, it's good stuff. One of her sons in sales. I got to know.
Yeah,
I got to know Blake Bevan's aunt's story. It was good. She's like, I'm telling you everything. And I'm like, no, I'm asking questions. I'm interested in hearing your story.
And that is, I don't know, this traveling with Mike, I'm learning this about him. Mike is genuinely in the moment. All right, wherever he is, he's in the moment. He may be looking at something on cards on his phone, but he's also in the moment at the time. Like when those little kids, you were like, "Oh, would you like a seat on the shuttle and everything?" He was very in the moment where he was.
I was talking to Casey Donahue, so I was a little bit distracted. But then after getting on the phone, I'm like, "Look, I'll get up. Like you guys need this seat," but they refused to take the seat.
Yeah, they were like, "Not your seat, sir." Now the other
and
thing,
they had on masks. Kevin, what would you think of that?
That's fine. If that's what makes them feel more comfortable.
That's a good answer.
Now, there was a moment where our plane was getting taxied back, and the lady started making an announcement. Now, that may have been the loudest flight attendant I've ever been around, by the way. She was very loud. But she made an announcement. There was...
She's from San Diego. Her family's from Mexico.
That, too. There were 11 people,
say that?
Kevin. Yeah.
She's loud. I could hear what she was saying.
There were 11 people on our flight that were connecting from DFW to Hawaii. So their layover was in L.A., but they had 11 minutes to get to, or 15 minutes to get to the next gate, which was very far away. So they landed, and the lady got on and said, if you can find it in your heart, please let these people go to the front and make it to their flight because it's Hawaii, dude. Like, they're not stopping with that one. And so, these people, I've never seen this before. Nobody moved. Everybody sat and waited, and these people sprinted down the aisle. This one kid jumped over an 80-year-old lady, got his suitcase, and darted all the way down the aisle.
And you say kid. He was in his 20s. He wasn't like
That's
a kid,
to me. Yeah.
right? But I consider that a kid too. But if people are like a 14-year-old, no, like a 25-year-old was like, we're getting to Hawaii. I'll be damned if anybody's in my way.
I'm not advocating this whatsoever, but did you guys think about saying, hey, we're going to Hawaii and grabbing your bags and running just
Absolutely.
like
Absolutely, man.
Okay.
I did think about that.
Everything went wrong when they got to the front of the airplane because then they couldn't open up the doors because there was something wrong with the
Skyjet, the jet bridge or whatever. Yeah.
That, connects to the door. And so then it was like, oh, no, they still might. I have no clue if they made it to Hawaii or not. But if not, then they're buying Dodgers gear at LAX, not Angels gear.
Now then we get off the plane, and Mike's like, hey, guys, do y'all want a hot dog? And
that's a good question.
And which is, again, we do have to ask Steven about that today, and maybe ask him where a good place to buy underwear is, because
they have an outlet mall.
Yeah.
Not maybe in Oxnard, but a 10-minute drive.
I'm sure Steven could help us out with some directions on that too. So, but
he could probably get free Nike underwear.
Maybe I could just ask him for those. Whenever he said, do you want to go get a hot dog at this place, Pink's? Now, Kevin, I don't know if you've ever heard of it.
I had not. And
it is
do you watch food channels?
I don't. I could tell how excited you were, Mike, so I got the sense it was a big deal, but I had not heard of it.
Yeah, and it is not just food channels. I think it's a cutaway shot anytime a movie drives through L.A., it's always a cutaway shot of Pink's, Capitol Records. There are a couple of different places, but that's always one of them. And so I knew it was a place we had to stop at.
It was good.
Yes.
But my comment was, as we were sitting down to eat under the umbrella outside at like 9 p.m. at night in L.A., I said, do you know what this reminds me of? This looks very similar to the place in Boys in the Hood where the guys got shot.
Oh my God.
So I was like, I don't know if how you got to watch out for cars here, I think, because I've seen this in a movie before.
But you also realize you're not in the midst of a gang turf war or anything. You did see the rest of the movie that led up to that, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Where the guy wanted out of the car because he didn't want to ride with Ice Cube anymore.
Which is, I got a different story for that. But yeah, I said we found a parking spot real quick. You walk inside, there's pictures of every famous person that you've ever seen, right? And then the KTLA people, like that was kind of weird. I don't think they belonged on the same, like the news people. I was like, do they really belong on there? With Shaq and Rosie and
like Steve Martin.
Yeah.
Michael Jackson was there.
Yeah, he ate a hot dog there, dude.
Yeah, he was little Michael Jackson. He was like Jackson 5 Michael Jackson.
Yeah. I ordered a hot dog, Kevin, that had guacamole and pico de gallo and bacon.
Was that the giant jalapeno?
Yes, it was the El Madrilyn.
You ordered better than I did, even though I loved mine. Yours was beautiful and a great, I think, California hot dog experience where I got the hot dog Reuben burrito.
Yeah, it looked awesome and greasy and amazing. Bobby got a chili cheese dog.
Oh, this is
very plain hot dog with chili and cheese on top of it. And he was upset that it had a slice of cheese on it. He was like
Velveeta. So their chili dog was 2 slices of Velveeta underneath the dog, and then they put chili cheese on it. And Bobby, I thought you would really like. Would you like a hot dog with 2 pieces of Velveeta cheese underneath the hot dog? Because I thought that would be right up your alley, Kevin.
I could see that. I could definitely see that.
Take off the chili and the onions.
I did see something on there.
Bobby just brought me a note and said, please remind Mike to trade Martine Prince.
I did see something on there. The double pastrami Swiss cheeseburger. That sounds pretty darn solid.
Dude, they had so many options.
Yeah.
Like I was like,
let's go back.
But no,
it's only an hour, 10-minute drive.
7,000 calories has got to be what was in that thing.
I still am not hungry.
Wow!
It is 9:30
from yesterday.
Yeah, honest to God, yeah. Because look, we're talking soda here. We're all soda guys. It's not really the best idea to be eating at 9 p.m. at night, 11 p.m. Dallas time. So my body's really not used to eating that late, and still right now I'm kind of like. And also eating probably pastrami and chili and hot dogs and onions probably has something to do with it too that late at night.
Yeah, I would bet
it was good. I'm glad we went there.
That was a good experience.
And Kevin, they said that you would have denied me that dog.
No. I would not have denied you. You just asked what my preference would have been. It's a democracy in that car.
Do you think I would have won?
Yes, I do.
Well, I mean, he probably would have called you after the show and griped about it.
We would be in the same car. Wouldn't I just gripe about it then?
Yeah. Would you have been like, we would get back? I think this would have been you, Kevin, for real, being honest. Is you'd be like, look, we can get to Oxnard right now and be there by like 9:15. If we do this, we're not going to be in Oxnard till 10:30, and that's 12:30 Dallas time. And that's we didn't get into our hotel till what 10:30.
Yeah, it was pretty late
here, and obviously our show starts at 8:00 here.
Yeah. You know how I know this show's working, Mike, is because you get me. Because that is exactly how I would have broken that down. And if I was still outvoted, so be it. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan, live from Oxnard. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, the NFL players who need to have a strong training camp. We'll talk about it next right here on the Fan.
All right, let's talk about
Odyssey app.
In Texas, we're proud to be the flag bearer for freedom. Classic Chevrolet gives you the freedom to choose from one of the largest selections of Silverados in the nation. Reserve yours now at Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Oxnard, California, where Cowboys training camp is underway. And it's big time, man. Everybody's rocking out. Every personality from DFW, Kevin, is out in this area, really ready for camp to get underway.
Who's your favorite so far?
I'm going to say Ed. We'll have that
take that, Newey.
Well, Newey's been great. I do enjoy Newey a lot. And we want to thank Metter Dodge Chrysler.
Why didn't you say that louder?
And Twin Peaks for having us out here. But right now it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Buttermilk biscuits.
And
they did have buttermilk biscuits and gravy at the.
They did this morning. Yeah.
Did you eat it? Oh, you're
No.
still not hungry. So
No, I
yeah,
had a couple bites of eggs and a couple bites of turkey sausage.
Okay.
Patty.
It blew my mind the first time somebody told me that those hotel eggs aren't real eggs. And I was
Water
like,
eggs,
Yeah.
You can tell a major difference.
Yeah, I could see that. Well, we start with the Saints, and yesterday Michael Thomas was on the PUP list, and the GM said we don't expect him to stay there long. He was right, as he was already out practicing today.
Nice.
So whether or not that translates into him being an elite or even usable wide receiver anymore, we shall see. But the point is, Michael Thomas is good to go.
Interesting. I have a question there.
Okay.
So I just saw that Michael Gallup will start on the PUP list. Do you presume that he'll be back that fast?
I do not.
He's a Michael, so
But did you see the good news was Jabril Cox is not on the PUP list?
that's awesome. I like
So
to hear that.
that's a step in the right direction. Man, if Michael Gallup wouldn't have been on the PUP list, that would have been shocking, and I would have been like, holy crap, he's ready to go for week one then. That is not the case. However, take this for what you will. Deebo Samuel is not practicing, but Kyle Shanahan says they're in a good place. Now, I know the logical follow-up question is, then why is he not practicing? I don't have a good answer for you there.
He's a veteran. And he gets a lot of wear and tear on his body. So he's like, I need to preserve my body as much as possible for the regular season. I don't need to waste all this time in training camp getting hit and bounce around. My legs need to be ready for the season because y'all are going to try and put a lot on my plate.
Okay.
And give me a contract.
Okay, let me read you a quote from Kyle Shanahan, and I'm going to let you decide for yourself. How many times does somebody need to tell you they're in a good place with somebody else before you start to wonder if that's the case?
Okay, all right.
Is Deebo going to practice today? He won't today. I just had a good talk with Deebo. We all know there's a lot going on with Deebo right now. His representation in the 49ers, they're talking nonstop right now. We'll see what happens, but it's going to go to the clock. I just had a great conversation with Deebo. Hopefully we can figure out something soon, but we're in a good place today.
3.
All right. That was like 3 sentences, and he said 3 times that they're in a good or great place. Is that just solidifying how great they are, or does that make you nervous?
I'm happy.
Okay.
I mean, everything's
Fantastic.
Occasionally we have a little spat here and there, but I'm happy. For the most part, every day it's not always the best, but I'm still happy.
I have a San Francisco 49ers question back to you guys, and a rules question. In Major League Baseball, if a guy makes it up to the major leagues and they don't qualify, they don't get enough at-bats, or they don't get enough innings pitched, they're still considered a rookie the next year. Trey Lance is going to be the starting quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers. Did you guys see all that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Why doesn't he qualify as a rookie when he literally didn't really play last year? He didn't qualify really to do anything because he sat out. Do you hey, well, you're a rookie and you didn't play, so it counts?
I think that's because, I don't know, I think the baseball system is kind of dumb. Because I also think, because you're like,
so if I pitched 9 innings, that was my rookie year?
Yeah, that's your rookie year. That's just how it goes. Like, I think your first year in the league, especially because baseball is different anyway, because you don't just draft somebody. Like, we're not going to see Kumar Rocker this season. And
wow. How negative are you?
Okay, well, I'm right.
There's a shot.
No, there's not. There's not a shot. Fine, you ask Woody that at 12:20, and he'll be like, "There's not."
I will.
No, I don't think you will.
But all right, I will.
But that's your rookie season. You missed out on it. You'll never get it back. I'm sorry.
Man, that stinks. That really does stink. But baseball is different. I get that part of it. Because it takes so long to even get to that point. And in the NFL, it's just like, bam, you're already here. Yeah, you're part of the team immediately, and you're expected to be an impact player.
Now, Minkah Fitzpatrick started the season on the non-football injury list because he fell off his bike and he is not ready to go. And then Clyde Edwards-Helaire also started on the PUP with an undisclosed injury for the Chiefs. But here's the most troubling one. You go back to his rookie year, there is nobody who could have told me that Chase Young wasn't going to be kicking ass in the NFL for the next decade.
Right.
Then he has a struggle second season before he gets hurt. And he starts training camp on the PUP list. Ron Rivera said, Chase Young is probably the one that's going to take the most time. I mean, it was serious. Obviously, anytime you're talking to ACL, it's down the line. So we'll just have to wait and see on that one. So they're not even talking like specific timelines about when he comes back. So first season, unbelievable. Second season, struggles, then gets hurt. Third season, not going to be there at the start. How long is it going to take for him to recover? So we might be talking about another lost season for him.
You know, one of the names that you always hear when it comes to that is the Bosas, you know, and,
yeah.
And what they did. That's Ohio State, man. You're getting these defensive ends out of there, and they're not able to play. That's kind of goes back to the don't draft a Penn State running back, right?
Right.
The idea, maybe
Blair Thomas.
Don't draft a defensive end out of Ohio, except for the Bosas are good when they're healthy. And
somebody always changes it, right? Larry Johnson changed it for Penn State running backs.
Yeah, somebody will eventually figure it out. And then Barkley came along.
Yeah.
And he ruined it again, didn't he?
That probably didn't help. Because his first year, he was awesome, too.
Kajana Carter.
Yeah.
Our
guy.
Is that our guy?
Well, the person that uses his name on social media.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. No, you're right about that.
Bengals guy,
They didn't pick Curtis Enos because he's a bust Bears running back.
Why else do you think they didn't pick Curtis Enos?
Because he wasn't available at their pick, maybe? I don't know. I don't remember. Was it the 1996 draft? I don't know.
Okay. I wasn't sure if it had anything to do with anything else. All right, let's go from that to Julio Jones. Do you know what I'm talking about, Corey?
No.
His last name sounds like penis. Come on. What are y'all even doing? I think y'all did know
See,
that.
I was thinking that the Enos was on you for that one.
Okay, you're dumb. I think you did know exactly what I was getting at.
I thought you may be referring to Ennis, Texas. I don't know.
Okay, Julio Jones has signed with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers because they're we'll take whatever. I know there are some folks who are hoping that Julio Jones, maybe washed, maybe not, would have popped up with the Cowboys. Was that ever a hope that you had? And do you think he's got anything left now that he's going to the Bucs?
I mean, with the way wide receivers are coming out of college pro ready, I have no desire to say I have to go get that kind of guy that's at that point in his career to play with him. But I can see Tom Brady benefiting.
Going to light us up in week one.
I can see Tom Brady benefiting from having him on the field, though.
Let me ask you this in a weird way, and I know he can't block, but he does have good hands. Can you use him in kind of the Gronk role?
Yeah. No, he can be a slot receiver that can do a lot of those physical big things.
Because he's a bigger guy, right? He can still probably,
if he
I don't
wants
want to
to do
say
that with
jump
his
higher
body.
than you, but because he's 6'4" and a cornerback's usually 5'10", 5'11", like I think that he's going to try to use him as the Gronk replacement in the wide receiver catching category.
They did get Kyle Rudolph, and so he's a good option for that too.
Let me ask you this. Do you think Rudolph's better or Julio Jones is better as kind of a catcher?
Julio.
I think it's just the having weapons. That's all Tom Brady wants is just give me the guys. I'll figure out how to get them the ball and know what they can and cannot do.
Now, Mike, you'd mentioned that the 49ers, apparently they had their Garoppolo meeting and they have moved on, and Trey Lance is going to be their guy. And NFL.com just put out a list of the players who need to have the best training camp. They had Trey Lance at number 1. Do you think you can go ahead and mark that off the list because they're like, well, we're going with him one way or another?
Yes and no. Is that yes, he's got the job. It's his because he was the 3rd overall pick. But that's a Super Bowl contender. If Trey Lance is a little bit better than Jimmy Garoppolo, they almost made it to the Super Bowl last year with Jimmy Garoppolo. So if you take Trey Lance and he is as good as Jimmy Garoppolo, they're a playoff team. If he's a little bit better than Jimmy Garoppolo, they're a Super Bowl contender. But I don't know. I don't know what to expect from Trey Lance. I know that his card market is on fire right now.
Good, because I have a good, maybe fun card for him.
Other players on the list include South Grand Prairie's Jeff Okudah, Daniel Jones, and the aforementioned Michael Thomas. I wonder about Daniel Jones, too, because it seems like they're going to let him go throughout the season one way or another.
The one thing about Daniel Jones is this. He's never shown flashes of being great.
I know.
So, there would be, hey, watch this game or watch these plays when he got protection. But every time I watch Daniel Jones, I'm just like, where's the huge upside? They keep saying there is, but wouldn't he, after 3 years in the NFL, have shown you multiple games or multiple plays? You're like, that's it right there.
It's like at least with Leighton Vander Esch, when people got frustrated with the injuries, I was like, I mean, he was first team he was all pro NFL as a rookie. Like, I get that part. For Daniel Jones, you're like, well, this one game he was okay.
Yeah, no, it is my quarterback guru. Did not like him coming into the draft, so I was like, let's stay away from him. The Giants took him, he thought, way too high, and he was right about him so far. My only question is, and Josh Allen had all the talent, just was very raw. Can Dabes do that with Daniel Jones? Can he redo that?
While you guys are out there, tell me if you see a shirt anywhere near
I see a shirt.
as cool as CJ Uzoma, who came to training camp wearing a T-shirt that had Zach Wilson as Times Person of the Year. So he mocked up a magazine cover for Times Person of the Year, and it was Zach Wilson. So let me
that
know.
Guy needs to stop getting so much praise for sleeping with moms.
That's not the only thing. You think? Well,
that's the only reason he's popular.
I think he's right. I think he's right, Corey.
Is his card market out of touch right now too, Mike? Is that what we were looking at
No,
last
it's definitely
night?
in touch. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
On eBay, MILF Hunter, and Zach Wilson comes up.
Coming up next, the guys are there. The first practice is about to begin. Give us a bold prediction for Cowboys training camp. 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan. But before
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, home of the Dallas Cowboys, in our tent, home of Ted Nichols-Payne. Glad to have that up here today. And right now, Kevin, joining us is Brian Broaddus with his camp analysis, brought to you by Bobcat of North Texas. Broaddus, thanks for joining us, man.
Yeah, thank you, Bobcat.
All right,
appreciate you guys.
Here's what we're about to rock. We're going to get into it right now. Bold prediction for the Dallas Cowboys for the training camp for the season. Let's get this thing rocking. Kevin, I want you to start with your bold prediction because you're always about these.
All right, at least 2 undrafted free agents from this season will make the roster.
Ooh.
I don't know if that's Peyton Hendershot, Marcavius Bryant. I don't have
the roster. Bell, the safety, might be a guy you look at.
Yeah, or even Garibay if that counts. But at least 2 undrafted free agents will make the roster from this season.
Man, that's interesting with how many draft picks they had. How Kevin, is this based off of history for you where they've typically been able to slide one in, or is this just a gut feeling?
I can see why you would ask that because I'm a big proponent of like what historically happens. It's just that like a lot of these, especially with like Hendershot, Bryant, and then Brian just mentioned Bell, they're at positions where you could see them still wanting to add more depth. So I think it's more a product of some of these undrafted free agents and maybe some of the guaranteed money they gave them kind of fit the idea that they might make this roster.
You feel good about that?
No,
Broaddus?
I feel good. I mean, that's the Cowboys traditionally have done a really good job with the guys that are undrafted. I give Chris Hall a lot of credit, the college scouting coordinator for the Cowboys, because those tags that are guys that are undrafted free agents were tags that were on their boards as draftable players. You go back to history and you look at Tony Romo was a 5th-round player on that Cowboy board, and Chris Hall never let that tag move. So those are the guys you go and get. So to the Cowboys, we say they're undraftable. To them, it's like, hey, we had this guy in the 5th, 6th, 7th round, so it's like we had a draftable player here. But this team has a history of doing that. It goes all the way back to the 70s with undrafted guys making this football team.
All right, I'm going to rock with this, Mike. I'm going to go with Tony Pollard finishes with more yards than Zeke and combined yards than Zeke this year, than he has rushing yards. So more combined yards than Zeke has rushing yards, and he's the 3rd leading receiver on this team.
Okay.
So you do not believe that person who texted in and said Zeke's got it back, and that's their bold prediction?
Well, I mean, I think he's going to be a feature part of it, but I think there's going to be a point where they're going to go, man, this is we have to use the hot hand.
What if I throw this to you as kind of a question / Zeke is going to have a good 4 weeks to start the year, and then the age, and I don't know if age is the right word because he's not old, but just the wear and tear on his body throughout his career starts to show as you get to the 5th or 6th game. So I'm not going to say you're wrong, but I think that people could question you after maybe the first month of the NFL season.
I think that's an interesting thought to have. I kind of feel like that maybe, and this is what I'm hopeful for, but I'm hoping, if you start to think about how this needs to play out for the Cowboys, they need to get Pollard more involved. They need to, and so I'm thinking if it's wear and tear Zeke first 4 weeks that they just totally just bash him into the line and they're not running the football and all that, then I could see where, that your bet's going to be right. But if all of a sudden they come out and they figure out that, wait, we can put Pollard in here for these, not just a series here and a series there, but legitimately get them involved both in the game plan to maybe take some wear and tear off Zeke with that.
Broaddus, do you believe that the people in that room have that's same?
That's what I said. I said I hope, I wish, and I'm all going to say, hey, prove it to me. Yeah. I mean, that's what Bobby Belt and I were talking about on our podcast today. I'm like, prove it to me. Prove it to me that you're going to use Pollard in a way to help Zeke, to help Dak, to help this offensive line. Until they show that, though, I just keep hoping and I make these bold predictions and whatever, and that's why they're bold predictions.
Yeah, exactly.
So, no, I have to make one?
That's how it works, Mike.
Don't do the one you told me you were going to do this morning.
No, because you said you're going to ask it in the C block?
I'm not going to ask that in the C block.
I was being negative, and I was talking about who's going to miss the whole season because of injury, because somebody's going to get hurt here and miss the whole season. It's going to happen with every team. So.
I'll tell you what, if you said that right now in like our meeting room, you'd be the one that gets hurt. I mean, nobody wants to talk about Tyron Smith.
Happen.
I mean, I was on a Cowboy break, and we were talking about Tyron Smith, and it's like, well, people fall down around him and all that stuff, so that's
it
dumb.
stinks. But for pretty much probably 25 of the 32 teams in training camp, they're going to lose a guy for the whole season. Something's going to happen in a preseason game or at a practice where somebody's going to miss the whole season. But let's not talk about that because it surely won't happen to the Dallas Cowboys.
Thank you, Mike.
It'll just happen to
But wait
all
a minute,
the
He's
other
being sarcastic, Corey.
I know, but Mike's always the one talking about they really don't practice here. It's take the snap, hand off, run into the line, nothing happens. So they don't really practice. So under that, they might not get hurt.
True.
But you're very critical of practice.
They weren't practicing that hard when Sean Lee missed a whole season.
That was but that was the screen with the whole thing with Zach Martin. That was weird.
He's just that strong.
Everybody wanted to get rid of Zach Martin at that point. I'm like, no, you don't understand. This guy's really good.
He's good.
All right, so here's my bold prediction, but I don't know how bold it is because he's barely top 10 on most lists. I think at the end of the 2022 season, Dak Prescott will not be considered a top 10 quarterback in the NFL.
I was listening to you yesterday, Broadus.
I think his offensive line is average.
Yeah.
I think that his wide receivers overall are below average because of the Michael Gallup injury. Yeah. And I hope they're better. I hope Jalen Tolbert is great and is a good rookie, a top 5 rookie wide receiver. And if all those things happen, great. But I think that this could be a year where the Cowboys get to the end of the year, not them, but like us as Cowboy fans go, oh no, like he's not a top 10 quarterback, is he?
Man, I tell you, Hagee, what were you saying? You said you were listening?
I heard you yesterday, and it seemed like, and you can correct me if I interpreted this incorrectly, but you seem like fairly bullish on the prospects for Dak Prescott showing what he showed at the beginning of the season last year.
I am. I'm going to be bullish because I do believe his health is where it needs to be. I think that, to me, when you look at him mentally, yes, the pieces around him, I think the thing, he's going to have to uplift this offense. He's going to have to find a way to go back and be what he was pre-injury and all those things, those injuries he dealt with. If he has to run, he's going to run. If he has to be physical, he's going to be physical. He's got to figure out a way how to bring these wide receivers up around him, and get them more and help this offensive line. If it means running for first downs and things like that, I'm bullish that we're going to see more 16, 17, the early Dak. And I think he had a really bad run of injuries, and I think it affected him mentally. And I think they were very cautious with the way they played with him. You need Dak to be rough and tumble and let him play, let him get the flow of the game. If this head coach wants to keep his job and the OC wants to keep his job, you better figure that out. But I think Dak's ready for that.
I am kind of interested in the idea of he came off the injury, got the big contract, and now I have to prove I'm an Aaron Rodgers type thrower.
Man, he needs to make others around him better. He really does.
How about this question for you? And this is a tough question. Dak Prescott more likely is a top 5 quarterback in the NFL in 2022, or Dak Prescott is not a top 10 quarterback in the NFL in 2022?
I'm going to say more likely he's not. But the thing about, to me, the upper echelon quarterbacks all have that ability to throw guys open, to make those types of plays. I mean, if you see that, if we're getting into camp and practice, and I think it's going to be tough because of these wide receivers. I think it's going to be, my bold prediction could be, hey, they're going to go out and get a big-time receiver. That could be one of my bold predictions, but it's not. I've got another one.
All right.
But I think that to be fair to Dak and to be fair to the team, you got to evaluate where you're at with these receivers, because if you're out here practicing and that whole crew's looking bad and Dak's looking bad, and it's because the receivers, then you better make a switch fast. You can't go into the season just saying, oh, no, we're going to ride with these guys and hope for the best. I think that you got to find ways. Dak can. I just think that he's put these injury things behind him, and I think you're going to see a different player. Top 5 player, we'll see. Top 5 player to me would be a guy that's able to be able to lift the teammates, but also find ways to get his guys involved, get them throwing them open, plays like that.
Like the way Joe Burrow throws Jamar Chase open?
Very accurate, yeah. I mean, there's the great quarterback. Look at the Mahomes, the Rodgers, the Bradys, those guys. What do? Their receivers are not reaching back for the ball. Their receivers are catching it on the go and taking off. I think if you see that from Dak, then Dak's going to have the type of year you want.
Yeah, those are the fine details of the position that those guys
Well, that's what quarterbacks do. The great ones, the elite ones, have that ability to read the field and make the throws.
Before we get to another bold, broadest prediction, I've got some from the fans. Wanted to see how y'all feel about these, especially since we were just talking about wide receiver. From the 575, Tolbert becomes your clear wide receiver number 2. They gave season projections, but what realistically would you see in training camp that would lead you down that path, and how does he beat out James Washington?
Well, if Jerry talked about availability, and rookie wide receivers, it is tough. It is tough on defensive backs. It's tough on wide receivers. There is a ton of running that goes on here, and he's got to, he wasn't available in the OTAs and mini camps and all the practices. The practices he did have, you did see those flashes. You did see that ability. You saw the ability to catch the football, get up the field, and things like that. There seems to be a little bit of a rapport between him and Dak. So if you start to see one-on-ones where he's going against Anthony Brown and Diggs and those guys and making plays, then I think you could start to say, okay, things are starting to click for him a little bit. But he comes from a small school, South Alabama, but he's an outstanding player. I mean, these rookie wide receivers, the learning curve can be very small, but the problem is they're not used to how hard it is in these practices when they're running every single route. And hopefully he can get through that. If he can get through all that, and then you see him have productive catches and plays, then I think the fans will be absolutely right about that.
When I was watching James Washington at Oklahoma State, I saw a guy that could get downfield.
Separate.
Yeah, that's what he did.
Yeah.
He did best. He wasn't one of those Jamar Chase quick, guys,
Right.
but he did what Jamar Chase does so well, and he gets down the line and gets up. And I didn't feel like Ben had the arm left to get him in, throw him open like he used to do with Antonio Brown.
Right.
And I'm wondering if Dak can revitalize that a little bit with
That's
James.
what I hope. That's what I hope. I hope that the fact that Washington, and I didn't see Washington practice one time in OTAs and minicamp, not one time. And you worry about that. A veteran guy, that might be a problem.
Let me ask a quick wide receiver question, because at this time last year, everybody was praising the Dallas Cowboys for taking Simi Fehoko.
Yeah.
Is he considered a challenger out here for any type of?
There's young guys in the second. I think Simi Fehoko thought it was going to be a lot easier than it was for him. He probably felt like that, hey, I'm going to come in here, I'm Stanford, I make a lot of plays, I've caught a lot of balls, all that stuff like that. And then all of a sudden, it wasn't easy for him. He got nicked up, he got hurt, he got behind in some things. He tried to catch up. He had some drops in practice. They need him. They need him to make that leap to be that guy, the fifth, the sixth guy in order to compete, because he's capable. I mean, you watching the Stanford tape, he catches a ton of balls. But, he was really inconsistent when he was out here last year.
Yeah, and I think he's got a unique body to every other receiver on this team, which would be like you create a weapon in some of the things that he can do.
How excited are you guys to see Jabril Cox out there? Because somebody predicted big things for Jabril Cox. He's not on the PUP list. We get to see him.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of Jabril Cox's speed. I am curious if that speed's going to be back after the injury, but I love him next to Micah with what they can get accomplished.
Outstanding cover guy at LSU.
Yep.
And the question was about playing the run. And one time he did play the run correctly was when Daniel Jones got hurt, got the concussion in that Giants game, and then that ruined the Giants' offense the rest of the day. I think with Jabril Cox, though, if he can become a physical player, because the athletic ability, the speed, the quickness, all that is there. Just needs to figure out, though, how to be physical at the point of attack. And if he does that, then you got yourself a really good linebacker.
Broadus, I know y'all have a weird show tonight, a little bit of an interesting show, but you also have a pretty awesome guest coming on.
We do. We have Micah Parsons that's coming on with us day after practice, so we're looking forward to getting him squared up. I'm interested in talking to him about playing blitzing from off-ball linebacker. Would he rather have his hand down, that kind of thing, and just kind of pick his brain a little bit about some of the things he might have worked on in the offseason. And my bold prediction before we get out of here today, Anthony Brown will lead this team in interceptions.
Oh,
wow!
Which, Kevin, you said that 8 was where you're expecting Diggs this year. So
No. I said at some point in his career he'll get 8 or 9 interceptions again.
Right, that's right.
Hey, if it happened this season and he still didn't lead the team, we're going freaking places. That would be amazing.
That sounds great.
Thank you very much, Broadus. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Not only are we the home of the Cowboys, hence why we're at training camp, we're also the home of the Rangers. So coming up next, we will talk with Rangers manager Chris Woodward right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Listen.
Gas prices, well, think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so get the representation that won't settle for less. It's Frankel. Frankel, visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, brought to you by, oh no, I lost my sheet. There we go.
Brought to you by TXU
Energy. Energy for everything. I'm so excited about all the things happening. I couldn't find the right sheet, and excited to talk to this man. It is Rangers manager Chris Woodward. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, fellas. How we doing?
We're doing pretty good. I am curious if you could give us the breakdown of the one-run losses. I know they're not all the same, and some of them, like, you make the comeback to get it down to one run, and that's not the same as, like, losing a lead. But what is the mindset that you take out of a loss? Is it just a loss is a loss, or do those feel different?
No, they feel different. They hurt. They sting. Obviously, we've had a lot of gut wrenchers, and we've been punching them out a lot in those one-run games. And some are different, like you said. It comes down to one play that we don't make or one pitch we don't make. And you can always point back to something in a game because every game is unique. But I think it's really important that, obviously this group figures out, you got to figure out how to win as a group. And I think that's, man to man. They've you look in the mirror and you figure out, okay, what can I do better? As a team, you say, how do we play better as a group? There's a lot to learn in these things, and we just can't just go through them. And, we build up some scars from it. And that should give you a little bit of, obviously, some fight the next time to say, I'm not going to let that happen. But every game is unique. Every opportunity we get right after is super important. And we come back the next day and we learn from it, and we come back and fight even harder. Hopefully a little bit more educated in how to get the job done the next time. But proud of this group. We fought our butts off last night. Nothing really stood out as far as last night's one-run loss. Just a misexecuted pitch really on one to Raleigh, and ended up costing us. But at the same time, we fought our butts off against a really good bullpen to get ourselves the lead in the ninth inning.
Woody, I want to talk about the opportunities that are there in the starting rotation. We know John Gray's doing great after, he kind of dealt with, in and out of the rotation because of injuries to start the year, and Martin Perez has been an all-star this year. Those two guys have been great. But there's three spots in your rotation that are pretty much a huge opportunity. I was talking to Steve Buechele about this on a pre-post-game show of y'all's last week, and just that we were kind of saying, hey, I hope these guys realize the great opportunity that they have just using a guy in your organization right now. Bubba Thompson would probably be an everyday outfielder on the Oakland Athletics, but because of how great Leote is playing and Adolis Garcia and Cole Calhoun and Josh Smith and stuff, it's just tough to get Bubba Thompson up to the major leagues, even though he's doing everything he possibly can in AAA to be in the major leagues. Right now, your rotation, there's kind of three spots that are available for the taking. So I was just wondering from a managerial perspective, because there's times in my career where it didn't matter. If you have 5 John Grays on your team pitching well, making millions of dollars, it really doesn't matter what you're doing in AAA until the opportunity presents itself.
No doubt.
Do these guys kind of understand the huge opportunity they have here to become a starting pitcher in the major leagues?
Yeah, they do. And I think I've obviously talked to a lot of them. They're working their way through it, obviously, and they're, they feel the pressure, and they know that what's happening, in the future. They know that there's a bunch of guys coming. We're going to have a ton of depth at that position coming soon. We just drafted a few guys that they're going to be there. We have a bunch of guys in AA and AAA, and some of those guys aren't performing as well, but we know that we have a ton of talent on that. So, the Dunning and Otto and Howard, obviously right now, they know what's at stake, and they know their opportunity that they do have. Now, sometimes they put too much pressure on themselves. Sometimes I don't think they've ever been comfortable. That's the last thing we want, is obviously for them to feel too comfortable up here, because, man, I love it when guys are breathing down their neck. It's a healthy competition that kind of keeps everybody moving forward. But, they've been working their butt off, and they've had to go through the ups and downs that starting pitchers have to go through. They're starting to get a little bit more comfortable. You're seeing Otto's outings. Dunning was back on the mound last night. After that rough first inning, kind of came out and then pitched 4 scoreless. Howard's looked a little bit more comfortable, a little better. Stuff was picking up a little bit. So, yes, they definitely are very aware of the opportunity and knowing that a bunch of guys are coming behind them.
Man, I want to stick with starting pitching there then, Woody. When is the first Kumar Rocker start going to happen this year?
That's a good question. It's coming soon. I know he wants to pitch, and he's only thrown 30 innings this year, so he wants to get out there and perform. He's excited about it. Excited to be a Ranger, obviously, and can't wait to get him out there.
Well, that is actually kind of I was joking about starting with the Rangers, but the he hasn't thrown that much. Do you want to try it? How are you going to get those innings in? How are you going to get those opportunities for him?
We'll try to pitch him as soon as possible. Obviously, we'll make sure he's healthy and ready to go, and he's able to kind of go out and compete. But get him as many innings at the end of this year, and maybe put him in the fall league and get some extra innings there. So we're hoping we can get somewhere between 70 and 80 innings total, including the 30 that he has. If he can do that, that'd be great. It's a good starting point.
Now, can you walk us through what a theoretical process would look like from there? Because Mike has told us all about this off air and stuff, but for our audience, what is the process of building up a pitcher's arm?
As far as their first years?
Yeah, in terms of if he got up to 70 or 80 innings, what would be the ideal after that? And after that, how does that process go?
Yeah, I think, if he can get up to the more innings you throw in 1 year, obviously, and we've had that with a few guys. Dunning last year, we wanted to get to 120, 130, somewhere around there, so that way he can come into this year, and throw 170, somewhere around there and be fine. So, we're really careful, obviously, as an organization, as are most, with starting pitchers. There's a lot of data to prove why. But if he can get 70, 80, you look at 110, maybe 120 next year, and that's a pretty significant number. I mean, that's a number of starts, and that's a lot of innings. So if he can do that, he's kind of on his way to 2 years from now being basically a 180 inning starting pitcher.
Woody, two questions here on Kumar Rocker, and you might not know this, is do you know where the Rangers are going to send him to start off his minor league career? And then would he be a guy that you would try to get innings in instructional ball too, to try to add innings there?
I don't know where he'd start. I mean, listen, he could start in high A, or he could start in Double A. I know we went straight to Double A with Leiter, so that may be obviously he's an older guy. We just want to put him in the best position possible to succeed. And if he starts, even if he were to start in high A, he'd probably make his way to Double A or Triple A by the end of the year, just because of the age and maturity level. But as far as the extra innings go, I think the fall league kind of makes sense. Good competition. I think he'd be ready for that. Like I said, he's an older dude, so that would probably make the most sense to me.
And you're talking like Arizona Fall League? Is that what you meant by that? Okay, yeah.
Not like Bryan Adams' high school fall league.
Oh, yeah. He dominated that.
I think, Woody, people need to know this, though. Instructional ball, there's a lot of guys in instructional ball. Arizona Fall League, if you're in the Arizona Fall League in 2022, I would say 80% of those guys are going to make their major league debut if they haven't already in 2023. Yeah. That is a very high level of competition.
No, it is, and it's every year. It's the same. It's exactly like you said. Anybody you see, I got to see a lot of guys last year. I saw Duran and a few of our guys, Owen White pitching the fall league, and you just kind of know that they're on their way. At that point, most of those guys end up making their debut the next year.
I know that Major League Baseball, obviously, Woody, is all about results, giving your team the best chance to win and then producing winning plays, as you've talked about, for your team so that you can have a good record. Minor League Baseball is a little bit different. I'd love for you to kind of ask the audience, as people ask me, well, what's the difference of pitching in the minor leagues versus the major leagues? So let's just take a Jack Leiter, for example, who has pitched at Double A. Is he being told, because there's times, I know this is specific, but you can kind of talk about this, is, hey, we want you to work on a 2-0 off-speed pitch. So even though we know you believe you can get your fastball over here at 2-0, to pitch at the major league level, you're going to have a secondary pitch to go to behind in the count. So can you talk about, and then maybe also from the hitting perspective, on when sometimes people just look at numbers in the minor leagues, and that's not all to look at?
Yeah, I think on the pitching side, it's probably more true to what you're saying. These guys have to learn how to use their pitches. They could go through an A-ball season and literally just throw 100% fastballs and dominate that league potentially. Or they could just throw 100% sliders because nobody can hit it, and those hitters are going to chase it and they're going to be swinging at it no matter what. But when you get here, you have to be able to command all your pitches. You got to be able to execute your pitches. So if we're asking guys to throw breaking balls behind in the count or be able to use their breaking ball, even in a full count situation, you almost got to force them to at times, to kind of get that in their head to see, so they can actually execute it. The more they do that, the more they get confident to be able to do that they finally come here. We're going to ask them to do something they've never done in the big leagues. That's unfair, first of all, and we see that. We see that sometimes. Some guys got rolled through the minor leagues and they dominate, and they never really have to throw the breaking ball in the zone because guys are chasing it. They're swinging over the top of it, and they're missing it by a foot, and then they get here and they don't swing at it. And now they're walking guys, and they have to kind of readjust and learn how to pitch at this level. And that's just totally unfair. So to your point, it happens more on the pitching side where we have to kind of force them to do things at times. On the offensive side, it's like you stay in the strike zone. You do damage in the middle of the plate. I think that rings true for any level. Just, hitting in the big leagues, you're not used to seeing the stuff that you see every night on the big leagues. And I think Duran said it best the other day. He said they don't throw balls down the middle like they do in the minor leagues. Here it's like they execute a lot of pitches, so you got to be able to take those pitches away. If you're looking away, you got to look away. You may get a ball down the middle, but it doesn't happen as often, obviously, here as it does in the minor leagues.
I don't know. I don't know if this was the perspective of the team going into the season, but we talked about it a lot. Is the idea of Adolis Garcia as an everyday player, and which did you see more, the first half or the second half? Like, what's more indicative of him? What is the confidence level of you and the organization after what we've seen thus far, that Adolis Garcia is absolutely an everyday player?
Yeah, I think so. It's still a challenge, though. I mean, it's my challenge to him, and I actually talked to him about it the other day. This is a big second half for Adolis. He did a really good first half, obviously an all-star last year for us. This year is a huge hit for us, a ton of RBIs and homers. It's going to be important that he finishes strong to prove to us, to prove to myself, to the organization that, hey, this is a guy, I'm a guy you can rely on to go out there every day, play any position you want, play a gold glove right field, run the bases well, hit for power, get big hits, but he's got to be consistent. From 1 to 162, and we still have 2 more months left, and it's a big opportunity for him to kind of establish himself, not only with us but in the league. Like, I'm an elite everyday guy.
Woody, I just saw that Josh Young is scheduled to make his rehab and start that process. Can you what's the vision there? What are you hoping for there?
Oh man, I think he's just excited to get back out on the field. I just shot him a text and was really excited to kind of see him start playing. So he should be out in an affiliate somewhere around the 8th or 9th, which is exciting. Probably go to Round Rock and be there. So I mean, listen, I don't know. I mean, we got to get this guy healthy and playing games and kind of go from there. But he's probably a little bit further ahead than we all thought. He looks great, swing great. He's healthy, ready to rock.
And Woody, also you were here with the Dodgers. Mike last night said immediately we have to go to Pink's and get a hot dog.
Oh.
And I don't think Mike had ever experienced that before, and we did it. We're out here in Oxnard with Cowboys camp going on as well, and we did it. It was worth it. Was that a good decision on our part?
You tell me. I mean, yeah, it's world famous, right? Any place is world famous. I mean, listen, a hot dog to me, but it was good when I had it there. Got one in Chicago in some place that was famous, but it was still a hot dog to me. So I don't get too excited about it, but yes, a famous hot dog.
So basically, he's saying you could still skip In and Out, Corey. That's what I'm taking.
That's different. That's not just a burger. That's In and Out.
Okay. All right. I like that. I like that kind of logic. You're going to work just great if you ever decide to get into the media. We like that kind of logic in the media. Well, we appreciate it, as always, jumping on with us, and we'll catch up with you again next week.
All right, let's get a W today, fellas. All right?
Absolutely.
Yes,
there you go. Texas Rangers manager Chris Woodward. And by the way, Rangers game starts in about 2 hours right here on 105.3 The Fan. So appreciate him spending time with us right before it's almost game time. Coming up next, I do believe it's some Mike Likes It and a giveaway.
Well, let's talk about the Dallas Cowboys and NFL questions I have for the K&C Masterpiece next.
Coming up in the next.
Cowboys training camp coverage is brought to you by Metter Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram and by Twin Peaks on the home of America's team. 105.3 The Fan.
In Texas, we're proud to be the flag bearer for Freedom. Classic Chevrolet gives you the freedom to choose from one of the largest selections of Silverados in the nation. Reserve yours now at Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and I think, Peyton, you might need to get ready to shout because it's about that time.
Let's
get something away.
That was not the enthusiasm looking back from Mike, but Peyton, you got it.
It was close.
McCarthy's going to kick our butts if we talk too loud.
Oh, that's a great point. Caller number 10, 877-881-1053 will win a 4-pack of tickets to go see the Rangers play the White Sox Sunday, August 7th. You can buy tickets at Ticketmaster.com, or you can win them for free right now. Doing this giveaway all week long. Caller number 10, 877-881-1053. Now, how about some Mike Likes It?
Mike Likes It is going to turn into a little bit of what we do during the regular season. So if you're a new listener right now, thank you so much. During the football season, there's a segment, I believe it's on Tuesdays, called Mike Ask All the Football Questions. Well, I am going to ask football questions here. So it's going to be a little bit of a preview of what happens during the regular season. Now, I don't have games to talk about right now, but as all these training camps are opening up, I thought it would be fun to ask some football questions. First one is a Dallas Cowboys question. You guys can just answer who.
Who?
Coach McCarthy or Mike Bassick. Who has more tenure in Dallas-Fort Worth?
Mike Bassick?
You've answered correctly.
That's like that was a trick question.
No. You've answered correctly.
Okay.
We're going to start something here, and we're going to pass it along to everybody out here in Oxnard, especially on our station. I am Mike. He is not.
Oh, no.
He is McCarthy or Coach McCarthy. Stop saying Mike. That is my name. It confuses me. I don't like it. You guys don't have a manager or a coach named Kevin or Corey, but what if every time we start talking about something, we go, Mike said, and I'm like, what did I say?
I didn't say that.
I didn't say that. And I'm a bigger deal on this station than he is. This is his third year, most likely. I know he's right next door. He's probably getting fired after the season's over.
My God, Mike.
Oh, my God. So let's refer to him as Coach McCarthy. Or Catman, or I don't know.
That one might be taken.
All right.
Big Mac.
All right.
But he's just McCarthy.
Okay.
He has not earned Mike. I got the mic.
That's
by the way,
point.
By the way, Mike McCarthy did say helmets and shirts for practice today. So
okay,
Coach McCarthy did, right?
Okay, sorry about that.
Yeah.
Look, Mike. If we can't even get Corey on board, he's sitting right freaking next to you. How's this going to work?
Well, I'm going to talk to G-Bag Nation today, and I'm going to tell him, stop it. It's McCarthy from now on. Stop referring to him as his first name.
Okay.
The first name is taken at this station. That's why I was called Bass or whatever. Bass during my, because there's too many Mikes on a team. Nobody is referred to as Mike because there's too many of us. So you have to come up, if your name is Mike, you have to come up with a nickname. I don't have to because I'm here the longest. It's taken. McCarthy is now his name. I don't want to hear another human being on this station refer to him as Mike. Because if you do, I'm going to interrupt and screw up everything on that show because that's my name.
He can do
I'm going to
it.
start talking.
What if we just call him Coach? Like, can we just
You
do
call
that?
him Coach.
Is that a good one? Like, can we just call him Coach Kevin?
Yeah.
Not Coach Kevin.
No,
You
I
call
mean,
him whatever
I think
you
you should
want.
ask Mike. He seems to be the one far more concerned
Call
about
him
this.
whatever you want. Just don't call him Mike.
Or late for dinner.
Well, we know that.
Oh, man. I didn't mean it like that.
Oh, okay. All right. So now the next football question. Really, that was a
Was it
football
a football
statement.
question?
Yeah, I asked the question: who has more tenure here, me or him? Me. That's my name, not his. All right. Next question. I'm throwing this around Cowboys camp because I'm thinking about spending some pretty good money on a rookie card. And what I mean by that is the quarterbacks from last year. If you don't know cards very well, but you're kind of thinking about getting into it, somebody might ask about the rookies of this year, whether you want to get Jalen Tolbert cards or whatever. they're not going to be available till like week 6 or week 8, like the majority of cards. There's kind of a backlog still of COVID. So when you're looking at, hey, I want to collect this or that, they still haven't even put out all the Micah Parson rookie cards yet. There's still another 10 or 15 products from last year that they're trying to catch up and put out. So I don't know when they're going to catch up, but I want to talk about Trevor Lawrence and Zach Wilson. My question to you guys is this. Who will have a better second season, Trevor Lawrence or Zach Wilson, and why? Kevin, since you didn't want to come to Oxnard, you tell us first.
Actually, Mike, I want to let you know, I don't think I told you this before, I did not go out of protest for hearing people call Coach McCarthy Mike, and I knew that this groundswell of you being the only Mike was going to start. So that's why I'm not there out of protest. But I'm going to go with Trevor Lawrence. I know people seem to be way more hyped on the Jets, but I just think Trevor Lawrence is flat out better than Zach Wilson. And so I'm going to say that Trevor Lawrence has a better season than Zach Wilson on the field.
This season.
Off
right?
the field,
this second year.
I'm going to go with Kevin away from Kevin on this one. I'm going with Zach Wilson this year specifically because I think they gave him a better group around him. I think like the Jets will Jets it up, right? Like they always seem to, but I think that like their coach has a good plan. The talent that they actually put together on the field is pretty good, and I think he has some unique qualities about him that I like. I want to know that he sees what he's actually seeing though, because last year he did have some problems not seeing some things, trying to go downfield, trying to make every play a hero play.
Okay. I like these answers here. I've been getting, I would say pretty much 50-50 so far while I've been here. I need to ask a lot more people. Practice is about to start here pretty soon here in Oxnard, so I'll go around and start asking people that question on where to maybe invest my money for that second-year quarterback. I'm not going to invest in this guy because his prices are too high. A lot of people are believing Trey Lance is going to be the answer for the 49ers to make it back to the Super Bowl. What percentage do you put on the 49ers are better this year because Trey Lance is their quarterback?
25%.
And explain.
I think it's probably early, but I mean, to kind of make that declaration, but you've heard some rumblings about maybe some less positive things about Trey Lance, and maybe that's why they were hesitant to trade Garoppolo, not the injury recovery, as some other people have said. And then the other thing is that's just a lot to expect from somebody who this is like their real rookie season in terms of playing time. That's a lot to expect for somebody that Garoppolo wasn't great or anything, but he was solid enough.
I think you said 25%. They're going to be 25% better or 25% confidence?
I think it's 25% confidence.
I will go 75% confidence.
Woo!
I think that the team, this is very similar for me for Dak's rookie year, and that the team was built the right way around him, and they had a lot of different unique ways to do things, and I think that they're going to do what he does well, and I think that offense I think you can be a lot better than Jimmy Garoppolo. So I think that team understands their responsibility to make sure that they're doing the things for a rookie quarterback to get wins, because they don't want to let another season slide either.
Okay, I like this. I'm going to go with another second-year quarterback, but versus a third-year quarterback from the same school, in the same division. Tua T in Miami or Mac Jones in New England, who has a better year in 2022?
You mean the player or the team?
Well, I think they go hand in hand because we've seen this, Kevin. You collect cards.
Yeah.
If you can have a good year, but if you go 7-10, it's a little bit tough for everybody to buy in. But winning means everything in NFL quarterback.
Then I'm going with Tua because I mean, with Mac Jones, it feels like if for some reason they regressed or they didn't take that next direct step up, he's still got a shot. It feels like, fair or not, and I think maybe it could be fair at this point, this feels like Tua's last stand to be a consistent starting quarterback because they're like, hey, we got you one of the most electric weapons in the entire NFL, as well as other upgrades across the team, and a playoff spot is there for the taking. We changed the coach. Like, I think Tua will have the better season.
I've never heard a coach, Belichick, talk the way he did about Mac Jones.
Yeah.
Like illustriously. He loves him.
What was that word?
He's lusting over him?
Boisterously. I just believe that guy is. I think Mac Jones is going to have a better season. I think they win both matchups against Miami this year. I don't think that I think he's a good quarterback, not a great quarterback, and I think that Tyreek's hyping him up. I think he's maybe even hyping him up too much, and that there's going to be some letdown. He might be good, but I don't think that he's going to be great. And I think that when you see that matchup, it's going to be 2-0 against Miami.
I don't think this is a good question because I believe the Jets are going to miss the playoffs. So I'm not going to ask about the Jets in that division. Do you believe Buffalo, Buffalo, Miami, and New England all make the playoffs, or one of those teams gets left out?
I think one of those teams gets left out, and I still think New England is the most likely of that bunch. I would be fairly shocked if Buffalo didn't make the playoffs short of a Josh Allen catastrophic injury.
All four teams make the playoffs.
You only
How
said
about that?
3, though.
Oh, I'll take all 4, and they all play in the Super Bowl against each other.
That's a horrible answer. That's like when I say the Cowboys are going 17-0 and they're winning the Super Bowl. But I get it. It's kind of fun to do.
What were the
It's
odds
kind
you
of
gave
fun.
me on that, by the way? We can talk about you.
Don't do that bet, Corey.
I think I said 20. I got it up to 25-1. It's stupid by me because now the odds are just not in my favor. It's very, I'm in the bad Hunger Games now. Now they're going to make those dog things that kill everybody in the end, and that's going to be me.
Can I do a $10 bet instead of 100, or does it have to be 100?
You should not make that bet, Corey.
Back to you, Mike.
Well, I guess that's the end of the thing since Kevin doesn't want us to bet and have fun on here.
I care about Corey's goodwill because you're obviously trying to take advantage of him.
How?
25-1 are their odds to win the Super Bowl, and you're like, that's the odds for them to go 17-0.
Right.
That's preposterous.
What would you put the odds at?
200-1 at least.
For a $10 bet?
I don't think he'll take it for 10. I think he's going to put you on the hook for at least 100.
But then I'd owe him $200,000.
Yeah.
I mean,
can you pay that, Mike?
No.
And that just for the record, Mike, that is still inaccurate. That would be $20,000, not $200,000.
Well, then I'm back in. I got $20K.
You should still not take that bet, Corey.
I mean, he has the money to back it up, though. That's what's important for me on this, is that I know that I'm going to get paid.
If you liked Mike Likes It with Mike Asks All the Football Questions, thanks. If not, what do we say here?
Deal with it.
Deal with it. What's up next?
Coming up next, our newest Cowboys segment, the C Block live from Oxnard. And I guess if you don't like it, Corey, what would you? Yep, deal with it. Next, right here on The Fan.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, we're back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, live from Oxnard, California, where the Cowboys just got the Mike McCarthy presser over with, and now we are getting ready to be underway at practice. We got Stephen Jones joining us here in about 15 minutes, so we'll have Stephen Jones popping on with us, and got to crunch into some really important information with him as well. Kevin is back at the studio, not because he does not want to be here, but because Kevin has a child on the way, and the doctor said, do not do it. Do not go.
Quick question. If no baby ever came around, how long until people would start asking about this story about why I was not out there?
They would be like, is this a real child?
Would it just take like a few weeks after the fact? They'd be like, what the hell is up with the baby? I thought you said was coming.
Yeah, I think it's a couple days. I think if it's not out here before the trip's over, if the baby's not here before the trip's over, people are questioning your loyalties.
Quick question for you, Corey. Is this segment about when we're going to trade Martin Perez?
No.
Oh my gosh.
No, Bobby.
Damn right
Bobby,
it is.
this is not. This is the
Did
C
that
block.
just for him.
This is the C block. And thanks to Metter Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram and Twin Peaks for having us out here. And right now, Bobby Belt is on the On Time Experts hot seat with us, powered by the On Time Experts air conditioning, heating, and plumbing. And
yeah, look, it's not that I dislike Martin Perez. I think he's a good pitcher. It's just, you got to make use of your assets while you can.
Okay, that is all right. Here we're gonna get after the C block.
Should have asked
questions
Woody
here.
that question.
Oh my gosh!
I would have grilled him. Y'all would have loved it.
All right. Is this Cowboys team built to win now, or is it stuck in a holding pattern? And what are they holding?
I mean, can it be both? They can be competitive and then still kind of be holding and not making the moves necessarily to ascend past a collection of other competitors. I think that both those things can be true. But yeah, I mean, they're in a little bit of a holding pattern right now. I think that when they take some of their steps back on talent fronts and some of the roster decisions they made this past year, we've talked about on the station a lot that a lot of that was as much about culture and toughness and the intangibles, and I think that that's where they felt like they were lacking a little bit. That's where they had a bit of a deficit, and so I think that they feel like maybe we did take a little step back on the talent front. They would argue that publicly, but I think maybe privately they said maybe we did take a little step back on the talent front. But in terms of these other aspects that we felt like we were really lacking, we're better by tenfold this year, and so because of that, we think that we've made improvements that make us a better football team.
Kevin, if that's the case, then I guess my question is, they only got to the first round of the playoffs last year. If they take that kind of step back, is that enough for them to be in a win-now place? Because it doesn't feel like they said, we got to throw him. Jerry said it the other day. Hey, if I know that the guy's out there, I'll spend the money to go get him. They don't seem to be that desperate, Kevin.
Yeah, I don't think that we talked about this, I think last week. I don't think that the team entirely ever embraces the back off so we can take huge steps forward or go all in prospect. So while they're like, hey, if there's a guy there that's going to put us over the top, we'll definitely go after him. I don't know if I actually even believe that. So I respect your question about the holding pattern because I think that's perpetually where we go. We don't step back long enough or hard enough to go all in forward, and I don't think we'll go all in this year either.
I think the hope is to make the playoffs and pray to get lucky.
Yeah, well, that seems like an
I'd say it was bad luck when something doesn't go right.
I mean, let's take a look at specifically, Corey, when you say, well, they just made the first round of the playoffs last year. That's true. And they lost to a team that made the NFC title game, made it a little flukily maybe, but made the NFC title game. And so I think that they look at, what was the biggest difference between us and San Francisco? And it was that they could bully you and that they could impose their will on you. So I think they feel like, all right, if we correct something like this, then we beat San Francisco. Not only do we beat San Francisco, but we're also then going to be able to compete with Green Bay, and we'd be in those games with the Rams and things like that. So I think they felt like, man, we were lacking in this one area, which really gets you killed in the playoffs, really gets you killed against tougher competition. We fixed that. We still believe in our talent. Now we are going to be able to compete. And I think that's how they view it.
All right. I can respect that. I do respect and appreciate that idea of a strategy, or the idea that y'all talked about in terms of maybe depreciating talent but feeling better about the folks that are in the room. I respect and appreciate those as strategies. I don't know if they'll work, but I could see that idea.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly the approach they've taken. I think that's why Jerry said what he said yesterday about like, hey, we feel like we're better equipped now, is because I think they still really believe in their talent and they believe a lot more in their culture.
Leighton Vander Esch said last year, hey, that's what I'm capable of. What I did last year, I'm capable of those things when you put me on the field more. What's the correct balance of Leighton Vander Esch that you want to see out there this year? More Leighton Vander Esch, more Jabril Cox?
I want to see healthy Leighton Vander Esch. If Leighton Vander Esch is healthy, give me as much of Leighton Vander Esch as he can take on the field. I mean, I think a lot of what Micah Parsons is going to be doing is rushing the passer, not full time, but he'll be doing enough of it that I think you'll see a nice mix of Jabril Cox and Leighton Vander Esch on the field. So I don't even know that there's as much of a pick and choose between those two as much as it is they're both going to be on the field, and so just give me good Leighton Vander Esch because he's getting those snaps. And so stay healthy, show that you're in a good mental space and that you're ready to come in and play football.
I think for the most part, when Leighton Vander Esch, I know it's tough in the NFL, especially for him, but when he's been 100%, he's been a good NFL starting quarterback or wide receiver.
Linebacker.
Sorry, my linebacker.
Yep,
I quit.
it's okay. That's all right, man. It's all right.
It's all right.
So you're checking out on the segment?
Just mad at myself.
I'm sorry. No, I think that's fair. I think he's been. It's just the injuries have killed him.
Yeah.
It killed him his second year. It's something that kind of has been nagging ever since. But I mean, second half of last year especially, he was healthy, and second half of last year he played really, really well. And so, I think that there's a place for Jabril Cox and Leighton Vander Esch to be on the field together, and that's likely what you'll see a lot of. It's just you got to hope that he stays healthy.
How many times do they play three linebackers now on the field?
Not a lot. They have with Jaron Kearse's ability, it makes it a lot easier to not have to.
Yeah, so I mean, they technically will play three, like Corey said, because of Kearse and him coming up. But yeah, a lot of times it's just two, just because base defense for a lot of teams these days is nickel.
Mm-hmm.
It's five defensive backs, and so that's kind of become the norm. But like I say, if Parsons is going to be rushing or come in that direction, then the two linebacker set may still be enough to see both of those guys playing.
Kevin, how much Leighton Vander Esch do you need on the field this year?
I mean, actually, I don't want this to turn into a Bobby love or even like fest, but I actually think...
Go ahead, pour it on, baby.
He usually is pretty smart about these things. I actually think that I'm inclined to agree with that as well, especially what you saw later in the season from him last year's. I can support that idea.
All right. Also, this is new. This is a new development. Bobby, I'm interested to get your thoughts on this. Yeah, very new, Kevin.
They trade Martin Perez?
No, it's not about that.
This is the C block.
Sorry.
They're not going to.
How much do you support Mike in his efforts to become the Mike in DFW rather than
Is it
Coach
in DFW
McCarthy?
or is it on the like when we're referring to him on the air, we need to not refer to him as Mike?
We're going to start off at this station that we do not call him Mike ever again. He's either Coach McCarthy, Mac, whatever.
I feel like I call him McCarthy pretty regularly, just shorthand.
I think I think some of the people that are the worst at it.
I mean, your quarterback calls him McCarthy typically.
I feel like Dawson's horrible at it.
Oh, wow.
And he needs to stop doing it.
Oh.
I feel like I need to listen more. I'm listening to the morning show, but I need to listen. They do it at times, but I need to listen more. Is it both of them? Is it just Sean? Who is the one that's referring to him as Mike? Because they need to stop it, because I feel like they're talking about me.
Okay, so
because I am the Mike.
Do you support Mike's effort here? Are we on the campaign?
Yeah, I'm on board.
Okay.
Because like I said, I think just shorthand anyway, you call him McCarthy. We didn't typically call Jason Garrett Jason. We called him Garrett.
Yeah.
So I'm in favor of this.
All right.
And then last question, Kevin. We're going to break here in just a moment. Last question. Who do you expect the least out of this year?
Bobby.
I mean, outside of whoever the 53rd guy
out of the starters. Out of the starters, who do you expect the least out of?
I'm worried about Terrence Steele.
No. I think Terrence Steele's going to be good. I think he's going to step up. I'm concerned about the running game still. So I mean, that needs to be proven to me.
Terrence Steele for you, running game, is you're expecting the least out of Kevin? You love these kinds of questions.
Now I'm going to have to change my answer because I immediately thought Zeke, and I just said how I don't.
It's okay to go with that.
Me and Higgy are in lockstep today, man.
Bobby's a genius, and he loves wrestling. I'll say Zeke.
Man, look at that, Mike. Bobby comes out here with us, and all the opinions that Kevin would typically have, Bobby just replaced them just like that.
Oh,
Kevin,
man.
how you feeling today?
All right, Noah, I hope you're ready to have a stay-at-home dad because it looks like I'm out of here. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Keep the volume turned up all day and night. And
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Rubin & Associates. Are you drowning in debt, high credit card balances, personal loans, or outstanding taxes? Everything is spiraling out of control and you feel like you have no way out, but you do. Call Rubin & Associates at 1-800-LAWYERS or go to DallasTexasLegal.com. That's 1-800-LAWYERS or DallasTexasLegal.com.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, live from Oxnard and Dallas Cowboys training camp. It is a show out here, and it always will be with the Cowboys on play. And right now, on the On Time Experts, powered by the On Time Experts Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing hot seat, it is Stephen Jones, COO of the Dallas Cowboys. Stephen, welcome to the show today.
Great to be on, guys, and can't believe this weather after leaving Dallas. It is very refreshing.
How does it
Just
feel?
had to say that to me, right, Stephen? I feel like that was to me since I'm still back in the heat.
Well, you've got big duty. You're about to deliver a baby, I
That's
understand.
true.
So congratulations
Thank you very
to you.
much.
I was just telling the guys here, I'm going to be a grandfather and very, very quickly in the next couple of weeks myself. So that'll be a new experience. I don't feel old enough to be a grandpa, but it's coming.
Stephen, I'm almost like a grandpa because we also have a 17-year-old. So he's going to be a senior in high school while we have a newborn, and I feel like that's good strategy.
That's uncharted waters, I'm sure.
It is a different play here. Now, last year we were out here, it wasn't quite the same, though. It was a little bit different, and obviously you had the COVID training camp. This year feels like it's back in full swing.
Yeah.
It was a little bit different last year, but this year feels like it's like, bam, here we are again.
Well, I agree. It's a full swing camp now, and last year it was. It was great to be back because we'd had no camp in terms of being out here. We had to do it right there at the Star. So to really have everything back really normal again is just refreshing. And I know we had to do those things, during a pandemic, but, not to have to worry about all the hand sanitizer and the mask and the testing and all the things that came with that, certainly can be a distraction, but all 32 had it, and we navigated the waters. I thought our staffs did an outstanding job, but it's so great to be back to normal and be out here and ready to go to work.
Now I'm going to ask you a fun question about the music going on right now. Let's take you back to Arkansas. Now I know there probably wasn't music playing at your practice back in the 80s, but if you had to pick 2 or 3 of your favorite artists or bands that you could practice football to when you were back in college, who would you be listening to then?
I'd probably start with a little Led Zeppelin and a little ZZ Top, and some of those were at the top of my playlist. So I enjoyed watching those guys in concert. Even put a little KISS Kiss on quite a bit. So Gene Simmons and company. So that probably would have been rolling around pretty good. Now, of course, those hallways, we lived in dorms back then. The athletes don't now. But we do live in – someone's attacking me here. But we did live in athletic dorms, and I learned a lot of different genre living in the athletic dorms.
Now, Stephen, obviously you're involved in all sorts of facets of the team, but salary cap comes up a lot. I'm hoping you can walk me through this because I've always been curious about this. Somebody like Lyle Collins, for example, a post-June 1st cut, I understand that means you can split up the salary cap hit. But considering the amount of salary cap y'all do have now, why not take the entire hit and then not have that on your books going into the next year?
It's a great question.
Thank you.
I didn't want to get into the details yesterday because it can get chewy, and we may want to cut this off quick if y'all think enough's enough. But one thing you got to start with, and a lot of times we created that room at the end right before the season, it takes about $15 million to pay your practice squad by the time you're through with your IR at the end of the year, to go from 51 players, which count now, to 55 players because you move the practice squads up now and they get paid under the new rules. They get paid full boat. So we use a number, it's about $15 million. So then that leaves us with very little after you budget that $15 million that you have to have if you're going to have a full-blown practice squad and you're going to have a full-blown 55 players. You're going to do all those things. So then that leaves you just a little wiggle room. And if you have some at the end, which we usually do because we want to make sure we got enough to get through it, then you can move that into next year if you so desire. You don't waste that room. You get to push that room forward and move it there. So it's, although it looks a lot, we've done a lot of our movement ahead of time, which a lot of times we'll wait till the last week maybe to rework a contract. We've reworked about every contract we can rework on our roster right now, short of maybe a couple of them. But, the room's not as big as it looks when you look at what we're going to have to pay for. And, of course, as we did mention yesterday, we do want to have, if the right player comes up, the opportunity to, move a veteran player that could really help our football team. We want to have the space to have that opportunity.
Is there a spot you kind of already have in mind of we kind of need this? Like we'd love for something to pop at this position?
I wouldn't say there's a spot. Obviously you look at some of the, the places on our team. Receiver comes to mind just because of the injury situation with Michael Gallup. And then certainly we think a lot of Washington, but he's kind of moving into his groove slowly but surely. But, that's a spot that we'll continue to keep an eye on, especially watch what goes on out here in camp. And then, the injury situation, that just comes with our game. And, I point to the Rams last year. They lost one of their best receivers, but then were able to, have some space available, and they were able to get Beckham. So great move on their part. But those things happen. They're just unforeseen, and you look up and somebody has an injury and you want to keep in the hunt and in the mix, and you go out and you have an opportunity to get a player that can help you.
I love you lead me into the question of Jalen Tolbert, because you mentioned a couple of your veteran guys and this wide receiver situation. How important is it for him to really show in this training camp and preseason that we can rely on Jalen Tolbert in week one?
Well, he's already showing us a lot. He spent a ton of time with Dak, not only on the field and our team activities, but working out with Dak. Dak's had his traveling workout show that they've been in different spots, from his backyard to the Star to out here but he's really showing a lot, and he's going to get pushed a lot here early and often. But so far, he's absorbed everything, and he's shown everything that we expected to see in him when we drafted him. And I really think that he'll be one of those guys, that young players that step up early and often for us while we're getting Gallup back in the mix and some of these other guys going.
I'm kind of curious, and I know this question was elaborated on a lot, but you guys really believe that taking away the talent, but also the fact that those guys weren't available, y'all really believe that that is going to be the difference for this team this year, in that we may not have them, but we're going to have guys that are more committed?
I just think I wouldn't say, and I hate to use that term, they weren't committed. Sometimes you just, as you get old, you have bad luck and the injury bug starts to bite, and as you get later in your career, and then there's other things that I wouldn't use the word not committed. I don't think that's fair to those gentlemen that aren't on our team anymore. But at the same time, I do think opportunity is so key, and we've seen so much in some of these younger players, whether it's a CD, whether it's a Gallup, whether it's a Tolbert, as you mentioned. We obviously thought a lot of them, or we wouldn't have drafted him that high. You look over on the defensive side of the ball, and you look at a Dorrance Armstrong, and you see the production he was able to put out there, and probably half the number of plays that some of the guys had. You want a Sam Williams, who we obviously think a lot of. We had a big grade on him, but I think he's going to need his opportunity to step up. You give these young tackles who we've put some resources into, first-round picks, third-round picks. Some of these guys, they just need a chance to get out there, and boy, they've been behind a very well-respected group in the NFL for 10 years. We've been mentioned year in and year out as one of the best offensive lines in football. So, it's time for some of these guys, and it's not like we're just hoping someone shows up out here. We've had our hands on these players, for this whole offseason, and then in some cases like a ball and a steal. We've had our hands on them for several years now. So we're obviously very comfortable, or we would have gone out and gotten us a swing, like we've done almost every year, a swing tackle. But we've just got too much upside in these guys here, and feel it's their time to step up.
Is the idea of upside, is that the general idea that you would want the fans to know? Because I'm sure you're well aware that fans were not particularly pleased with this offseason, and I guess to go along with that, is that something you track, and do you care how the fan base is feeling, especially in the off season?
Well, winning off seasons have gotten us nowhere, and so when you say, hey, what are you doing to change? What are you doing to do something different that's going to change the narrative? So when you do get to the playoffs, you do, you're able to have some success. How do you change the narrative that you win some playoff games and you compete for a championship? Well, winning off seasons and getting veteran players, I know there's no question when the Rams step up and do what they did and they win a Super Bowl championship. And, of course, their mantra was, to get some big-name players who did show up for them in the postseason. Then that becomes, hey, look at the Rams. Look at what they did. Everybody needs to emulate it. I mean, it's a copycat league, and people look, well, they're doing it. They won one. Let's do it the way the Rams did it. So I get that. I understand our fans. And what we're doing here, it's certainly not a flashy, sexy way we went about it this offseason, but we feel really good that the results are going to be much better.
I know we got to get you to the practice field in 1 minute. After we landed in L.A., I wanted to go to Pink's Hot Dogs. We know you're a hot dog family.
Yes,
have you been
are.
to Pink's Hot Dogs? And if you have, what do you love on the hot dog there?
Well, I haven't, but I'm going because I love hot dogs. And I'll be looking up where Pink's is and how I get there because I consider myself a hot dog connoisseur and looking forward to seeing what Pink's is all about.
It was worth it. It was well worth it last night. It was a smart decision on Mike's part. The whole time we were like, man, the Jones family would love these hot dogs.
How far is it from here?
It's in West Hollywood, about an hour.
About an hour, so
But
it's a journey.
It's a famous kind of hot dog place in L.A.
Well, maybe when we're practicing and playing the Chargers, we'll get over there.
All right. Well, Stephen, we appreciate your time. Thank you for hopping on with us. Look forward to having our weekly conversation as we always do. It's always a lot of fun, man.
Thank you, guys. Great being on with you.
All right, there you go. Stephen Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan, your home of the Dallas Cowboys, and this tent, home of Ted Nichols-Payne. Really appreciate him hopping on with us. Now, Kevin, I guess the question is, do we want to go ahead and break now, or do we want to go ahead and – you have a handful of stories you wanted to get to.
I do have a handful of stories for you, and this can go any direction that you want. Would you prefer something in the baseball vein, the football vein, the golf vein? What are you looking for here?
Well,
don't say golf.
No, I'm not going to say golf.
Golf might actually be the most interesting one.
Oh, well, too bad.
Okay.
We are at Cowboys training camp. I know
point.
you're not.
That's
but,
not.
I mean, I feel like we need to keep rolling with football right now.
Okay. Things are already going well for the Cowboys because they're not the Arizona Cardinals. Did you hear that because of really intense storm and downpour out there, the Cardinals' new training camp hotel was damaged to 15 different rooms, and multiple members of the organization had to be moved out of their rooms and everything like that. And this is a brand new hotel already off to a terrible start.
What city did you say?
It was in Litchfield Park in Arizona.
Okay.
Which, I mean, that's probably shocking that they got rain at all, let alone enough.
I was watching the news this morning, and I swear watching the L.A. news, there was rain that was coming towards Texas in New Mexico, and then it was like there's a dome over Texas. It's like, rain stop now once it hits the state line of Texas. But, yeah, that stinks for Arizona. So are they able to start tomorrow? Like, what's the
They said that since a lot of the players were not in the portion that was damaged, only other people in the organization that they think they can still go practice and stuff, but they're having to they have to kind of reassign and everything like that. My question is, you guys will not damage the hotel room, right? And you have never damaged a hotel room, have you?
Not that
I never have, honestly.
I've never damaged a hotel room that bad. Like I've gone into that place and done some damage, if you know what I'm talking about. Like,
no, what are you talking about?
Like had drinks out of the mini bar, and then maybe left some towels on the floor and some other things. You know what I mean, Kevin? So yeah, there's some things that I've done, but no, I've never gone in there and said, I'm just going to wreck this thing. I'm throwing lights all over the place. I'm throwing the TV out the window. That's never happened with me before.
Try it. See what happens.
I'll do it. I'll go in your room and do it.
Ooh.
No, you just talked about defiling your room.
I didn't talk about defiling it. I'm not going in your room to do that.
All right, what's up, Kevin?
Are you concerned about Joe Burrow? He had to have his appendix removed. Do you guys still have your appendices?
I do, and that's just going to make them lighter and faster.
Appendicite.
How much does an appendix weigh?
I would guess 2 pounds.
Oh man, I have to know
2 pounds.
This now.
I don't know.
No
You think it's only a
way.
quarter pounder? Like I've had a quarter pounder before. You have to have a bigger appendix than that. I don't
Why?
know.
What does an appendix do?
Between 1 and 18.
18 pounds?
Yeah.
No.
With an average of 6.43 grams. Hold on. What? That's grams.
I think you're talking about appendixes of elephants versus humans, right there.
How much does an appendix weigh?
I'm really concerned that he said between 1 and 18 pounds, and
too
the
much.
average is 6 grams.
Now I'm on Reddit, and I don't believe that. So I don't know. Weight of an appendix. Whatthingsweigh.com.
Okay.
All right, that's
that feels like a reputable source.
Approximately 5 or 6 ounces. It's also approximately 4 inches in length.
I was really
Sounds
off.
about
It is a
right.
quarter pounder.
Yeah.
The longest appendix removed measured over 10 inches long.
Oh, wow. That is humongous.
Is it?
Now, I mean,
Do you have your appendix?
I have my appendix, yes.
I don't even know what that is.
Should we go ahead and get them taken out as like a team? Since we don't need them.
If I do that, I want liposuction too.
Okay. That is a weird combination. I don't know.
You're already cutting in there.
Yeah.
Sure. I have
Take it out.
never had surgery of any type, except for.
what a bragger! I've never had anything wrong with my body. It's so awesome.
I don't like flying to California because I got a baby and my wife's going to have surgery, but not me.
My body has been perfect my whole life. How about y'all's?
Oh, look at me. My
It's because I used to have so much extra body.
You're not
It
putting
took
anything
care
in
of it.
me.
Have you seen my calves? I know I won't let you see them, but they're awesome.
I'm pretty sure those calves were actually those are plastic surgery. I don't
No
believe they're
doctor's
real.
ever touched my body.
Yeah.
I don't think that's entirely true, but
If you had a surgery though, Kevin, where do you want surgery?
ooh, that's a good question.
I mean, you're on this roll of never having surgery, so like, do
Hair
you?
plugs.
Are you like? Are you jealous that everybody's had surgery? Or are you
I
really
always,
excited about this?
I always thought it would be like, I don't know, maybe to get rid of some excess skin. I think that's what.
Okay.
You know,
That's
I
an
think
honest
that's the
answer right there.
yeah. I want to be honest with you guys. So
Vanity.
I think I know it is not. It is not a good trait, and somebody was mad at me because I did frequently use the Lord's name in vain when I say OMG, so I apologize for that. Mike, did you see that Drew Jones suffered a shoulder injury?
No, I just bought my son a new bat because I saw Drew Jones using it in high school, and I'm like, well, that has to be a good bat. If the number 2 overall pick is using that bat, that has to be a good bat. So that's all I saw.
He hurt his shoulder in the first day of batting practice with the Diamondbacks organization.
How hurt?
He
Like
is
gonna miss
trying,
a few days,
well,
or they're worried
trying,
about
appendix out.
They're trying to determine right now if he needs surgery.
Oh man.
I'll tell you what, though, if it works out for them, which, look, it's very tough for this too, but can you imagine if Lawler and Jones works out for them? But it's going to take a while, but that's a really nice 2 guys to try to build a franchise around 3-4 years from now.
Do you think, Kevin, that if they do need surgery, do you think while they're there, they're just like, go ahead and take the appendix out while you're at it?
That's a good question. I have not seen that surgery is confirmed yet. I don't know.
While you're at it, do some lipo.
Do you think that's really high on his list of like, hey, I need to get my baseball career started? He's like, also, could you take out my appendix?
Yeah, well, you are always telling people to get the Tommy John surgery at like 16. So
that was before I learned that it doesn't stick forever. I just thought like if you
get
got
7 years of good luck.
yeah,
I think, with it.
I thought if you got Tommy John, some people threw even faster, and then you wouldn't need it again. But then I learned that like that's not really how that works.
I did just get a text from a former coworker that said, "Hey, that appendix thing, you don't just do it for fun. You got to do that for real."
Okay,
so there you go, Kevin.
And also, I want to appreciate the honesty of the Colts' DeForest Buckner. He was asked about how the season ended last year, and he said, "We asked the bed last year." And so I like that he's like, "Hey, we could have made the playoffs if we beat Jacksonville." He's like, "No, yeah, we asked the bed. Whoops." We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't do that. Coming up next, let's talk with Jared Sandler as we get ready for some Rangers baseball right here on 105.3 The Fan.
in Oxnard with exclusive interviews with players and coaches, reaction from the field as it happens, and any other hijinks that guys might get into while in Cali. Cowboys training camp coverage is brought to you by Metter Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram and by Twin Peaks on the home of America's team. 105.3 The Fan.
In Texas, we're proud to be the flag bearer of freedom. Classic Chevrolet gives you the freedom to choose from one of the largest selections of Silverados in the nation. Reserve yours now at Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. We are still live from Cowboys camp. Just saw the G-Bag crew walk in here, and they are heading out there to practice. As soon as Mike and I are done here, we're going to go out to practice, and then Kevin's going to join us at practice too, I assume. That can only be the option for him today. So really looking forward to checking out Cowboys practice while we're out here.
Well, Corey, I have to tell you something real quick, and I have to tell the audience something real quick. Apparently, I'm a liar. I did not realize that I had lied. But somebody asked, you never even had your wisdom teeth out? And I said, does that count as surgery? And technically, they said it does count. I apologize. I did get my wisdom teeth out. I did not mean to turn this show into a house of lies.
But you've always said that you don't feel like dentists or doctors.
Yeah,
right?
Don't put that on me. Don't put that on me, Mike.
Still a doctor's never touched you.
Do we even believe he's having a baby now after the lies that he's been throwing our direction?
He said there's no way a dentist is going to be around when that thing happens.
Okay, well, I do stand firm that, like, you wouldn't want a doctor to deliver your baby, right? Like a medical doctor that delivers babies.
I just want the baby to be safe. That's
all. Would you feel more comfortable if a dentist or your OB was delivering?
I mean, if a dentist is the only option I have,
oh,
Kevin,
sure.
then I just have
I'd rather a dentist deliver the baby than me.
What if I'm stuck in an elevator at a doctor's office and there's a dentist in there and there's no doctor?
Absolutely.
I have to go with the dentist at that point. Or
Would you rather have a dentist do it, or who's your favorite Dallas Cowboy of all time?
Oh, man, probably Emmitt Smith.
Emmitt Smith, deliver your baby, or a dentist?
Man,
he's not fumbling that baby.
That's true. I think I'm picking Emmitt Smith.
Yeah,
which is not fair to the dentist and not probably medically advised.
Oh,
but you can always say Emmitt Smith delivered my baby.
Okay, all right. Now let's put you in another situation.
Emmitt Smith,
or
you're dilated
or
10 centimeters, and you're like, Emmitt, don't say that.
You think he was like, oh,
the Cowboys
no running back could get through that hole, but I don't know.
Oh, I didn't say that.
Yeah, you
Jess,
said
that was your husband.
That was definitely your husband. Would you rather have your doctor or Emmitt Smith?
Probably the doctor. Then we love our doctor, so probably
everybody has a doctor do it. How many people have Emmitt Smith do it? Again.
No, you're right. And oh man, okay, I knew this was going to happen. Jess just texted and said, if it's down to the dentist or Emmitt Smith, she picks the dentist.
Oh no!
So
all right, well she actually gets to choose. You don't,
oh yeah.
So.
Well, let's not pretend I have any say in this.
Yeah,
I'm there to shut up and let her squeeze my hand. Like that's what we're doing here. All right. Right now in studio, we have Jared Sandler. We're going to be rolling up on that Texas Rangers broadcast in just a few minutes, pregame in just a few minutes. How's it going today, Jared?
What's up, guys?
Do you miss the guys already?
I do. I really do. I was listening. Seems like they're having a great time.
Who do you miss more?
Ooh, that's a good question. Well, I'm really excited that Tim Parker's out there. Tim Parker's an awesome dude. So
yeah, he is a good guy. We like Tim Parker.
And the answer is I miss Ted the most.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, that was a really good answer,
Way
Jared.
to bring.
This tent is the home of Technical Spain, by the way.
I know we're supposed to talk Rangers here, but real quick, will you make sure if ever you talk about the Cowboys and their head coach, his name is McCarthy?
I heard. Did you not hear me? I know that
he
my laugh
loved that segment.
I was laughing so hard. I was like nervous it was getting on air. I thought that was hilarious.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. There might have been no bigger proponent of that segment than Jared Sandler. I can tell you that. All right, Jared.
Because I know Mike. Like, he's having fun, but I also know that he means it.
Oh, for sure he means it.
There's part of Mike that's like, no, I'm dead serious.
Yeah.
It was like when he was talking about not listening to people on the plane or wanting to talk to him. He's like, maybe you're awesome, but yeah, I don't want to do that. And you're like, ha, 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 Mike. But then in reality, I'm like, oh, yeah, for sure he doesn't want to talk to you.
But I talked to Blake Bevan's aunt.
Yep.
I'm proud of you for
that's
that.
A fact.
Now, Jared, can you walk us through how effective John Gray's slider has been this season, and particularly as of late? I know we talk about how well he's done. Is it because of the slider?
Yeah, I mean, That's been a huge pitch. I think that with John Gray, one of the interesting things that he mentioned in spring training, we've heard pitchers coming from Colorado mention this, is, it's not so much that pitching in Colorado in a vacuum is the biggest challenge, although that is a challenge. It's just that they are going from the altitude to, a different environment and back to the it's just, they basically have to be two different pitchers and they have no consistency, right? Like they'd almost rather, hey, my next 5 starts are all going to be on the road. And I bet if you were to really dig into Rockies pitchers, if any of their starters had one of those stretches where it's 5 straight starts happen to be away from Coors Field, I'd be curious comparing those numbers and whatnot. But he's talked a lot about how the consistency of pitching in regular environments has helped him tremendously because he can gain that consistency start to start. But yeah, if you really want to break down his arsenal, he's really fastball, slider. He will throw a curve every once in a while and a changeup, but the slider's been outstanding. He throws that pitch with 2 strikes more than anyone else in baseball other than Robbie Ray, and the results in that pitch have been outstanding. And then just in general, kind of putting what he's done in context of, Rangers pitchers in recent years, chase rate, right? The ability to get a hitter to swing at a pitch outside the zone. That sort of thing has really, we only have reliable data going back to 2009, but the Rangers had some pretty good pitchers since 2009. John Gray's chase rate of around 27% this year, if the season ended today, would be the 5th best in the franchise going back to 2009, ahead of some Yu Darvish seasons, behind a couple Yu Darvish seasons as well. But just to kind of frame how good he's truly been, I think that statistic and where he ranks in franchise, I gotta say history, but dating back to 2009 really kind of frames it.
So, Jared, I wasn't able to watch last night. I know the Rangers had a lead in the 9th inning, and Brett Martin wasn't able to close it. My question is, not being able to watch it and see the execution or lack of execution of pitches, do you feel like going into the near future, the rest of this season, that Brett Martin will stay the closer, or do you think it's going to be by committee? Do you think this is going to be really tough for Woody the rest of the way to try to figure out maybe kind of the 8th and 9th inning? And then to add on that, it would be a lot to ask this quick, but I love Jonathan Hernandez's stuff. I think he's going to be the closer in 2023, my opinion. But where do you see kind of the 8th and 9th innings going right now for the Rangers?
Well, I think in a perfect world, Jonathan Hernandez is nowhere near the 8th or 9th innings. But when the Rangers were about ready to activate him, Woody was talking to Eric, Matt, and me and said, I might not have a choice. And so it's possible. I think Brett Martin's done a fine job, right? He's, his ERA with what happened yesterday jumped up, but is still in the 3s. But here's the reality. It's tough to be successful as a closer if you're not a big swing and miss guy. That doesn't mean Brett Martin can't have success in another role. And who knows? Maybe he, proves that thought wrong and goes and saves the next 10 opportunities flawlessly, right? Who knows? But if you look at the best closers in baseball over recent years, they are big swing and miss guys. I don't know why he's top of mind, but Edwin Diaz is someone who, former Mariner, he struck out Joey Gallo, and a lot of people were making fun of that. But big swing and miss guy. Those guys, those are the guys who really have staying power. And so I think Brett Martin is just kind of holding a place right now, and I don't mean that negatively towards Brett. I think his best role is more situational in the 6th, 7th inning type situation. But, that's just kind of where the Rangers are with Joe Barlow's struggles and, having to use Brock Burke and Matt Moore in some other situations, in the earlier innings to kind of be firemen type guys. And they've been very valuable. But maybe Matt Moore gets an opportunity before the trade deadline, and, maybe we do start seeing Jonathan Hernandez there.
Jared, important baseball question. How concerned are you that David Bakhtiari had another knee procedure and they don't know when he'll be back?
Yeah, a little concerning that Brian Gutekunst said that we're hopeful that he'll play again. That's not.
I don't know if you hopeful he'll play again.
That is a Packers question, isn't it?
Listen, we service All 50 states. Here on the Fan.
Hey, what's the plan for Josh Young, Jared? Like, are they gonna? What's the excitement there for him?
Yeah, I mean, ahead of schedule. So I'm going to temper my excitement just because I'm gonna kind of keep my mindset as it was before the news today, where it's like, hey, let's just get him some at bats in minor league games before the year ends. But it seems like, and not only will he be getting at bats, but there's a good chance he'll be getting some time in the field. I don't know that the Rangers are going to rush him to the big leagues this year. Although, because there was a chance he was going to be the opening day third baseman, maybe they feel like if he has a good showing for a couple of weeks that maybe it's worth a September look, especially because I think the Rangers kind of still view him as the front runner to be the opening day third baseman next year.
Is he going to physically be able to play third base in maybe the Arizona Fall League?
I believe that's the plan. I think, Mike, that there is now optimism he'll play the field, or there's a chance he'll play the field in the minor league season this year before the fall league. Now, he's still got to clear some hurdles there, but yesterday, if you would have asked me, I would have said, no, as far as I know, the plan is still no defense within the minor league season, but it seems like he's ahead of schedule, and maybe that's changed.
Awesome.
Outstanding stuff, as always, Jared. Appreciate it. Look forward to hearing you on the pregame and always when we hear you pop up on those broadcasts.
See you, fellas. Appreciate it.
Bye, Jared.
Bye, guys.
Gentlemen, real quick, any plans for this evening?
Well, we gotta.
I'd like to go underwear shopping.
Okay, the underwear shopping thing is like that's a diff. I don't know if we can do
1053thefan.com to see that video, right?
There is a video right now of us at Pinks, and then I guess we have to. Am I being forced to go underwear shopping here?
Yes, you are, Corey. All right, have fun underwear shopping. Have fun, everyone listening in. Got pregame for Mariners, Rangers coming up next. First pitch at 2:40. Remember, G-Bag will be on after that all the way till 8 p.m. Roll back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on 105.3 The Fan.
Say camp, Kevin.
This Odyssey Sports Minute